What's up? How's it going, man?
Oh, all right.
Good.
Feeling a bit better.
Yeah, mouth healing up. That what you're referring to?
Yeah, that and other things. But getting there. Yeah, mouth healing up.
Good.
So yeah. So what are we live now or?
Yeah, we are, man. I went straight live. I didn't wait for anybody. I've been making videos, but I haven't even got a chance to watch them because I've just been making videos. So you know that one that you just watched on Contested Bones? I haven't even got to see that yet.
Oh right. Oh no, that one's good. It's just it verifies basically what they're doing is with habilis and other ones, Homo habilis, is they're getting bones, lots of different mixture of bones and mixing them together. I mean, they say they never find human fossilized bones. Well, when they find human fossilized bones, they chuck it in with Homo habilis, I've realized, you know, because they don't want to admit that there's fossilized human bones. Basically, I'm really angry. If children knew that this habilis was just a conglomeration of all the different fossil extinct apes like Lucy and all of the other and humans and all that all just chucked together when they can't, you know, work out what type of bone it is, they just go chuck it in the habilis bin. I mean, that's terrible. That's terrible. If kids knew about this stuff, that they wouldn't be walking around telling everybody that evolution's a fact.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look at how they have to storytell, right? I mean, it's ridiculous that they have to dance around all the evidence and invent stories to cover up what's actually going on. It's embarrassing, really. Homo habilis has been the junk bin of bones for a long time. I don't know why people can't see through that. Amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's. I didn't know to the extent. I mean, I knew that I suspected they were doing stuff like that, but I didn't know to the extent of what they were doing. But it's like some of those hominid fossils, like we know that apes grew bigger in the past, right? So, like if you've got that giant ape, I can't remember the name of it, that one from the past, it's just massive. It's like a ton, weighs a ton or something. It's a massive ape. And it stands like, you know, 12 feet, 10, 12 feet tall, whatever it is, 8 feet, 9 feet, whatever it is, it's massive. Can you imagine, you know how animal skulls change, like chimpanzee skulls, especially if you look at an infant chimp or a chimp fetus skull or an infant chimp skull. They look like it look a lot like Naladi, Homo naladi. And if you think about this, like apes were bigger in the past, so an infant skull would be quite large, wouldn't it? I mean, if you've got a giant ape and you've got an infant skull, then that's going to be quite large, the infant skull. And what are they going to do when they find that? Oh, that must be a transitional between, humans and apes.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's definitely 100% that they're doing that. Definitely. Definitely. It is. They can't go back in time. They can't get the genes from this ape and then take the DNA from these skulls and match them up and say, well, this was just an ape fetus or an ape baby, a giant ape fetus or a giant ape baby. No, they just hold it up as a transitional. No, I'm really angry. I'm really angry when I heard Dr. Sanford just openly admitting that they just chuck bones in to bins without, they're just not sure what it is. Oh, let's just chuck it in the Homo habilis bin. That makes me angry. That makes me angry that they're not teaching kids this, that they hide all this from kids in schools, and they're brainwashing them into believing that that they've got it all worked out.
Oh yeah, I had one atheist just recently get mad and go, well, I would like you to point to one lie in the science textbook. Or just show me one. It's like, where do I start? Where do I begin? Just open the first page. What are you talking about?
Sanford he just said, by the time this stuff makes it into the school textbooks, it's already it's already been debunked. It's already, they know it's not true. Most of the stuff that gets into, by the time it gets into the textbooks, but they just put it, that proves they don't care about truth. They don't care, because if they really cared, they'd be updating their textbooks constantly and teaching kids, oh, that was wrong. We discovered that was wrong. They don't. They hide it. When they get something wrong, they completely hide it. And they don't come clean and admit it. And that's all the time. It really makes me angry. It really makes me angry. That's just outright lying. That's outright deception and lying. And the government in this country is forcing Christian schools to teach evolution. Is telling them, if you don't teach evolution, we're going to stop funding you. We're going to cut the government funding to your school.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I said that's amazing.
So if you don't force children to learn lies, we're going to cut your funding, mate. I'm not going to say how that makes me feel, but I think something bad should happen to people that force people to learn lies, that force children to learn lies, man. I mean, okay, fair enough. There's no evidence for God, and there's no evidence. There's no like hard evidence where we can say, well, here's a citation that proves God. Well, they can't do that with evolution either. There's no evidence for evolution at all. None. Not a single scrap of evidence. Nothing. And yet they're portraying it like it's a foregone conclusion, like it's just, oh, we've got all the evidence, we've got it all worked out, we just need to put the bits together, but we'll do that one day, but it's fact, and that's all you need to know. And that's just evil.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. How crazy is that, right? I mean, these things have been overturned so many times, but it doesn't get removed. Matter of fact, in the 60s, Ernest Mayr predicted that when they tested animals, that one day they're going to find that their genome actually has no genetic similarity at all, because deep time would have removed it. But guess what? That prediction was so false that no longer have they shown that we not only share genetics even with corn and a mouse, but that now it's used as their best piece of evidence for evolution. So what in reality, what should have been a falsification of their own theory, you never hear about it at all because they removed it from their textbooks. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Dirty.
Yeah, it's protected. It's dirty. It is. It's dirty. Something goes against evolution. They come out, they run us down, they abuse us, they threaten us, they call us all the names under the sun, and then they absorb it into evolution, and then it becomes a fact of evolution.
Oh, yeah.
It makes...
Yeah, there's so many things that point to everything being recently that they have to just completely deny everything. Like, that's why we invented the rescue device t-shirts, right? Because it's it's the perfect term to describe what they do. Everything is a rescue device. For example, for the audience, an SNV is a single nucleotide variant. So it's just a shift in the gene pool, basically, on what's going on. And so we can easily track SNVs back. And guess what they did? This is the secular source. They tracked SNVs and shown that over 85% of them have arisen in the past 5,000 years. All of them. All the variants that go on inside your body, all the shifts from those single nucleotide variances are recent. So what they said was, well, there must have been a bottleneck about 5,000 years ago. sometime around that time frame, and that's what did it.
Yeah,
Because
Noah's flood.
yeah, right. So they can see it. They can see it in the genome. They can't grasp it, and they won't even think about it. And matter of fact, it not only proves Noah's flood, they actually proved it again in the study. So check this out. If Noah's flood was true and the ark landed on the mountains of Ararat and people spread from it, Ham's line would have went into Africa. And if that's true, and their birth rates are faster, like Dr. Jensen is saying, then they would have the highest SNVs in their genome, meaning single nucleotide variances. They would vary even more than anybody else. Europeans would have the least because they were nomadic travelers and they went to the Americas and things like that, right? They went all over the place. What do we see then when we look inside the genome? Well, what did they find? The highest SNV differences were in Africans at 13,500 SNVs. Europeans had the lowest at 7,215 SNVs. So it's exactly what our model says happened with the Noah's flood on where the ark landed and where people migrated. So not only does it prove when the flood happened, it actually proves the exact migration pattern that they would expect to find if it happened. So you know what they ended up saying against all this evidence when they finally discovered this? They said, well, the variation could be due to the African population having been nomadic in the past. We just don't know that they just don't have a written record of it. So that's why.
Can I just clarify something? A single nucleotide variant is something like, say, there's ACT, right? And a single nucleotide variant would be, say, ATC instead of ACT, right?
Right. It's like a point mutation. It only changes
one point, one letter just swaps it around.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
It's just a substitution of a single nucleotide. It's basically what a point mutation does. So you know how they're always like, mutations are going to do it. Mutations drive evolution. Well, what they're actually talking about most of the time is a single point mutation. And all that ever does is change one of those letters on one side around. It's never going to lead to evolution, ever.
Does it change it from, say, left to right always, or right to left, or both ways? It doesn't really matter. It's just a variant.
Yeah, the shift depends on the parent. So, like, let's say, for example, your mom has a G and your dad has a T. Well, they'll inherit those down, and that's a good thing. The only part that's bad is, like, let's say your dad has a G and a T, and your mom has a G and a T, and both of those parents pass on the G. That means that you're now homozygous in that gene site.
Oh, okay. So now, that's what happens with interbreeding. They line up you've got a lot of bad mutations in your genome just waiting to come out, and if you interbreed, then you line up those nucleotide variants, you line them up with each other, and that's bad. Why?
Oh yeah, exactly. That's what ends up leading to this degradation and these kind of like bottlenecks that we find that are kind of like messed up, like the Neanderthal that they mentioned, right? It's kind
what
of
does that do?
Over, and those shifts into that homozygosity state happen so quickly that all these variances, these nucleotides kept aligning, and they were similar. So they backed themselves into a genetic mutation curve where they just got locked in and mutated to the point where they died out. And we saw that the same thing happened with the woolly mammoth. It's happening with the cheetah right now. It's happening all over the place. Our model says that that is exactly what should happen. Evolution says that mutations should be able to come to the rescue and save them and diversify and speciate themselves into freedom. But that's not what we see. We see that once that happens, there's no pulling away from it again. So I just, you're on mute, by the way. It's okay. You probably just went away. You've been with the
no. I was just looking at something. Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah. So basically with these, so they'll just say that's evolution. If these things change, if these nucleotide variants change, and they sometimes fluke getting it right, like beneficial mutations, like it'll fluke it, it'll get some sort of beneficial mutation, but it's not really beneficial mutations. Most of them are found to be epigenetic tags due to environment and diet and so forth, and mood.
Exactly. and those things can be inherited. So they're misrepresenting what they thought that was a mutation to nothing at all, except for just what your body adapted to in that region.
But sometimes, but I just want to clarify, sometimes they're not inherited like way all the way down the line. They're only inherited for a few generations and then they disappear.
Yes, exactly. About 3 to 4 generations before it dies out.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So that's not good for evolution. If it's not being passed all the way down the line, then it's not evolution. It's not you know, there's no changes happening. I mean, there's changes, but it's not due to you know, like mistakes.
Yeah,
it's a planned sort of thing. Like if they come into this cold weather or this hot weather, or they start eating this type of food, this will switch on and that'll switch off, and this will put a tag there to change the way the gene expresses itself. So it's not evolution.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. And it has to be in the germline and passed down to be inherited. And epigenetics are never really passed on through the germline like that. It's almost like an
And it is something with me, with the germline. Sorry to cut you off so much, but I'm trying to clarify things. The germline, what exactly is a germline? Because I don't quite get that. I sort of understand it, but I don't fully get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have Googled it, but
No, the germline is what it gets passed on biologically through genetics from from sperm and egg. So the germline is what's going to get inherited from the maternal line. The paternal line usually. So usually something, once it gets from the cell into an egg, that's fertilization, and that's the germline. That's what gets inherited down every single time. So the germline inheritance is how mutations would get inherited. Epigenetics isn't inherited that way. So it's a very different process. That's why if identical twins are born, one can get cancer and the other won't, because they found that what's going on is they didn't inherit anything, right? It was their actions that led to that scenario. So now you have 2 identical twins. One has cancer and one doesn't. So now if they have kids, which one do you think that they're going to pass those on to their offspring? Nope, because it's epigenetic. It was regulated by what they did in their body, and it can't be passed on because it's not in the germline. But let's say that my mom has the BRCA gene. She has a gene that's directly correlated with cancer. So if she has a child, there's a 50-50 chance that she's going to pass that mutation on. Because remember, she's at that gene site, she is heterozygous. So that's good, but there's still a 50-50 chance. So she passed it on to me. So guess what? Now I have it. So there's a 50-50 chance that I've got it. But if my mate has it and she also has that gene, that means that the chances now have gone up exponentially. So we've shifted. So now there's a potential that the kid would be born with a 100% chance of the BRCA gene, and because it's in the germline, and therefore nothing can weed it out except for probably having another mate or spouse that doesn't have that mutation. Now you've got like a 25% chance of not getting it. So see what happens is you're constantly fighting against evolution, because evolution should be saying, don't worry, mutations can, our selection can weed out these deleterious mutations, and mutations will arise that will counteract these harmful cancers. And that's the opposite of what we find. We find the exact opposite. We find no beneficial mutations counterbalancing these new cancers, and we find no selection removing these new genetic anomalies that are building up. So the exact opposite of what they say evolution should be able to do is what we actually see.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just reading something. Yeah, but that. Okay, so that's the way it works. That's something that I wanted to know, basically for myself, because I'd never really paid much attention to that sort of thing. So, yeah.
Yeah. Germline is just an inherited aspect of everything. So when we talk about mutations, you know how Standing for Truth always says it's 100 new mutations per generation, every generation, going down. He's talking about germline mutations, and these mutations are always inherited, and there's nothing we can do to slow them down. and they're always building up. So not only are the 100 new mutations building up, but also on top of the new 100, those are near neutral mutations, by the way. We're also getting the deleterious mutations that are coming up. And so sometimes those can be selected for and against and removed, but they're still adding up in the human genome pool. Huge, right? I mean, 24,000 annually. So now we have also mutations that build up as we age. So not only do we get the 100 new ones that we get passed on from every generation that selection can't get rid of, but then we also get the new mutations that we get from flying, or let's say that you work as a stewardess or a flight attendant, and you're constantly flying in the upper atmosphere. Well, you're under high amounts of radiation, so you're going to have more mutations. Or you travel a lot for business, or you drink alcohol a lot, that adds more mutations to your genome, or you do lots of bad habits, or you even overtrain. Like, let's say you're an Olympic athlete, you're actually adding more mutations to your body because you're overtraining every day. So you're constantly bombarded by mutations that are building up in the system from inheritance and by lifestyle. So imagine how much mutations there actually are in the gene pool of the humanity. It's a huge amount. Now, evolution is driven by mutations, so they actually think that this isn't a problem, when in reality, we see it as a huge problem. So you actually couldn't have a bigger difference in our model.
Yeah, and I watch these strongmen, these strongmen competitions like World's Strongest Man and stuff like that, and the amount that they eat and what they're doing to their bodies, man. Oh, God, they've got to be taking decades off their lives.
Right. Oh, huge amount of time off.
Yeah, man. I mean, I was watching these guys, like you're talking about mutations build up from certain things. Well, we get mutations when every time we eat a calorie, it converts into a toxin, and those toxins damage our cells. And and these guys are eating like enough food in one day that I could probably, some of these guys that I could probably feed myself on for 3 days to possibly a week. So when you're putting a week's worth of food for a normal human, or 3 or 4 days worth of food for a normal human into yourself every day, oh man, they got to be aging fast. I'd love to see them when they're older, man.
Oh, you won't see them older, unfortunately, because they do too much damage to their body. Overeating is one of the last things that your body really does and enjoys or likes. The reason why is because the every gene that's in your body has a backup, and what it's done is it's designed to make it so that you can survive when times that are bad and are hard. And so these genes actually switch on when you're not eating, right? These longevity genes actually activate when you stop. So when you're constantly eating, the exact opposite is happening. Those longevity genes never get switched on. So that's a horrible.
Oh, that's bad.
That's really bad. Yeah. So
yeah,
imagine waking up in the middle of the night just to power down a smoothie for an extra 500 calories. Your body's in the middle of resting. Your liver's trying to regenerate itself and rest. It does 500 different things, just your liver alone. So now, yeah, 500 different things your liver does. So now it can't even rest because you're waking up to give it more calories. So that is extremely good for you. I do it all the time, but I like to daily fast as well. Like, I fast until I get hungry. So sometimes I don't even get hungry till 5 p.m. I literally go all day long without eating. And a lot of people go, oh, that's not good for you. Really? Because I'm the only person that's left out of my entire fight team that's completely healthy. So riddle me that. So there's that, man. There's that.
Yeah. Yeah, and the diet, the diet's definitely a way to go. Like I notice when I eat unhealthy and I'm not sleeping properly, my memory just goes to absolute crap. And when I eat healthy and I sleep better and I stay off drugs and alcohol and all that sort of stuff, and I just get my body back into, man, it's weird, Matt, because you know what? There's no better feeling than feeling healthy and your memory or firing on all cylinders and everything working properly. But every time we feel good, what do we want to do? A lot of us and people like me is we want to run. Oh, I feel good today. Oh, let's have a drink. You know what I mean? Let's have a drink and stand around and talk. And that's terrible because, you know, my body's just got, I'm back online again. I'm getting everything back on. I'm sleeping better. I'm thinking better. Everything's working much better, basically. And because everything's working better and I feel good, I want to go and destroy myself. And that's what most people do. Most people do. You're one of the very rare exceptions when it comes to that sort of thing, Matt. Very rare.
Really? Oh yeah, man. I, I got addicted to um, health a long time ago, and I now realize that how much it benefits other people to know the information that I have. Like I was just doing it for
Yeah.
myself. Honestly, I only cared about it improving my sports performance. But now you would be shocked at how much it helps people with diseases, um,
Yeah.
prevention.
Well, I know one guy that had cancer, and he and I saw this on YouTube, and he said, "Well, the cancer diet didn't save my friend's life." He said well, before he was on the cancer diet, he was on massive pain all the time, all over his body, and he started on the cancer diet, eating fruit and vegetables and just raw things, and like you do. And he said his pain almost completely went away. I mean, he still died, but he had a very, very, it was a lot more comfortable on the diet. So what does that tell you? When you've got cancer, you eat your normal diet, and you're just as sick and in pain all the time, and you eat what you're meant to eat, what the Bible tells us to eat healthy and fresh, and don't take drugs or chemicals or whatever. And you know what I'm saying anyway. So
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Somebody said I got
it's
hooked on Flintstone vitamins. Yeah, well, that would be funny because they did actually taste good, and I do remember eating them. But I think I would have killed myself because of the iron content in them is quite high. But here's the thing. Here's a biblical perspective as well. Not only is fasting very good for you, but did you know Daniel actually talked about what he was prescribed to eat, and he refused, and he ate plants, and it made him smarter. But also check this out. If you think about it, the if you look at some of the geniuses that lived in our time, look up who they were and what they eat, and you will find the geniuses were vegetarians. And if we actually look, they did a massive study on vegans versus the regular diets in Europe, and they found that on average, they were about 10 points higher on an IQ test. So look up geniuses that are vegetarian, and you'll see what was mentioned in the Old Testament from Daniel, and you'll see what actually lines up. It's pretty incredible. We have Einstein. There's Leonardo da Vinci, Sir Isaac Newton, Brian Greene. He's more recent. Thomas Edison, Gandhi. Look up some of these people. You'll be absolutely shocked. What is it? Steve Jobs. Uh, Man, Benjamin Franklin. I mean, Matt, quick opinion on Pastor Anderson. I think Pastor Anderson learned to be an absolute troll, and that is what you need to be famous today. That is it.
yeah,
That guy will say anything to get famous, and I should be doing
yeah,
the same. But I think that it's a little harder to kind of drop those. What do you think, Jason? It's hard to drop that kind of guard up and just say anything, right? It's hard to
yeah,
say what makes you famous. I could go outside today and say, I think that atheists need to be thrown off buildings like they do in Islam, and gay is a choice. And boom, I would get hundreds of thousands of views to my channel right now just by saying that. So he's
yeah,
that I can say outrageous things, and I'm just going to
yeah,
get popular for doing it.
yeah.
Now,
I don't think it's a good idea to do that.
yeah, if you want to, all the power to you. You know what I mean? There's people that do it in
Yeah,
every single fashion that there is. If you go into the health community, you're going to find a guy by the name of Durian Writer. He does the same thing. He's very outspoken and he says outrageous things, and he's very, very popular. But he doesn't know anything about health. Matter of fact, he's ruined his own health. But he's extremely popular. So it's not about what's right or what's wrong. It's about how popular can you get nowadays? That's what seems to be the main goal. If you want to be popular, say outrageous things. It doesn't matter what your doctrinal belief is.
no, no, because Anderson is very highly educated, and he studied under a lot of famous people and stuff like that. But that gets taken away a little bit when you carry on like that. I mean, you'll never be fully taken seriously.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
The
You're right.
live
Lose
the
credibility.
live stream seems to have stopped. Oh no, it's only on my phone. Hang on, I know what it is. I know what
Oh,
it is. It's not stopped.
I was like,
There it is.
we
No,
break?
it's my browser freezes every now and then, and I have to back out of it and go back in. Yeah, to get it back. Sorry.
No problem. Uh, yeah, there's so much to talk about, man. I know I'm not used to going live, but I figure rather than just calling you up and talking to you guys on the phone, let's just go live sometime, right? It's fun.
Well, yeah, because it can be. You can always take it down again, and yeah, no, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's we think of certain things, but what were we talking about before? We were talking about basically genetic entropy. Um, some people say that it's hard to see, but it might be hard to see in real time. But let's like if you go back to the ancient DNA and stuff like that, then you can see that it's that humans were less mutated and less sick back then than they are today, with some exceptions. You know, you had the interbreeding, small groups that would interbreed and become deformed. I mean, most of these bones that they're holding up as transitionals too are just diseased humans, which is really, unfortunate. It's like that they find a diseased bone instead of researching. I'm sure they could just, if they looked into it properly and with an open mind, that they'd see that it was a diseased bone. But because they want to see what they want to see, they'll see a transition between an ape and a human, a bone that's not quite right. But yeah, putting up diseased bones for people as evidence for transitions is just putrid.
Oh, I know. Yeah, isn't that sad? Like, kids are at the mercy of whatever adults tell them to. And when you're handed a single book and given a test that you can only answer out of the book from, you've already been limited on what you've been told to be true, right? Mm.
Yeah.
And so,
I
right,
know what I'm like. Even though I'd cop whack hidings at school from the teacher and that with canes and that, if I knew about this stuff, I would have put all the creation answers in there just to piss my teacher off, and get whacked in front of the class. But I would have done it. I would have, because see, that's right. Because when I was told that stuff, I just automatically assumed that it was all, that adults wouldn't lie to you and that it's all true. And yeah,
right. Yeah, I know. Well, I told Matt Powell when he was here, I said this is one of the biggest problems is you go from a math class, which is absolutely true, because 2 plus 2 is always 4, and then you pop over to an evolutionary class and they're like, a fish turned into a human. And you're like, oh, I guess that's true too. 2 plus 2 is 4, right? So I guess a fish.
yeah,
So you're taught something that's true right next to something that's just an assumption, and they don't even tell you like, hey, there's another possibility, or maybe there might be another idea out there. No, they don't tell you that. It's one way or you get an F. Matter of fact, if they even find out that you're a Christian, you better be putting down evolutionary answers. So you know what I mean? It's really
yeah.
like student to get anywhere in secular school. Like I'm glad I was
Oh,
raised in
I
evolution.
wouldn't.
I would have failed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, when I left school, I was basically literate anyway. If I had have known the stuff that I know now, I would have just, even though I knew I was going to get in trouble, I would have said, well, that's not true, and here's the truth, and I'm not going to put down a lie, whether I fail or not. I'd just put it down that way, whether I got hit with a stick or caned or whatever. I used to stand up in front of the class, and the teacher used to whack me across the back of the legs with a meter long ruler, like, and she'd say every time if you scratch yourself, she'd come up and whack you, put a little cross on the chalkboard and make your nose sit on it, and then come up and whack you across the back of the legs again. And Mrs. Keogh was her name. And and I used to just deliberately scratch myself and get whacked, and I'd have the whole class there going, "Yay!" I would have been one of those kids that would have rebelled against evolution if I had known about it. I would have. I would have done it just to piss the teachers off, but at the same time, I would have learnt, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if I learnt the stuff that we know now, that I know 100%, I would have been a Christian, a devout Christian, all my life.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think I would have too. I don't know. We were open, I bet. You know what I mean? I wouldn't ever classify us as an atheist. I know atheists are going to say it's just a lack of belief. No, I'm sorry, that's agnostic. Agnostics are people
Yeah,
open-minded and lack belief. You've already made up your mind if you're an atheist. So because you're already using the label, right? So of course you've already made up your mind. Nobody labels themselves by what they don't believe in. So you're obviously labeling yourself that you don't believe in God because you've already made up your mind. So I never even knew what the word atheist even was, probably. So I would have been like open to the option when I was younger, because it makes sense that you wouldn't just write something off without any an investigation of it at all, right? So
yeah, yeah. No, I just wish that we had an option. Like, I wish that they had it in the textbooks. You know, maybe the evolution story and the creation story side by side, and on each issue. That if I was dictator of this country, I'd just get rid of evolution altogether. But if I had no choice, if I could only have the choice of evolution or evolution and creation, I'd make it that evolution was taught right. Every evolutionary point that was brought up, you've got to put the counterpoint in there for creation, or the best creationist counterpoint. And I guarantee you, if they were honest and they did that in all the textbooks, that 90% of students, or at least 80% of them, would be creationists.
yeah.
Whereas now they're just turning out little evolutionists.
Yeah, well, the problem is evolution only won in court. It didn't win in the laboratory. So everybody believes it because of that court case. Could you imagine if Dr. Jensen was at that court case? Evolution would have never gone anywhere. And 99% of every scientist in the world would be publishing evidence for creation, and it would be overwhelmingly on our side right now. Because, we're fighting against 99% of the evolutionary scientists right now, and we're still doing good and we're still winning. Imagine if 99% of them were taught only, like, hey, the earth
Oh,
is.
imagine how
Oh,
fast science would progress. Just imagine, man. Just imagine how much scientific advancement we would have had now if it wasn't the evolution, handcuffs on. It handcuffs you, because you've got to, if you can't find a scientific answer for something, you've got to make up a philosophical load of garbage to fill in for that spot. So if we were truly open to scientific advancement the way science is meant to be, and we just followed the line of evidence wherever it led, instead of, like, 6,000 years for mtDNA Eve can't be true, mitochondrial Eve can't be true, because we know that evolution is true and the Bible's false. So they go out and they spend 10 whole years, 10 years, fudging with trying different things and different equations, and this doesn't work, and that doesn't work, and that doesn't work, and this doesn't work. And 10 years, after 10 years of messing with the data, they come up with their version of mtDNA Eve by changing everything, not looking at what's actually there, because they say, oh, it must have been different in the past, because we know evolution is true. That makes me really, really freaking angry. They're teaching, yeah.
no, I agree totally. Matter of fact, that's why we bring it up as an argument all the time, because we want to show how biased our opponents actually are, and literally make them say out loud, well, yeah, it is what we see, but it wasn't what it was. See what I mean? They
Yeah,
really have to say it was different, even though we have zero evidence for it.
yeah, yeah. No transitionals, not one, not one. You've got Tiktaalik. Now, I've eaten many fish in my life. I've literally caught thousands upon thousands upon thousands of fish in my life. I used to fish every day for 8 years, and all different types of fish, all different types. I've been out on trawlers. I've been at fish have shoulder blades. They have a type of, like, those little shouldery sort of blade things that look like shoulder blades on Tiktaalik.
Yeah.
Well, fish actually have those in their, go and buy a fish at the fish market, like a big flathead. What we call a flathead, an Australian flathead. You might call it some other name over there, but go and buy a flathead. Go and buy one of those big long flat fish and cook it, and then have a look at the bones up around there. You'll find the bones are pretty similar. And they say, well, because of that, the way they've chipped the bones away around Tiktaalik, or chipped the rock away, I should say, around Tiktaalik, just behind its head. Well, that makes it look like more of like a neck bone sort of thing, configuration. The way that they've chipped it away, the rock and everything, trying to make it look like it's just a fish. It's just a lobe-finned fish. We've got lobe-finned fish that live in the deep ocean, in the deep sea, that look so weird. They look like they're actually walking around on legs, but they live thousands of meters below the surface. You know, they're nowhere near land, and they're nowhere near, you know, growing legs so they can walk up on the shoreline in the you know what I mean? It's like, can you imagine if I'd love people, just go and Google lobe fin fish and go through the photos until you find what I'm talking about. You'll see it. And it's just standing there like on legs. Can you imagine if that fish was extinct today? Can you imagine if it was extinct today and they only found that fish in the fossil record? Oh, mate, the fairy tales that would be going on about that. You know, it's just like, you've just got to look around you and look at the animals today. When they say there's some transitional, go and have a look at the animals, the weird animals we've got today. Like they found platypus teeth in South America. So there goes their platypuses are only evolved in Australia narrative. It's just all these different things. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. It's just anyway, I'll shut up.
No, we totally agree. And the Tiktaalik is just one of their favorite examples. It's kind of like they only have a handful. Remember, it's whale evolution, it's Tiktaalik, it's the butterflies, and I think there's one more that they always go to. There's one in particular, but those are their three top favorites. Which is funny because they need a lot of examples and they really just don't have anything. If those are their best examples and they're so easily refuted, it should really make the critic wonder, like, well, why don't we have more? And then
you've got 18 million years beforehand. You've got the amphibian footprints 18 million years before Tiktaalik. So there goes Tiktaalik. Tiktaalik was just a lobe-fin fish. We don't know whether it lived in the deep ocean, whether it lived on the shorelines. We don't know. And also with the coelacanth first appeared 280 million years ago, so they say, and then went extinct 70 million years ago. So it went through 200 and something million years where it didn't evolve at all during massive bottlenecks and climatic conditions where there was volcanoes and the oceans were deprived of oxygen and it survived, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, I lost track of what I was saying. It's one of those stupid bloody memory. My memory's getting better though as I get better, but it's still, yeah.
Good. Here, check this out. I wanted to share this with everybody because somebody told me, come over to Ken Hoven's channel. There's two people that are constantly bombarding his channel. So I did, and I'm going to share that conversation I had with everybody right now. So I'm going to share screens, and boom. So everyone should see what I'm seeing now. And I'm going to full screen this.
Yeah.
Maybe I can enlarge it even more. Sure. So this wasn't him at the top. This was a Christian who made a comment. He said, evolution taught us that we are mindless animals. The Bible taught us we are not mindless animals, but a being that has been fallen to sin, and we need to repent from it. Apes are mindless. Their brain is only focused on banana, and they are very gluttonous eaters of bananas. And if you think that your ancestors was an ape or monkeys, you should be eating a lot of bananas by now. He said, funny. And then they come to the critics. These are the two guys right here. Whirling Dervish says, funny, when the Bible makes people like yourself so mindless then. So just a condescending remark. And then the next one, another condescending remark. I eat a lot of bananas. I love them. So by your logic, evolution is true. Sorted. So I said, I guess that explains why you act like an ape. Slam some more bananas and rot your teeth out, super genius. I stole that super genius from you, by the way. That really seems weird.
It's like the YouTube for a long time they were taking that away, like taking it down when I said super genius, but they realized they can't stop me from saying that because it's not a swear word. But anyway, go on.
I know it's not a swear word at all. It's just super genius. I said at least you're buying bananas rather than bullets for yourself, like most atheists are.
Yeah.
Then you got explain why you're science illiterate. Liar. He spelled liar wrong, so it would probably go through. Oh, right. It's probably because you have the science illiterate parents. I said, prove to everyone right now you know the first thing about what you're arguing about. Post a single current young Earth creationist prediction. Go ahead. And then I say the same thing applies to you, super genius. Prove to everyone you know the first thing about what you're arguing against as well. Name a single current young Earth creationist prediction. Nothing. Predictions are nonsense. Oh, predictions are nonsense, are they? Really? That's all evolution says that matters is predictions. Okay. So do I win a banana? I'll help you with your thinking skills if you want. I said, oh, what a shocker. How did I know you knew nothing? Now, where's your boyfriend? Still Googling, I guess, expecting to hope to find an answer. You guys are a joke. And I said, whirling dervish, nice for you spamming nonsense everywhere. And then dead silence when asked of very first questions. So something you should actually know, right? So he couldn't even reply. So they're condescending remarks and they can't even reply to me. I goes, well, Mr. Science Illiterate, one prediction of young Earth creation would be the existence and evidence of philophony in the animal kingdom. He said, there are lots of, there are literally dozens of predictions made by that the young Earth creationists believe in this world that entail that even if you arbitrarily exclude some predictions and pertain to the that aren't young Earth creationist versions of reality, young Earth philophony would still fail at every single prediction it made. And then the guy comes back and goes, apes are mindless. And then so I said, bravo. Oh, I should have opened it up. Look at that. I didn't even open it. I said, bravo. Yeah. So now you have given a prediction of the past regarding cladistics when I clearly said in full caps, a current prediction. So not only are you unable to grasp a basic question, I guess this explains why you teach mentally crippled children, because that's what he said in another comment thread. He goes, I'm a teacher. Yeah. And then the critic said, well, where do you teach? He goes, well, I teach at this school. They said that's a school for mentally handicapped kids. He goes, yeah, well, I'm still a teacher. So I made that. And then I said, all that hand waving, I can feel the wind. And now you're making it even more statements about something you don't even know. So basically what I was getting at is that I told him, give me a current prediction. He made an ancient prediction because remember, cladistics was actually formed by a creationist, not an evolutionist. The classification model was formatted by a young Earth creationist. Evolution took it and said, we own it now. And then he said that it was a prediction. First of all, it's not a prediction at all. It was a classification scheme. It's not a prediction. And then secondly, he said it was a prediction that we made up that's been falsified as wrong. What are you talking about? If it's wrong, you wouldn't be using it, would you? So these guys don't know the first thing about what they're saying at all. And then they finally just left. Like they didn't even want to comment anymore. So they just went on their tirade with other people. So I had to share that because these idiots are just so condescending, but they don't know the first thing about creation at all. They're just ranting in the comments section about evolution because they're trying to drive away new Christians. This is how I figured out to get them off of my channel. I blocked comments. And they don't care. They don't want to be part. They don't unless they can leave.
No, they don't.
Stupidity for other people to see. They don't want to be here. Where are they now? They're watching. They don't want to comment. You know what I mean? They don't want to have an argument. They don't want to be pulled in and debate on something.
And they know that doesn't matter how unscientific their question is or how stupid their answer is, as long as they have the last answer, no matter how stupid it is, the last word, then they know that 99% of people are going to come along and see that the evolutionist had the last word, so the creationist mustn't know what they're talking about. And that's their ultimate goal, is not to actually, learn anything or anything. It's just there to be basically like Satan, an adversary. Just for the sake of being an adversary, not for any rhyme or reason. They're insane.
Oh, for sure. Exactly. Imagine somebody came over to you and said, I know that you believe in gravity, but I have another theory of gravity, and it explains it differently. You see, you're already listening to me, right? What if I told you that that the sun doesn't produce heat and I can prove it? You'd be like, okay, well, do it. You wouldn't say, shut your mouth. You're such an idiot. I can't even begin to explain how stupid you are. And then I say, okay, well, why don't you go outside of our atmosphere and hold your hand out? Do you feel the heat from the sun? No, it freezes. It instantly freezes your hand, right? So why is space so cold if the sun's producing heat? Why doesn't heat produce in the same amount that it does on Earth that it does in space? So it's just another concept that I'm throwing at you. Obviously not true, but I'm just saying, like, easily I can give you an argument that would make you critically think, well, maybe there is some weight to it. The evolutionist doesn't do that. They go, you don't have a model and evolution is a fact. You see what I mean? What are you talking about? We have a model and no theory can be a fact, because if it's a fact, it can no longer be a theory. See what I mean? You can't have it both ways. If it's a fact, it's no longer a theory, because if it's unfalsifiable, it can't be a theory. Evolution is method. It has to be a theory. It's just so idiotic. Anytime, our fans, anytime you ever hear somebody say evolution is a fact and it's a 100% true, remind them they don't know what they're talking about, because no theory could ever be that, ever, because a theory has to be falsifiable. If it moves from a theory, it gets better and it gets moved up to a law, but even a law can be changed. Remember, they're overriding the theory of gravity right now. So obviously it's not a fact. It's just, we know for the most simplistic concepts of gravity that mass attracts mass, but still today it can be changed at any moment because new evidence can arise that can invalidate the theory. And the same thing happens with evolution. It's just a theory. And when I say it's just a theory, I mean it in the vernacular sense, which means that most people realize that when you say it's a theory, it can easily be overturned. And only the evolutionists in their mind have made up the concept that, like, oh, well, no, it's a fact. It's true because we see evolution happening. That's equivocation. And what I mean by that is their teacher told them, we see evolution happening in the lab. And then they gave a couple examples of how a butterfly wings change color, and that's enough for them. So the kid imagined and envisions, oh, bacteria turn into humans over millions of years. So they're swindling it to kids. That's what's going on. They don't actually have verifiable evidence. Matter of fact, they have the opposite of the evidence that they need, because the two longest and best experiments that ever existed to prove evolution are the Linsky experiment and the eukaryotic experiment, and they still remain bacteria. They backed themselves into corners. They threw up multiple genes, and the only thing that ever went up is fitness because of epigenetics. So evolution's through. It's dead in the water, guys.
Yeah. Hey, what's that guy that's interviewing me today? What's his channel name again? I keep forgetting his channel name.
It's Conflict, spelled K-H.
Conflict, that's it.
Yes. And then add 34 right after without a space. It's Conflict.
K-H-O-N-F-L-I-C-T. Conflict.
34. 34.
34. Conflict 34. K-H-O-N. Yeah, sort of like that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so he's thinking of trying to join us now. He's trying to get download the StreamYards or trying to sign up to it now to join in. So
right.
Yeah, so he just told me that. So yeah.
Wait, who is? Oh, he wants to join. Oh,
yeah.
Well, I sent the link to our.
I sent him a link.
Okay, yeah.
I sent him a link. I gave him a link as well, and he's just said he's downloading something to try and join. So yeah, probably the StreamYards app or something like that.
They ripped him off big time, by the way. He went to sign up for a month and he paid for a year. They ripped him off big time. He paid $270 on accident. They didn't even tell him what the price would be. They're like, hit confirm. And he hit confirm. It says, there's your receipt, $270. Thanks for signing up. They got him good.
That's bad, man.
It is.
Well, he should put in a claim. And you shouldn't pay for things like that. Only pay for them via PayPal. If they don't have a PayPal link there to pay for it, then don't buy it. And the good thing is with PayPal, if he did that and said, well, I was misled to thinking this was going to be a month, not a year, well, PayPal would instantly refund his money.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, he's backstage. Yeah. What's going on, Conflict?
What's up, guys?
You made it. Heck yeah. We're just chit-chatting. We're just going on about things.
General stuff.
The new video that got uploaded.
Anything you want to bring up, just bring it up, man.
Yeah. Just came in here real quick, see what's going on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've been going live recently. No real reason except for I don't get an opportunity like I used to. I used to be able to have my nights free. And so I used to be able to go on with Team Standing for Truth or go have a debate. But now I'm pretty much, I can't do anything till about 4 or 5. So I try to go on early now. Oh, Goose.
Yeah, Rugrat. It's all the Rugrats' fault.
For sure, man.
And his son's always there. He's like about 8 months old now, and he's there always trying to give his dad advice while he's live. You know, like, no, that's wrong, Dad. That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about the video. I didn't even get a chance to watch it yet. I made a video for the channel Standing for Truth on Contested Bones, the book that was written. And so I uploaded that, and then I started working on the next part 3 on dinosaurs and humans for Donnie Dino, his 3-part series. And so I was making that, and then I just figured, you know what, why not go live? It's always fun to just get with everybody and chat about random things.
Right.
So, here we are. And I haven't really been going through the comment section recently, so I can scroll up. Let me see real quick. Maybe we can all answer this together. Pastor Anderson is good. Sorry, guys. Hold on one second.
Oh, you're good.
Here we go. I've got, oh wait, there's actually 2 questions. Have I talked about 5G and the retrobate doctrine about, do we believe in his interpretation of scripture? He's talking about Pastor Anderson, by the way, conflict. So I'll leave that question up there as I talk about 5G, and then we'll answer Ray's. A lot's going on. Okay, 5G. 5G, for those of you that are like, what the hell is 5G? 5G is like the upgrade to 4G. Right now, we're on the wireless effects of 4G. So 5G is the enhanced version of that. Way faster, way faster. But the fear of 5G is that because it's like everything, it's a low frequency, that 5G is going to be worse because it's a higher frequency. And so the side effects are, we just don't really know yet. And the side effects of 5G could be detrimental to our genes and our blood and what's going on physiologically. We already have lots of radiation going on around us, not just from the sun, but low frequency things going on from computers to Wi-Fi. So if they're keep upgrading these things and they keep getting stronger, what's going to be the point when they're going to start causing cancer? So for example, we know that when people carry their phones in their wallet, or I'm sorry, in their pocket, that side of their body actually has a lower bone density after doing it for years. So there's some frequency that the phone is giving out that's actually being detrimental to your bone. And then they found out that people that use their cell phones a lot have higher incidences of brain cancer because they're holding the phone next to their head all the time. So they're worried that 5G might be a huge detriment to the genome after a certain amount of time, because you don't even have to use any device. The 5G is just going through your walls, going into you and causing more cancer. So it's just a, Rob Carter has a good article on 5G. So for anybody that wants to listen to that, Rob Carter, George Bond just said that in the live chat. And here's that name right there. So, hey, Praise, what's going on?
I just basically believe this with gays, if they want to repent and turn away from their lifestyle and their sin and believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and they can be saved. I don't think Dr. Anderson believes that. I think that he believes that I've heard stuff tossed around that it's an insult to the Holy Spirit, all sorts, that they can't be forgiven, that they can only be forgiven after they're killed and after their death and all this sort of stuff. You know, I don't know which one exactly he believes, but I certainly don't believe what he believes. It makes me really angry, because Jesus Christ said, I don't like gays. I don't like their lifestyle one little bit, but Jesus said, if any man come unto me, in no way wise will I turn him out. And it said any man. He didn't say some men, you know, but any man except these guys over here, this group of people. He said any man comes unto me, in no wise will I turn him out. So yeah, they can be saved. Of course they can. I don't believe that. Do this bullshit that it makes me really angry, that they're unsavable and stuff like that. Well, that just goes against Christianity. But anyway, I mean, if they want to believe that, then good luck to them. I mean, I'm not going to hate on Anderson for thinking like that, because a lot of what he thinks is actually biblical and scriptural. But you know, some things I just little things like, you know, I don't know if I think he doesn't believe that they can be saved, and I think that's wrong.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think it's it's a really deep conversation. Something that you'd really have to unfold. You know, it's like an onion. You'd have to unlayer it, and everyone's definition and their view on one thing may be correct. You know, and
Yeah.
And then we could turn around and then look at another verse. You know, like Jesus also said, you know, that it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle, you know, and then after, you know, they're like, well, then who could make it? Well, with God, anything's possible, you know. So just in that verse right there, it's kind of confusing, you know, at first, and then you hear that. But you could also just go off of Jesus just saying, go and sin no more, you know. So he's trying to tell us not to sin anymore.
Which is impossible.
Exactly. I mean,
but
it is. And it's a free gift. I totally agree. I think this probably has to go into the whole heart thing again. It's where your heart is. So, you know, I think we all agree that
that's right.
One thing that
that's right.
would separate us all, and it would be the heart. So, you know, if I were to, for instance, I love my daughter, but you know, I wouldn't, if I'm going to sit here and do things that show otherwise, that I don't love my daughter, then I'm really not loving my daughter, then am I? You know, so I think we have to take that into account. And again, it's an onion. It's a huge layer that would need to be broken down. It might actually be a great topic altogether that could be talked about for probably hours.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Guzman, how's it going, man?
Doing pretty well. Well, I'm not going to tell you what we were doing today, but you know, I heard we were talking about the reprobate doctrine for the past 10 minutes, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we were just talking about whatever, and then what happened is the comments came in and they got moved to that. And since this is just a random show, who cares what we talk about, right? So
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, well,
can
I give my opinion on it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you just had a debate on it, so it's fresh in your mind right now. So go ahead, man.
Yeah, I actually had a debate on whether or not the New Testament condones the death penalty. So, yeah, I do believe in the reprobate doctrine. But you know, I do believe that there are certain people who can no longer get saved. That is not only confined to, you know, homosexuals, but it's also pedophiles and I mean, somebody who doesn't. Basically, a reprobate is someone who rejects God, and God basically rejects him for rejecting him over and over and over and over again. You know, it's explained in Romans chapter 1. It says God gave them up, God gave them over, and then one last time it says God gave them up because they rejected God, and God rejected them. And so that's my opinion on it. So let's think. Let's think for a minute. Let's put ourselves in a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Let's say a homosexual says that they believe the right doctrine. They believe, you know, the gospel of Jesus Christ. They believe in once saved, always saved. They believe in the King James Bible only. They believe all these different things, right? That you need to believe to be saved, right? If they do say that, only God knows their heart. But let's take this hypothetical. Now, I'm not saying this has ever happened, but let's take the hypothetical. Let's say we can look in their heart for a minute, and they actually do believe that. Then I would basically say, well, that person was not, you know, homosexual. Maybe they were just someone that was confused. You know, maybe something happened to them in their course of life. You know, in order to become like a practicing homosexual, you need to be rejected by God. And that only happens when you reject his gospel and you reject his word. You reject it, you reject it, you reject it. Now, I'm not putting a number on it, how many times you could reject it.
Maybe it's not that. It's also, Guzman, it's that God could see all things from the beginning of the creation.
Right.
So basically, he knows who was going to come to him in the end and who isn't. So when he's giving up people, I wouldn't say that he's actually just giving them up. It's more of a sense that they're giving up themselves, and that he can see right till the last moment they take their last breath that they're not going to come to him. So there would be lots of people like that.
Yeah, well, there are also, if you read in 2 Timothy 3, I think that's 2 Timothy 3. Let me look it up really quickly.
But it doesn't interfere with free will either. That's
right. Yeah,
God gave everybody free will. It's just that he can see everything that you're ever going to say or ever going to do from the beginning of the creation. So he knows.
And people sometimes think like this reprobate doctrine is Calvinism. No, it's not Calvinism. I mean, the Calvinists probably stole it at some point, but it's not Calvinism, and Pastor Anderson didn't invent it. You see in 2 Timothy 3:16, the Bible says all Scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. If you go to IFB Church, they'll quote that over and over and over and over again, like crazy.
Yeah.
They'll quote it a ton. But they won't actually quote this part of the chapter very much. It says in verse 1, it says, "This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof, from such turn away. For of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins, led away with divers lusts." And then it says in verse 7, it says, "Ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth." So let's say you were trying to witness to a what I would call reprobate. Let's just,
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Let's say you try to witness to them.
Yep.
You witness to them, and you witness to them, and you witness to them over and over and over again. I'm not saying they're not learning. They're probably learning your doctrine pretty well. And at the end of your questions, they'll probably give you all the right answers.
Yeah.
But according to verse 7, it says, "Ever learning." They can learn forever. They can learn every single doctrine that you believe in. They can learn every single verse in the Bible, but they will never be able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Tell me something. When you, and this is for not just for you, this is for people out there. Whenever you, have you ever had a time in your life when you thought somebody believed in you that you found out later didn't, and that really hurt? You thought that they believed that you're a, I don't know if you have because you're young, but but I think just about everybody that hits the age of 20 or 30 has had that sort of experience, and even younger. So God could see it hurts God when they don't believe in him, and they say nasty things and try to do everything. And it's one thing I noticed about people like that is that they'll look in the Bible and they'll say, "Oh, the Bible says not to do this, this, and that. Well, let's go out and try to do the things it says not to do to our best ability." So yeah. And people like that, and because I think it's more to do with myself that God saw from the beginning of the creation which ones would and which ones wouldn't. So it's not necessarily that he gave them up; it's that they gave him up, and he just went, okay, well, that's the way you want it, then fine. But I still, yeah.
I'll read Romans 1 to you in a minute, but quick detour. RawMatt, Praise says he's at backstage. Maybe he wants to come in. I think he wants to come in.
Yeah.
There you
go.
Oh, there you go.
Watching my screen.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, Praise.
Wow, this is the biggest group I've ever had. I feel like we got
RawMatt.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Praise.
Yeah, I seen a comment about me saying like some about reprobates or no gays because God gave them up. I never said that. When did I ever say that?
Did somebody say that?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, no, they look. It's just a simple thing to get off the subject. It's look, if they really wanted to change their lifestyle and get away from that lifestyle and believe on God, then sure enough. I mean, then I think that they could if they wanted to, but I don't think most of them ever will, and God knows that. So I think it's got more to do with He's just said, fine, I can see that you're never going to come to me. I'm just banging my head against a brick wall. So go and have your little demons and your Satan, and go and have your fun with them, and go live with them.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I compare it to like being like an alcoholic. Once you become an alcoholic, it's sort of hard to quit. But if you are really determined to quit, you can quit. But that doesn't mean you're saved. It doesn't mean you're going to heaven if you quit alcohol. So let's say there is somebody, a homosexual. They say, well, I quit homosexuality, and they genuinely quit homosexuality. That is no reason to think they are saved. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, okay, that's right. That's true. But that's true of a lot of people too. I mean, really, if you really want to get down into it, you could say that God is the only one that knows who truly is saved and who truly isn't. I mean, He really is the only one that knows for certain. Yeah. I mean, people can say that I'm saved and all that, and they may be, and they've followed everything in the Bible that they possibly can to become saved, and they may be, but God is the only one that can see in our hearts, and He can see deep down in our hearts. If we truly believe deep down, He's the only one that can see that. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of Christians out there that say that they believe, but don't really believe. All the YEC that get into creation science, I believe, truly believe, but there's a lot that don't. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Right. Hey guys, I know you brought up your hypothetical, so I just want to touch on that a little bit. I know you brought up the homosexual. I just want to clarify, and hopefully everyone else understands. It really doesn't matter what the sin we're talking about. I mean, it could be a homosexual. It could be I was an alcoholic. It could be anything. It could be lying. It could be whatever the case may be. That's not what actually is the case that would damn your soul, quote unquote. It's actually the definition that's saying that it's already known that you will not change. I mean, you have no will to change. You don't want to change. So in that instance, I mean, it's
no, they don't want to change
something. If someone's not going to change, it's the heart thing. I'm sure there's a lot of Christians even right now that that would even Jesus said, there's people that think they're going to be going to heaven like the Pharisees.
That's right.
But they're following the devil. They think they're almighty and they think they're doing the right things and just things, but their heart's not in it. So I think
I think it's once you become
to the Christian, to non-Christians, it's to all of us. So, and just like Jason was saying, man, it's only God knows these things, and we're not supposed to be judgmental at all about that stuff. No matter what the sin is, because we've got to realize ourselves that we sin just in a different way. So all we can do is help each other. All we can do is. We're supposed to actually tell each other our sins and pray for one another. I mean, who's really doing that anymore? Who's actually going to their Christian brother or sister and saying, look, I've been doing this and I really don't want to, and I need help. Who's really doing that anymore?
Yeah, no one.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly bring up for the audience's sake, if it's pretty easy to distinguish the Pharisees from the Sadducees, because the Pharisees believed, in the resurrection, and the Sadducees didn't, so they were Sadducee, but but yeah, back to the reprobate thing. I want to get Praise's opinion on this, but the Bible does say that God gives up some people. The Bible says in Romans 1:27 it says, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, if that's not HOMO sexuality, I don't know what it is, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which was meat. And verse 28 is the key. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things
Yeah.
that are convenient. So in verse 28, it's basically saying, just like how these people didn't want to retain God in their knowledge, God said, I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you up, I'm going to give you over, and then I'm going to give you up. It says that 3 times in the book of Romans. Give up, give over, give up. And people want to say, well, I just can't give up on these guys. And it's like, well, God gave them up.
Well, yeah, I know, but I have a friend who claims to be a Christian and believes in the resurrection and all that sort of stuff, but an ex-friend, but he spends his entire time backbiting and stabbing people in the back. He's a backbiter, like a full-on backbiter to everybody. Go way too far. And but see, the problem is, and this is my point, he keeps claiming that he's a Christian and telling everybody that he's a Christian and he has the Holy Spirit, and he even claims that the Holy Spirit talks to him, but has spoken to him before once, that he's admitted it to me. But he look, when I'm telling him, I've told him the truth about certain things, different things, hundreds of different things, hundreds of times. And every single time I tell him the truth, that is the actual truth, not the truth as I believe it, or the truth as the majority believe, but the actual truth, and I know I'm telling him the truth about something, not once did he ever believe me when I'm telling the truth. And I'm thinking that, okay, sometimes I might have got some little things wrong, but there was a lot of times when I was telling the outright, just the facts of the way it is, and he doesn't believe. And I'm thinking, God's about truth, and this guy can never, ever, ever see the truth. Is he saved? Is he really got the Holy Spirit with him? I can understand some people get some things wrong sometimes, but he just gets it wrong all the time, constantly disbelieving the truth. And I'm just thinking, well, maybe that's not, someone that God might have given up on him too. Who knows? Because he seems to just spend his life trying to destroy people's lives. He takes delight. One guy committed suicide and all this sort of stuff because of the things that he's done. And I don't believe he's saved myself. I believe that he's got tumors growing in all parts of his body. He's got all these sicknesses. He's got brain cysts. He's got pussy boils, with brown pussy boils that grow out of his skin. He gets all of these things, constant health problems, non-stop mountains and mountains of health problems, and never believes the truth, but calls himself a Christian. Well, and he hates gays, so I'm thinking that he's not saved myself. If somebody's,
sorry to interrupt, but what kind of doctrines doesn't he get? Like, what are some examples of some doctrines?
He doesn't believe in the Trinity. He believes in,
that's salvation impacting. If you're gonna deny the eternal sonship of Jesus Christ, then you're not saved.
Well, that's that. I don't know, but all I know is that when I tell him the truth about like when we were talking, I mean, we got to a point where he just disagreed with me on the littlest thing, and I just start screaming like a maniac at him. I can't talk to him anymore. He's insane. I just literally just scream and rant and rave, like I'd go off my head. I'd say, mate, this is like 2,795,000th time I've told you something where you've just outright disagreed with me and said I'm wrong. When I'm not wrong, mate, I'm right. And you can't see the truth, yet you say you've got the Holy Spirit with you and you're walking lockstep with God and all this sort of stuff. And come on, mate, you know what I mean? Like, you're not a Christian. You say you are, but every single person he has anything to do with, this person, anything he has anything to do with, anybody, they all end up hating Christianity. Spitting hatred at Jesus and God on YouTube because he like one guy was trying to commit adultery, or maybe he was just acting up to make himself look big, in front of people, playing up to women. But he told the missus, which, okay, sort of I'd stayed out of it myself, but fair enough. He told the missus, but he went too far. he like when it's then when the missus dumped him, that he got upset, right? So what does he want to do? He wants to go talk to his person who he thinks is his friend. And when your missus drops you or kicks you out, you're heartbroken. So you say a lot of things you really don't mean when you're upset. Everybody says angry things when they're upset that they don't mean. Like mothers say, I'm going to kill you, you little bastard, when I get you. You're dead. You are dead, son. You know what I mean? And do they mean it? You know what I mean? But what happens is this guy records this guy while he's in his weakest moment and then goes and plays it to the authorities and the missus. The next minute he's got people there. The child services won't allow him to be with his kids alone. But this guy's built like a gorilla. This guy's massive, mate. My friend's 7 foot tall, and this guy's bigger than my friend. You know what I mean? He's giant. And if he went off, he's schizophrenic, and he's a real wimpy, acts wimpy and softy. But I know schizophrenics personally, lots of them, real schizophrenics, real psychotic people, and they are bloody dangerous, mate. I met 2 coppers once that had arms the size of the tops of your legs, and massive bull necks, bodybuilders, and they said, we had a guy smaller than you, like they said, like way smaller than you, like little guy, and he went off his head, and us 2 had trouble holding him down. And this guy's built like a silverback gorilla, you know what I mean? You know, if he went off his head, I reckon 9 bullets take 20 bullets to stop him, you know. But the thing is, the point is that he gets in there and he just destroys. He goes above and beyond the call of duty, and then next minute the guy's getting more depressed. He's being separated from his kids. And in the end, he found out. He ended up getting back with his missus, and he found out that this guy did all these things. And this guy calls himself a Christian. He should be there trying to reconcile. You know what I mean? People and trying to help them to see, not be sneaking around in the shadows, backbiting. And that's what Jesus Christ was talking about, backbiters. So he's not a Christian, and he hates gays. He's heterosexual. He believes in marriage. He believes in the death and the resurrection, and he believes in all he says he does. But then he does all these evil things, and this is what's bad for Christianity, is there's so many morons like him out there going around, and I guarantee you, every single person, Billy, will die lost in his sin, hating Jesus for what this guy's done to him. You know what I mean? It's bad, man. There's a lot of people out there. He thinks everybody at his work's trying to poison him. He's got all these things. He's got all these grudges against people and wants to get all these people for, you know, and he's going around telling everybody constantly he's a Christian and he supports these people and helps. And mate, there's too many people like that are not Christians, that calling themselves Christians, that are doing evil and saying evil things. That the reason why Christianity survived is because it's so peaceful. But if everybody was like Ninos, Jesus Christ would have been screaming from the cross, "Get them all! Fight a war! Kill them all!" You know what I mean? I guarantee. I said his name. I don't care anyway. But I only said his first name. And you know, I see people like him all the time over my life, and he's one of the reasons people like him is why I hated Christianity. And if I didn't know God the way that I do, and had the supernatural experiences that I'd had for what he's done to me, I'd be walking around right now saying F Christians, F Christianity, stuff Jesus, you know what I mean? So, yeah, there's a lot of people that aren't gay, that aren't thing, that are total reprobates, total pieces of garbage. He runs down his mother, his father, his thing. His dad won't give his sister his inheritance because she's living with a guy unmarried, but his dad doesn't know that he goes out meeting women and sleeping. He slept with probably 3 that I know of, you know, on dating sites. So he's committing adultery. He's got a missus in the Philippines and he's committing adultery. I mean, you know, people sit back and look at this stuff and they go, you know, if you're a Christian, you're meant to live it as an example so people can see you as a shining example of how good life can be, not to be full of hate constantly, I'm going to shoot them all in the face, and I'm going to do. I mean, I've said stuff like that when I've been angry, admittedly, and when I was on Trammel, synthetic opiates, I had a terrible anger problem. I couldn't control myself at all. My anger was just terrible. But him, what was his excuse? He didn't even have drugs at the time. You know what I mean? He thinks that people are trying to put One time his cousin gave him some cocaine, and it gave him it burned his nose and gave him a mad headache, like a really bad headache.
Wow.
And he said that his cousin must have poisoned him. For 10 years, he's been trying to destroy his cousin for poisoning him. When I found out from my friend that lives here, who was a heavy narcotics user, he told me, well, actually, his cousin gave him actually what he said he gave him. He gave him pure coke, because pure coke burns your nose and gives you a mad headache. And and ever since then, he's convinced his cousin trying to poison him. So he's been trying to destroy his cousin for 10 years, non-stop. And his cousin, admittedly, and he broke the law by snorting the coke to begin with. He went against God's law by doing that, you know. And you get these people all the time. That this stuff, I see this all the time with Christianity. We've got to stop talking about the hateful things all the time. And like, I get out there, I do it. I say to people, "You're going to hell" and whatever. Well, that's the truth. But I don't know, man. I look, wherever he works, wherever he works, everybody hates him. Wherever I've worked, I mean, I was working on the Ibis Hotel at Darling Harbour when they were first building that, right next to Sydney. Beautiful spot. And my boss sacked me. And I went and I'd called the guys out on strike, all sorts of things. And this is a big building site. And I went back there, and all the guys just down tools and walked over to me and said, "Oh, we're all prepared to go on strike for you to get you reinstated." I said, "But you'll lose way more money than you'll ever get back, because the job will finish and he'll just sack you at the end of the job, and the hundreds and hundreds of dollars that you'd lose on wages to get me reinstated, you'd never get any of it back, or hardly any of it." And they said they didn't care. They were going to go to thing, and yet everywhere this guy goes, everybody just hates him, constantly hates on him. And I wasn't even a Christian back when that happened, you know what I mean? But I'd be the sort of person where I'd be on a building site and I'd just down tools and I'd just run over and help somebody. You know, I'd just be helping these people, and anybody, like, even if it meant that I had to let my work get behind. And sometimes I'd go onto a building site and say, "Well, I'll do all the internals and all the hard jobs that everybody hates and not very good at, because I'm good at it and I like it. I actually enjoyed it." So I always had more friends than I had enemies. But everywhere this guy goes, he just makes enemies. Even his own dad said it. I heard his dad say it. You know, he tried to tell him about his cousin. His dad just said, "Get over it. Get over it. Worse things happen to Christians and they get over it. Get over it. It's been 10 years. You know, you bring it on yourself." Stuff like that. So yeah, man, it's not just gays that are out there doing evil in the world, man. It's non-gays and Christians, as people that call themselves Christians, like him.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it's confined to homosexuals. You know, I'm saying.
Sorry. And he also caused a guy to kill himself because he became friends with him. Got all of his deepest, darkest secrets, spread it to everybody in the church. Everybody in the church dumped him because of his backstabbing. The guy was depressed because his missus left, and he tried to call everybody in the church one day. No one would answer his calls, and he killed himself that night. So he's responsible for a Christian man killing himself. So he's a dog. He's a dog. He's an evil, satanic dog.
That is,
you know what I mean? And you got this guy going around out there, "I'm a Christian. Look at this. I support this person in the Philippines. I do this. I do that." He's a dog. He's very good at he spends his time recording people, playing things that people say out of context, using it's just, man, it's one time he was in the park with my friend. And he said, "Oh, look, with my friend that lives here." He said, "Look, there's my friend from high school." He started to walk after him. It looked like a Seinfeld episode. He'd walk, and then the guy would walk faster to get away from him, and then faster and faster till the guy was jogging. Yeah, that's great. You're nice. And he's jogging to get away from, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, man, I'm telling you, I'm not saying any other deeper, dark secrets. I know lots of things about him that I would never, ever say on live on air, but this guy's a dog. He's just an outright dog.
Right,
he's a dog. He's that dog that King David was speaking about. King David's servant was speaking about when he said, "Do you want me to go and remove that dog's head?" But King David let that guy live because King David knew that he basically murdered a man to get his missus. So he said, you know, but still he's a dog. He's that biblical dog, that backbiter, that snake, that serpent. If it was Jesus Christ, Ninos, and the 11 apostles, right, it wouldn't have been Judas Iscariot. It would have been, you know, him. So you know,
Oh.
there's a lot of evil going on out there, and I have to admit it to the atheists, that any atheist that's ever bumped into somebody like Ninos, I just want to apologize to them.
No, I mean, that's a good point. You know, Christians sometimes are the enemy. You know, and it's sad that if you've had or if you've tried to have a really good conversation with somebody and somebody's pre-assuming, you know, who you are as a Christian, you know, they already have all these judgmental things on exactly who you are because they know other Christians, you know, and I'm sure that goes both ways. You know, I'm sure I've had great conversation with atheists, you know, or agnostics, or just people, you know, people that even believe in other religions. You know, had great conversations. They're respectful. They just want to understand people, not just the religion. They want to understand the individual, you know, what they think. And that's what it's about, right? But Praise, what do you got to say on this?
Yeah, I wanted to get Praise to talk about this a little.
Yeah, I think there's there's some allusions to how God deals with giving people over. Well, I think there's a good example in Corinthians with Paul with an incest, a person that was committing incest in the church, I believe, or someone else.
1 Corinthians 5.
I think so, yeah. And it says,
yeah, the
God,
man that was committing fornication with his father's wife.
Yep.
Yeah,
and it says they gave over to Satan. Doesn't mean that God completely gives them over, like he just is completely separated from, like God just doesn't care about them, like they're always out of the thoughts of God or something like that. I think it's just that he gives them over to Satan, and that's a different perspective, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Well, I can totally see where you're coming from, but the thing is, in 1 Corinthians 5, let me pull it up real quickly so that I don't paraphrase it. But 1 Corinthians chapter 5, here you guys go. It says, it is commonly, it is reportedly, good night. It is reported commonly that there is fornication among you, and such fornication as is not much as named among the Gentiles, that one should have his father's wife. Ye are puffed up, and have not rather mourned that he that had done this deed might be taken away from among you. For I verily, as absent in the body, but present in spirit, have judged already, as though I were present, concerning him that doeth such thing. And then he continues. But then he says in verse 5, he says, to deliver such an one unto Satan, for the destruction of the flesh, that the spirit may be saved in the day of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yep, that's my point there. Yeah.
I gotta go, brothers. Enjoy yourselves, and love you guys. Love you, Matt and Praise and Guzman. Have a good day. I've got to go do an interview with conflict.
All right, you're leaving, Jason?
It was fun listening to what you were to say, Jason. Good stuff. God bless.
See you, Jason.
See you. I love you, brothers. See you. Cool. Bye.
You wanted to say something, RawMatt?
No, I was just saying bye to Jason. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. How long do you want to go for? By the way, Matt.
I just go until the kid comes in the room screaming. So yeah, you got a while, I think.
Yeah. Well, last time I think you went for like 2 hours or more or something.
Yeah. I think it'll be around. I could probably go for another 40 minutes, probably. I don't know. As a matter of fact, I'll text and find out for you when they're coming home.
Another 7 hours? Sweet, dude. Let's stay up for 7 hours.
I already did that with Matt Powell. We did it outside. Burned out.
Yeah, you can. You can get burned out quick.
It's gonna be an Evolution Beatdown night in-person interview.
Oh yeah, yeah. We talked about a lot about atheism. I was shocked. He really wanted to keep going about atheists. So I was like, all right.
You're like, go ahead, just get out the atheist for a minute and give him some slack.
I'm like, well, he's naming the movie "The Religion of Atheism." You couldn't give him more trigger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It is a religion, though. Me and One Way were actually going to debate 2-on-2 on this, a modern day debate against some two atheists. So, Godless Girl. You guys have heard of her, right?
Yep.
Yeah. We would be going against her and some other clown, probably like Raging Atheist or something.
Yeah. Well, remember, anytime
raging, yeah, that'd be fun.
yeah, just get ready for them to say, no, atheism is nothing but a lack of belief.
Yeah.
That's all they've got. That's their only argument. Just say
that's their only round in the that's only their only drop in the bucket. That's the only thing they have.
Theism is a lack of belief in atheism. See, we can play the same game. It's so stupid.
It is. It is. It's still a belief in the negative, though, claiming that there is no God. That's a belief.
Right.
So yeah, they don't realize that it's still action. You have to believe something, and every dictionary said it's either a belief or denial. So which is better? Believing there is no God with no evidence, or denial of the existence of God? Both are horrible.
I go around calling myself an atheist, and it's basically like, well, what's an atheist? Well, I just basically deny there's a God. So you call yourself someone who denies that there's a God? What?
Yeah, right.
It's like saying I don't believe in Santa Claus, or I deny Santa Claus, or something. It's like, who goes around saying that?
So Guzman, what's going on with your debate buddy? What's his name with the glasses? He's like 10 years old or whatever.
Oh, Gregory.
Gregory. Yeah, he messaged me in SFT, and he wants us to debate against each other. Me and SFT, me and Old Earther, and it's like so funny. Like, there's no way that's going to happen, man, because number one, I'm not even really an old Earth creationist to begin with. I'm more agnostic.
Yeah.
And number two, I get my ass whooped because, like, there's just no evidence for, like, I would say that for young things, I think there's a bunch of evidence, so.
Yeah. Gregory asked me for yours and Standing for Truth's email, and he said he put up he wants to set up a debate, and I was sort of hesitant to give him the emails, but I gave them to him anyway.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm just saying that's not going to happen though, because I'm not that stupid.
Maybe he's trying to sow discord.
maybe Greg should debate Standing.
What he needs to do is get kids in his age, like in his age group, and get kids, and maybe work with them. Maybe not so much adults. Like, it kind of looks kind of weird anyway that adults would be debating on a kid's channel. So maybe like you can voice that to him a little bit and let him know maybe more kids his age, for debates. I think that'd be fun to watch because kids, I mean, they're actually smart. So just like Gregory.
Yeah. Yeah, when I first had his our official debate with Gregory, it was just it didn't go so well for me because I wasn't really well versed in paleoanthropology, and that's what he brought up a lot, and he brought up what is it, this human chromosome 2 fusion, and I hadn't studied that in a while at that point, and so that first discussion didn't go really well, but we had we had another official discussion last week, which is the one on the New Testament condemning, the death penalty. I think I did pretty good on that one. I think I presented a good argument. And then before that, it wasn't official, but I had it on my channel, and we discussed on work salvation, and I think I had a good grip hold on that one too.
Yeah, you did a great job.
Thanks.
But yeah, I want to make a point. Maybe you agree with this or not, but I think civilly, I think we have a duty to execute murderers and rapists, and that's just my opinion. But maybe personally, on a personal level, we can forgive them. So you can have both. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was actually one thing that Gregory kept on bringing up, like forgiveness, and I'm like, he's talking to individual people. Like, if somebody does something wrong to you, you should forgive them, right? But at a civil, like a court of law, or when it comes to like the punishment or justice, it should be what the Bible prescribes. The death penalty for witchcraft, the death penalty for adultery.
That's just better for the society, though. I think
better
that's
for the society, exactly.
Yeah.
And people want to say, like, well, I think prison is a lot more moral and it's a lot better.
No, it's not. It's tax money, and
people go to jail and they want to kill themselves in there because it's so horrible. I mean, like,
yeah.
I don't believe the official story of Jeffrey Epstein, but these people do, and it's like, well, why did Jeffrey Epstein kill himself in prison? He hated it. I mean, obviously, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You gotta be really desperate to want to kill yourself, though. That's like next level. And then prison's not that bad. I mean, come on, you're not going to want to kill yourself. You're going to get out soon, especially when you're high level status like that. He probably was in federal prison, so that's a joke.
Yeah.
Not even like
he never spent a freaking hour in jail, a real prison time. He never even took some BS on that. I agree.
Jail's even more of a joke. Prison's better than jail.
It is like federal prison. It's almost like a vacation camp.
Sorry, what were you gonna say, Priest?
I was going to say, like, federal prison is like vacation camp, but I want to ask you something here, Guzman. Have you ever read Numbers 35?
I think that's Numbers 35. I've read the whole Bible like 3 times.
Well, I mean, like, closely studied and looked into it.
I haven't studied it and looked into it. No.
Well, Numbers 35, it says there's no atonement for murder. So, but here's my thinking on this, though, that as a human being, you can not have salvation while you're on earth. That's why it's prescribed that you be dispatched to God to get forgiveness. I'm saying, like, murders can be forgiven, just not in a human flesh body. And you can see it says there is no atonement for murders.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, what was I gonna say? Yeah, people think like Gregory actually had a pretty bad misconception in our debate. He thought like I was promoting anarchy, and I'm like, no, it's not anarchy. It's if we were running our government the way that the Bible said it should be run, it would be a theocracy. And I basically do like how it should be run, basically. And the reason why we had that debate is actually because Gregory was responded to me in the chat room and Standing for Truth's discussion with R.J. Downard the other day.
Oh yeah.
And I just put like a little dumb comment in the chat. It was a paleontologist that said, if I want to find a little carnivorous dinosaur with a little head and small brain and name it after the IRS. And so I put that in there, and he responded. He's like, well, if it, I forget what he said, but the government does things for us, therefore we should pay our taxes. And it's like,
Yeah, I might add a new nuance to it. I wouldn't say it's a theocracy. I would say it's a republic. I think that probably mirrors more a republic. But here's something else extra you could add to your repertoire if you were to debate that again. If you read Deuteronomy 19, the reason why the death penalty is prescribed for murderers and rapists is so that they fear and people see, and that they may fear. It causes a level of intimidation,
exactly.
Like for them not to do anymore. So yeah, I'm saying there's a plus for that. Absolutely.
Right.
And there's scientific evidence for that.
Yeah, exactly. And the Bible prescribes not just like the death penalty, like a lethal injection or something where it's like nice and sweet and then short to the point, right? But it prescribes stoning, which is like
hang him high, hang him high on a freaking rope. It
lasts for forever, and then it hurts really, really bad, and that's I think that's why they stoned Stephen, because they wanted to basically put fear into the Christian
society. Yeah, but now let me ask you a question. I know, but this might be a little bit gruesome, I'm not trying to make it that way. But if you saw a rapist or a murderer hanging on a telephone pole, that would raise some fear, I would think. Like people would say, "Oh my gosh,"
I mean, they did that with African Americans back in the day. Back in the 1860s, they would hang them on a tree or on a telephone pole if they just committed the slightest mishap. They're executed. So
yeah. And that's where I might disagree with, but I would say, well, the reason why I say like hang them high with murders and murderers, rapists is because there's no atonement available for them. But the other ones, there is atonement.
Physical atonement, anyway. We want to make it very clear to the audience. There's no physical atonement for that.
Right.
You could be saved theoretically, hypothetically, and there are people who have done this. You can be saved and have committed murder.
Right.
There are people who are saved and have gotten abortion. And if you don't think that abortion is murder, something's wrong with your head,
I agree. That is murder, absolutely.
That is like first degree murder, especially if you're gonna sell their body parts. I mean, make them into vaccines and stuff like that.
That's just wickedness, and yeah, that's just
disgusting.
judgment written all over it. But yeah, good stuff though. Matt, how much more minutes are you gonna be on here, buddy? Because I might head off out.
Oh, no problem. I felt bad. I actually sent the link to Dino Donnie, so he's starting up his computer, and then I got a text that they're actually on their way home. So I might have to mute myself as he talks, but he said he's on his way in here now, so I won't close it down just yet.
Who's
but,
Dino Donnie?
He's the one that I've been making video streams for on Standing for Truth. He's the one that has that 3-part series right now on dinosaurs and man living together. I found his
RawMatt, you're editing for everybody.
Yeah, I edit for so many channels you wouldn't even believe it.
You're editing for everybody except me. I'm on my own.
Yeah, anybody that has the ability to edit themselves, I don't need to help them. Yeah, he'll be here in a minute, but I don't know how much longer I'll be able to make it. Even if he joins, I might just be able to mute myself and he can talk for a while. But
oh, cool.
Yeah.
Let's see real quick. What if you imagine a single-celled organism at the beginning of things instead? Population, Donnie. If adultery was punishable by death according to the Bible, then that would make all the cheating bastards of the world rethink when we can.
That was a great comment, SOT. Yeah, that is. Oh, man, I'm probably gonna have to put like that on my channel art or something.
As a quote from him too. Yeah.
If adultery was punished by death according to the Bible, then that would make all the cheating bastards of the world rethink doing that wicked sin. Unquote.
Yeah, it really would.
Quote from Standing for Truth. But yeah, no, I just kind of went live praise because I don't get a chance too much after 5 o'clock. It's really hard. So
oh yeah, that's right. Or very late, like 4 a.m. or something.
Yeah, real late at night or really early. So it kind of sucks. So I just been kind of doing it for fun. And
yeah, that's awesome, man. I'm glad you're doing that.
Yeah, it's a nice way to keep up in touch with everybody too. We've got a big team, but we don't all communicate very much anymore. I mean, we're so big.
Right.
Like Neff can only join on the weekends now because of his job. Standing for Truth, he's ready for debates and
yeah, he's ready to go. He has another month off with his job, so he's ready to go here.
Yeah, we've got John and Jesse, and they're both working. So they've got
John Maddox.
What's that?
John Maddox.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The intelligent design guy.
Huh?
The intelligent design guy, right?
Yeah. Logical, probable, possible.
Yeah.
I like to refer to everybody by their actual, fake names online, but I can't say logical, probable, possible every single time. That's just crazy.
Right. That's
He's going to get called John, sadly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's an awesome team, though.
Yeah, it is, man. It's good. We're all different.
Yep. I want to see some more Standing for Truth debates. RawMatt, you got to set up some more debates, man. Come on.
Well, sadly, I have to be able to talk during the debate. So that's the hardest part. Little kids screaming in the background. We go, shut your mouth!
Is that why
one atheist you want to get on
conversations?
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I know Johnny made it.
I want to see some
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You got to set up some more debates.
Sadly, I have to be able to talk. What in the world? Yeah, I hear you. You'll have to mute your
I hear a reverb.
little kids screaming in the background. They go, shut your mouth!
I gotta hear that again.
Yeah. Once that's muted, the echo will vanish.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna play again the third time.
Reverb.
Yeah, you'll have to mute your
Great. I don't want to call him Donnie because I'm not sure if
Okay, how about that?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Good. Yeah, you made it. Great.
You're probably going to get some reverb from me. How do I walk me through this?
Maybe go to YouTube and are you on like a praise left. Okay. Are you on a computer?
Yeah.
All right. Well, go to YouTube and then just press mute on the video.
Okay. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Let's see.
Yeah, you made it. Great.
You're probably going to get some reverb.
Or maybe just pause the video.
How do I walk me through this?
Maybe go to YouTube and are you on like a? Man, I hate hearing myself talk.
On a computer? Yeah.
You got it? Donnie? Just find the tab that's playing in the background and close it. You don't even need it open. You can see all the comments that you need on the right, and then all that reverberation will go away. No more echo.
Okay, how's that?
We'll go in a second. Well, I'm sure there's going to be a delay for a second. But.
I hate hearing myself talk. Yeah, I hear a reverb because I just said I hate hearing myself talk.
Just find the tab that's playing in the background and close it. You don't even need it open. You can see all the comments that you need on the right, and then all that reverb. Yeah, you have some tab open that is replaying the video. So just find that tab. It could be in a different browser even, and try to close it.
Okay.
Oops, sorry. Oh, well. This is exactly why I don't like listening to my live streams or debates, because I just don't like hearing myself talk. That's
probably a lot of people. A lot.
but I watch them anyway so that I can like take notes and see like, well, he brought up this point and then I brought up this point. He couldn't answer that, and okay, he left again. All right, well, I guess it's you and me, Matt, for now. Until he comes back and I guess figures everything out.
He bounced out. He's probably going to try to figure out those closed tabs. So if he's listening right now, just look for the tab that has the YouTube video that you're listening to us on right now and close it down. That's it. That's all it takes. Then when you reopen the
I think I know what he did just now. He didn't go off purposefully. He accidentally closed the StreamYard tab, I think. He was looking for YouTube and there we go. Okay.
He's back. It sounds better, but you haven't talked yet, so we could be hearing ourselves in the background if it was really bad.
Sounds good. For now.
Good.
For now. Hey, how should I call you? Dino Donnie?
Just call me Donnie.
Okay. Hey Donnie, I watched a couple of your videos and I really like your content. It's I like your little the little museum that you made in your trailer, I think it is. RV.
Yeah. Am I coming through? Is there a pause in it?
No, you're coming good. You're coming through.
Okay. All right. Evidently, I shut down the window and then opened it back up. Yeah. And so, but I am happy to be here with you guys. I tell you, it's storming where I'm at outside. And so at first I thought it had to do with the weather outside, but I do appreciate it. The mobile museum it was an idea that I actually got from Ken Hovind years ago, and decided to take a travel trailer that we camped in. And my next door neighbor is a general contractor, and he thought I was crazy for tearing up I completely gutted that thing, except for some of the refrigerator and the stove and stuff like that. We still used it as a camper, but half of it is a mobile museum, and it's just really wild. Mostly I've been showing it just here around the house.
Yeah, that'd be cool if you went camping and then you're just driving and then the kids in the back, they're like, oh, who wants to go see Dad's museum?
Yeah.
Just don't touch anything.
I've only shown it one time. I've probably had that thing for, maybe I'm going to guesstimate it's probably been 8 years now. I think I've had that.
Wow.
And it's just, now when I actually did presentations, I would have other models that I would use also. And so, but folks would just come out, but I've only taken it one time. I took it to a camp out, a homeschool camp out, and had a really good
turnout.
bunch of people show up. But the only thing is, it takes about 30, 40 minutes for each, group to come through, and you can only have 2 or 3 people at a time come in there. And so, excuse me. But as far as the video here, I couldn't get my little thumbnail to show up on the screen there, and so Matt, you'll have to educate me how to do that.
That you actually do right before you join. It says video or no video. If you click no video, it's the option in the middle. Your picture will come up. You probably chose video, and then but you have no image. So
okay.
So you have to click. It'll say start cam or stop cam. Just hit stop, and and then your image will just automatically appear.
Okay. When I did that at first, it wouldn't show me live. It would just show our thumbnail, correct?
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. No, you would have to open up your camera and to have a visual image. Like you would have to start up your camera, and it would have to be built in. Or
I got you. I got you. Okay. Cool deal. Well, Mr. Guzman, it's finally nice to meet you.
Same to you, brother. Yeah, like I said, I've watched a bit of your content, and it's very nice to meet you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen some of your videos, and I'm very proud of you. When I first saw you, I'm like, wow, how old is that young man?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just curious, which one did you watch first?
It's been some time back. It's when you were talking about witnessing, going knocking on doors, and having the boldness to be able to go out and share the gospel with people. But it's been several months ago. I seen that one. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but I remember seeing you, and you could just about barely get over the pulpit there, and I was like, "Wow, that's impressive."
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure you're talking about the one at Bethany Bible Baptist Church. You probably don't know where that is, but it's somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Michigan.
Okay.
But actually, have you heard of Matt Powell?
Who's this?
Matt Powell.
Matt Powell?
No. Well, Matt Powell just interviewed RawMatt for Matt Powell's documentary. So
okay.
So he's making a documentary right now on creationism and the Bible, etc. Well, he invited me to preach a little sermonette at his church where he goes at, and so I prepared a sermon and I went over there. About an hour's drive away from where we live. And I got there and I was just really nervous because that was only my second time preaching in front of people. So I was actually a little nervous, and I actually couldn't even my shoulders barely made it to the top of the pulpit. They actually gave me a stool to stand on. Which is why in my other sermon I was walking around so much and not so much in that other sermon, because I just had to stay on that stool.
Okay. Well, that tell you what, it takes a lot of guts, especially these days, to be able to do something like that. And so I tip my hat off to you, because I want to tell you, when I was your age, I was breaking in things. It's wild me saying that, being a lawman. But when I was 14 years old, I was in the juvenile system.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Oh, yes. And so it was only my age that actually saved me. When I was the last major thing I did, I was 15 years old, and the court system was actually struggling to whether they should charge me as an adult. And so if they did charge me as an adult, I wouldn't be a deputy sheriff right now. And so, yeah, that's it's amazing when I talk to kids, even out on the streets, and try to relate to them. It just blows their mind when I tell them some of the things that I did as a kid. And so being 14 years old, doing what you're doing, hey man, I'm extremely proud of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Someone in the chat said, "LOL, you are marked now, Guzman 1611. IRS joke, requote." I told some stupid IRS joke a minute ago, and it's oh man. Yeah.
But I'm actually just about ready to finish up with the microscopic world, I probably got about 2 videos left, and I'll be finished with that. And that's mainly because I've been healing up from an injury. And when my wife and I was on a hike, if you go on my channel and you'll see hiking the Carolina Thread Trail. It was actually the Lake Courier. I believe it's the Lake Courier park where we were at. And I leaped across a creek. And I think I pulled a tendon on the bottom of my left foot. And it was that. I ended up getting plantar fasciitis. And that thing's been a booger to me for about 3 months now. And about a month ago, I was outside digging some dirt in the ditch, and I twisted my hip. My SI joint went out, and I've been dealing with that for a month. So here I got plantar fasciitis and a twisted hip. And so that's put me out of work for at least a month now. And so I've been using that time working on the presentations. And so what would normally take me all summer to do is now only taking me maybe about a month and a half.
Yeah, wow, that's unfortunate, sir. I'm sorry for that happened to you. Yeah, so the Noah's Ark presentation I think was excellent. I watched that specific video. I forget the names of certain videos, but that was a really good presentation of like the Noah's Ark.
I appreciate that. That is my biggest one that I have, and yeah, I'd start numbering those videos so that way I can reference them to them early, easier. Whenever Matt was telling me he was going to put, ask me to put some of my stuff together, splice them together, I'd asked him, which numbers they were, and I had to even go back and look back over them again so I can kind of get an idea of what exactly I was talking about in those videos. But the Noah's Ark one is my biggest one. It's well over 1,000 slides, and I keep adding to that thing all the time. It's something that it's become a little encyclopedia. I think I started doing those presentations. Maybe I started actually putting them together about 2010. And so it has been, and I was gathering material even beyond that. So some of my stuff I've gotten back in the mid 90s. I recorded it on VHS tapes, and then later on I put them on DVDs. And some of those, some of that information that I give, even some of the video footage that I give was recorded back in the latter 90s. And so it's really amazing to see how some of those things have come to fruition even today.
Yeah, well, yeah. Just wondering, because I'm looking at your channel right now, and I see quite a couple of videos from Pastor Chuck Smith. Who is that? Is that your pastor?
Oh, sure. Chuck Smith. He's actually got a YouTube channel. If you just put Chuck Smith in. I think it has to be Calvary Chapel from Costa Mesa. Has to be somebody from that church must be putting that channel on. I was really excited to get that. Chuck Smith is a non-denominational preacher. He actually came from a Foursquare church back when he first started, and he broke that denomination and started his own non-denominational church. And pretty much he reads from the King James Bible. And he has when I first met him, is when I was a local truck driver, and I heard him on one of the local church stations, and he was going through the Bible. He was going through the book of Hosea. And that's when I heard him. And I was really hungry and trying to learn through the Bible. I hadn't even studied at all at that point. And when I heard him, I liked his style of teaching. It's expository teaching. And so I got up with his ministry and started ordering tapes. And I would listen to him in the truck as I was doing my deliveries. And then that got me even more where I thought I ought to be making notes. And so I started making notes in 3-ring binders. And then later on, when computers really started becoming on the scene more and more, I started converting my notes into the computer. But he's actually got those tape messages, which is a C3000 series. He has them on a flash drive. So any of you guys out there that are wanting to learn just through the Bible, at a good slow pace, at your own pace, that whole C3000 series is now, I think, like $40-something. And I spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on those tapes. And so it's amazing just to see how technology has come from way back then. But I'm actually going through the Bible for my third time through. I'm in the book of Exodus now, and I'm always learning something.
Amen.
Go ahead.
Amen. No, I just want to say amen.
Oh, I thought you said, "Hey, Matt."
No.
But yeah, it's a it really is. Chuck Smith is he's been more of a father figure than I've ever had. My dad and I didn't have a good relationship. My dad was pretty much a drug addict, and even when he died this past March, he didn't want to talk to me.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, it's really amazing. And later on, I'm going to give my testimony pretty much for the most part where I came from. And I think a lot of people are just going to be amazed, how a guy that enforces the law, how much of a messed up situation he came out of. And so, but it's, that's something. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And now you're witnessing, and you're.
Yeah. It's really amazing. It really is amazing. I've had people that see me thought I'd be in jail by now. And so, and here I am, in a patrol car. And so, it was just, I recently, about a year and a half ago, I came off the road, and I'm now in the court system. I'm a bailiff, and I'm planning on retiring at the end of this year. And so the state does allow me to retire at age 50 as long as I have 15 years in. And so I'm going to take an early retirement. I'm burned out. I'm done with it. I want to pursue more things like this. I want to pursue more hobbies, just like all the stuff I have on my playlist. There's many things I want to be a part of, and I just feel the pull to come out. And so I'm going to lose some things, lose some benefits, but I think it's time. It's something that it's just been on my heart for at least the past 3 years, and I knew the time was coming. And I'm not getting any younger. These people out here are getting bigger, faster, and stronger, and it's not going to take much. The last fight that I actually got into, I was sore for 3 days. And so I want to be able to enjoy my retirement, not be in a wheelchair if at all possible. And so the last guy that darted out from the courtroom, if it wasn't for the door slowing him down, I'd have never caught him. And so it's just time to go.
Yeah. You don't want to be body checked by somebody who did a full on sprint.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The guy had a warrant on him. He was sitting right beside of me, and I saw him grab the arm of the, it was like a wall. I saw him put his hand on. I said, he's going to dart. Before I even got that out of my mind, he was gone. And, but it's I enjoyed it. I really did enjoy it. I worked in a civil division for the most part, for 14 and a half years. And then I just, I've got to where, getting in the car and going to work, it just wasn't fun anymore. And so I asked to go to a different division, and they told me, you need to go to courts. And so I went to courts. And so all of my supervisors have been absolutely just fantastic. And they've been very supportive with me. And I just told my recent supervisor, I said, I'm just ready to go. I'm going to take my pension that I'm, able to get, and I'm going to pursue some things while I'm young. And so, but hopefully you guys will see more and more of me and stuff like this here within the next 8-9 months.
Yeah, well, I hope to see you more. Just a real quick question for both of you guys before I get off of here. What do you think is the best evidence for, dinosaurs living together with man or living recently?
Oh, wow.
Matt's gone. I don't know.
What now?
Matt's gone.
I'm going to say right now that I personally, this is just my opinion. This is my opinion. I mean, there's many things. If you just go through the dinosaurs in history presentation, you'll see, especially, I'm not sure, Matt, how far are you wanting to go with the dinosaur in history presentation as far as streaming, splicing these things together? I mean, you can do the whole thing, but I'm just curious, and that will help me answer his question.
That was actually dependent on you as well. I was just going to keep going until I eventually got through all of them.
Oh, absolutely. Awesome. Awesome.
I linked 4 of them together today. I just booted myself out. So I was actually just thrown for a loop right there. I kicked myself out by leaving the studio. I actually was trying to turn the mic off and I kicked myself out. I thought I closed the whole thing. I was like, oh, great. Right after an awesome question, I kicked myself off.
No, but that's great. What I was going to do is there's one video in there. I think you and I talked about it. There's one video that I've gotten some up-to-date, some new information on, and it's the Santa Cruz serpent. Some of you guys that are familiar with that, it's a. I actually got the information from. It's called Shipwrecks and Sea Monsters, and that's where I first learned about it through Kent Hovind, and then I went and done some digging myself, and actually got the book. And supposedly, there's been some new information on that. I've been wanting to get up with the museum that has the skull of that animal. And supposedly,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, they're what now?
Do you know the name of the museum, by the way?
I don't. There is. I'm trying to think of one fellow who's got the. He's got more information on it. Is it Genesis Park? I'm thinking of. It may be Genesis Park. I'm thinking of. If you go to the website, Genesis Park, I think he's got an actual article on that. But I'm actually wanting to get up with the museum and actually have either a phone call conversation with them or something through email and ask them, do they actually have that skull of that animal? Supposedly they do, and it is a rare form of a beaked whale. It's really extremely rare. It's an amazing find. It was an amazing find. It wasn't a complete lost cause, but it appears not to be a plesiosaur. And so now in the presentation that I did, if you just go on my channel and you look up the dinosaurs in presentation, I have a video specifically on just that one alone. And I do question it. And I do ask anybody out there if they know any more information on that, because it just seems to be such an amazing find, and it just kind of lost in history. Right. But they've had some pictures from the early 1900s of that animal laying on the beach. And I'm telling you right now, it does appear to look like a plesiosaur, but doing some more research on it, they found that it was just a whale, a rare whale. And so a very rare whale. So it's really kind of, it's a debatable, because some of the people that actually examined it in the book, some of these people have credentials, amazing credentials. But then again, it appears to be, and I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on this one. And so with anything on my channel, if it's questionable or if there's new information has been learned on it, I want to be fair. And and I want to at least say, and you'll hear me say that in some of the videos. If it's questionable, I'm gonna say it's questionable. If it's an opinion, I'm gonna say it's an opinion. And so that way, those out there that are looking at us under a microscope, at least they can say, well, at least they're being honest, with this one thing. And so, but even with that one questionable evidence, there's still so much that's in that presentation that there's to me that's it's hands down, that those animals aren't millions and millions of years old. They were created right along with man on day 6. But I would say some of the best evidence that I've been able to see is the fresh tissues. That is really something that, they're really trying hard to get an answer on that. And they're trying to say some of the iron in the blood had some type of chemical
contamination.
Yeah, something in that where they've been able to keep some of that stuff fresh. We're talking millions of years now.
Yeah.
If they need to box that up and put it and put it on the shelf for food storage. That's just, I don't see how they can get by that. But I've actually had email correspondence with Mary Schweitzer, and she's been great to talk to. Last correspondence I had with her, she was boarding a plane, and she does claim. I asked her about her being born again, because she was quoted as being born again in one of the secular magazines, and she said that she was a born again Christian, but she does believe in evolution.
Yeah.
And so it's just it's one of those things. So I told her, even though that we may differ how these animals got here, I still think she's a remarkable lady, because she struggled with that information. on whether to even bring it to the world. She really struggled with that, and so, but she did, and maybe the Lord can use this information. She'd be a great witness if she could ever turn around those beliefs. Boy, wouldn't she be awesome?
Hey, what about you, Matt? What's some of your most compelling evidence that you've found?
My two favorite would probably be dinosaurs stepping through millions of years of geologic time and the Ashley phosphate beds of North Carolina, because you can there are no layers in that area, so they cannot claim contamination from higher levels pushing modern day animals to prehistoric animals. So you can't say that there is 200-foot shark and gigantic sloth with goats and sheep of modern day times that are all in one layer when there is no layers. It's all just one Ashley phosphate bed that runs for 200 miles. So that place is incredible because it places dinosaur with man, modern day animal with prehistoric animal, all in one place. And there's no rescuing device for them. So that's one of my.
Yeah,
that's amazing. That is some amazing evidence. I tell you what, I eventually would like to get out in some of those areas and check that out if it's available. And I don't see how they could watch everybody for 200 miles.
Yeah, it runs from Florida all the way to Canada, and so
oh wow.
That's where you can find it easy. Yeah, it's really big. It's one of the largest graveyards on Earth. So because they only mine it for phosphate, they're not really looking for fossils because the fossils themselves are actually turning into phosphate. So they actually don't make good things for any museum. They're actually really ugly and almost white like chalk. So they're kind of broken down, and they're not looking for anything. Matter of fact, the only place where they even found humans with dinosaurs is the actual only place they've ever looked. So imagine how much is there around that entire area.
I didn't realize that area was that big. I remember when you first had that on your channel. I remember hearing that. And I'm going, wow. Out of all the things that I've read and studied, I've never really heard about that one.
Yeah,
it absolutely blew my mind. And so I remember when I used to work for this one company, it's called Wingfoot Commercial Tire. What we would do is we would take old tires and we would retread them and then bring them back to the Penske locations. And so that was my job. I was to go pick up the tires and then bring back the retreads. And what we did, our contract was with Penske Commercial Tire. Well, one of them was at a coal. This Penske location serviced a place where they would mine coal. They just strip it right off the mountain. And one of the salesmen said, "Hey, Donnie, you got some time?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm going to take you somewhere." And he took me out to that location. And I'm telling you, every rock you picked up, there's fossils on it. Blew my mind. I wish I could remember. If I saw a map, I could probably tell you. I could definitely point you to it. I'd have to look at a map to see it. But he gave me two great big fossils, and I didn't know what they were. And so I'd gotten up with Ian Juby and sent him photographs of what I had. And he said that they were, I'm trying to think of the type of plant right off. They're actually on my presentation. I'd have to look through all those slides. What I had was the center part of that plant because it was hollow. It was just
crinoid.
The what?
Crinoid.
I'm thinking there's another. I don't know. It starts with the L. I'm thinking of the plant. I just can't think of it as much. But he says they get only about 6 inches high, and what I had was a gigantic one. But what it was is this the center. It was the plant that had been filled in with sediment, and the sediment turned to stone. So what I had was the inside impression of that plant.
Oh wow!
And so and I'll have to do a little short video and show that for anybody that's listening to this. But the plant, I want to say this inside is probably, I'm going to guesstimate maybe 8 to 9 inches in diameter. And we were trying to think of what it was. I took it to people who dealt with fossils. They couldn't tell me what it was. And so because you can see the impression of the inside of that plant, and it looked. If you was to look at it, you'd swear it was the tail of a dinosaur. I mean, because it's got it, parts of it. It looks like almost like skin overlapping, but it's really bizarre. I gave one to my son to put in his room, and I took the other one. I keep it in my study. Right. And so, but yeah, he gave me several of those, and I said, "Man, how'd you find these?" And he said his dad they were blasting away part of this mountain or this hill, and it was standing up, and it fell over, and when it fell over, it broke into logs, and the reason why they broke into logs is because it ran through several different sediment layers, and so when it fell, it just broke open. I mean, it fell into logs as if somebody had sawed it. And so, but that was I was amazed. I mean, when I went there empty handed. And when I left, I had more fossils than I could carry. And so, and they invited me back there and said I could come back there as many times as I wanted to. And, but I'm serious. You just walk along and you just grab them. There's mostly plant fossils, little flowers. You'd see them in there. He said his dad found a little lizard fossil. And so it's just really amazing when you look at the graveyards, just like Matt said, when you look at these fossil graveyards, I mean, it shows catastrophe. I mean, it's just amazing when you look at it.
Well, I'm gonna get off of here, guys. I'm gonna go eat dinner. And I'm gonna go listen to some preaching because today's they have service today. Church has service today, but I'll talk to you guys soon. Nice to meet you, Donnie. Really nice meeting you and talking to you.
Same here, brother. I do appreciate, and I appreciate everybody's nice comments and Matt and the Standing for Truth team. I'm really trying to commercialize you guys on my channel as much as I can, and
I see that.
I tell you, I try to point a lot of folks to you. And I think this channel it's already just amazing just what you guys have accomplished already. But I mean, my goodness, I mean, the people that you have on here and the topics and anybody that wants to debate, I mean, come on, it's a really good place to come and supplement our own personal studies.
Yeah, I think it's good. We finally have a pool of people together. You know what I mean? And it's just the only people that were teaming up were the atheists, and now they met their match. No team before this has ever come together.
Yeah, and I just I feel it humbles me because I just, as much as I've studied this stuff, there's still so much I'm still learning. And I think it takes a channel like this to bring some of us together to kind of, it's kind of our huddle time and to kind of, regroup, strengthen, encourage. Cause I'm going to tell you right now, it's really amazing, but I really don't have any group that I guess you could say that I just hang out with as far as creation type stuff. It's pretty much just me. I just do my own thing. There's people that know I do this, I've done some classes and stuff like that, but it's having a group that I can have some camaraderie, and where these guys could understand some of these things that I do and some of the things that I speak about. This channel here it's been a blessing to me.
Amen. Same here.
Totally.
All right. Well, I'm getting off. God bless you guys.
All right.
God bless you, brother.
Take care,
guys. Bye.
See ya. All right, just you and me now, man. So
that's me.
You're gonna have to deal with my little man screaming every so often. But here we go.
Are you a daddy?
Yeah, he's 11 months old.
What?
Yeah.
Man, well, congratulations.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Man.
I know. I put it off a long time, huh?
Well, I tell you, it's a wondrous thing. I mean, both my kids are grown. I got my daughter will be graduating college next year. I got a son who's a police officer, and my daughter is a surgical tech. She's the one that helps deliver the babies. She's the one that hands the doctors all the knives and all the utensils. Well, she wanted to go into the medical field and decided to study. One of her courses was English, And so she really got into English. And so now she's majoring in English, and she's planning on going to South Korea and teaching English next year. And so, of course, I'm scared to death. And I've told her she's going to have to pack me in her suitcase. But I tell you, kids are just an amazing thing. And so if I had it to go all over again, I'd do the same thing. And what we did is we had our kids in Christian school from the time they first started school, but about 6th grade, we took them out and homeschooled them. And we homeschooled them until they were graduated college. Wow. And so, yeah, it is amazing, because a lot of people were saying, aren't you, your school, they're not going to accept your school. It's not accredited. They won't do good in college. And when we first did our walkthrough for our son in college, I never went to college. I went to a community college to go to rookie school. But I remember telling the person that I was doing the walkthrough with, I said, hey, you just got you some good old country folk that never been to college before. I said, you're going to have to talk in layman's terms. Our kids homeschooled. And then she was like, well, I was homeschooled. I'm like, what? And she was like, yeah, I was homeschooled from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. And so that was very encouraging. And so, but both our kids did exceptionally well in college, and they ended up graduating. My daughter should graduate in honors. I hope I don't screw that up, knock on wood. But my son did graduate with honors, and he was a tutor for the college and for the school that was next door to them. They would send some of their younger kids, and Austin would tutor them. So people that think that homeschooling can harm your kids and stuff like that, oh my goodness, it can be a very wondrous thing. And so, because you can cater the education to the strengths and the weaknesses of the children, and so that's what we were able to do. And so, but my kids loved Lord of the Rings, and so they had a English program that was designed around Lord of the Rings. And so they liked it because they were interested in Lord of the Rings. And so they ended up making high marks. And so, but kids are just amazing. Is that the only child you have?
Yeah, it is.
Man, you going to have more?
Yeah, just give it more time. That's all.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Oh yeah. It's not very hard. Matter of fact, I wasn't even too stressed out about it because I'm much older now. If I was in my 20s and 30s, sure, I'd probably be stressed out, but nah, I'm good now.
Yeah. And that's the thing with it. I think, when my wife and I started having children, oh Lord. At first I started off in law enforcement, and then I got out of it. And then I was away from it for 9 years, and then I got back into it. And then for the past 16 years, that's what I've been doing. But I don't know. It's I never wanted my son to take the same route I did, even though we need good people in law enforcement. He wanted to be an attorney. That's what he originally wanted to do. And then it just did not work out for him. And so he decided just to fall back on what he got his bachelor's degree in. And so now he's a local police officer. And so I'm scared to death. I mean, because we're in a different day now than it was back when I first went to rookie school in 91. And so it's, I don't know. It's, here I am talking on, and, into a computer on the internet. I mean, back when I first started, internet wasn't even heard of. I mean, it was just, we're in a completely different, world now. Our kids, for the most part, when they went to school, they didn't have the internet. We homeschooled without the internet. And then when they graduated is when this stuff really started getting big time. And, it's just a whole different. Now, Austin does have a game channel. I don't know if any of you gamers out there, he's a big time gamer. I wish I could remember. It's Hobbit Spartan. I don't know if that's if y'all was to go on YouTube and put Hobbit Spartan, that's my son. And so, but he's a big time video gamer. And so it looks like he's got the Enterprise in his room.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Gaming is very popular, especially online with the streaming that they do, man.
Yeah.
Great money doing that. It's amazing.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's what he's actually making money now on that. It's he kind of teases me, and hey, Dad, guess how many subscribers I got or followers I got, you know, and I'm like, hey, man, I'm not in it to make any money. I'm just doing this because I just want to, you know, I'm tired of my stuff. For the most part, one of the reasons I got into the YouTube thing is because after I did most of my presentations when we were homeschooling. And I was in churches and homeschool events, homeschool classes and stuff like that. And when they graduated, I lost my networks. People had already seen most of my stuff, and I didn't have any contacts. And so there went a while. I even spoke at public schools before in their Bible history classes. Now that's a lot of fun. I don't know for anybody out there that's interested in speaking at public schools. If you'll get up with your Bible history classes, they're usually wanting somebody, no matter what topic it is. They'll usually want open arms. It's usually just volunteer stuff. They usually don't pay anything. It's not state funded. It's usually the churches that fund those classes. But if you want a real test of your knowledge, go to a public school. And mine was always the flood. And I had the principal sit in on the first one that I did, and it ended up being a good class. Usually the teacher would warn me of certain kids in there. Okay, this one's going to be a problem to you. This one might be a problem to you. But as much as I went into my information and how detailed I was with it, I usually didn't have any problems with the kids. They were usually real good. They told me I could not present the gospel, and I couldn't make fun of any religions. And so as long as I met those rules, they pretty much just let me have the floor, and they gave me an hour and a half to present what I had. And so, that was just awesome. I used to bring Austin was my right-hand man. And so we'd always would come in, and I'd had a little model of Noah's Ark that I brought, and those kids loved that model. And, but it was a test. It was a test because they asked questions nobody asked. Even in Christian circles, they just don't ask. But they told me as long as they asked me about those things, whether it's the coming of Jesus and stuff like that, as long as they asked me, I could pretty much go ahead and spill the beans. And so nearly every single class, we were talking about the second coming. And so it was really, I mean, I'm serious. I've always had people say, man, I don't know what I want to do with myself. And I'm like, but they want to witness and stuff. I'm like, you want to get into a public school, get into the Bible history classes. And so, because a lot of the kids, not a lot of them, but there's a portion of them that think, oh, this is going to be an easy class. I'll smoke through this, no problem. And so you usually get your people in there, all walks of life, all different backgrounds. And so, but you just go in there and, going there well equipped, and usually you'll have your test. That's a good, like I said, a good test. Because then I'd have the biology teachers would come talk to me. Some of the science teachers would come talk to me, and they wouldn't debate with me. They would just, ask me about this, ask me about that, share information, ask me if I've ever heard of certain things. And so, it was really good, because it was really wild is that people from the sheriff's office would say, I had a secretary that worked with the sheriff's office, and she was an atheist. And she said, you want to keep your job, don't you? And I told her, I'm like, they invited me. I didn't go to them. They came to me. And so it's really amazing how she gave me a hard time about it. And, she said, well, there ought to be other people that ought to be able to tell their side. And I'm going, well, let them come tell their side. And so, but it's that was the whole, after the last Bible history class that I did, the lady retired. And so I had nowhere else to present my stuff. And so, I started looking at YouTube and seeing all the creation ministries that were on YouTube. And so I told my wife, I'm like, why don't we just give it a shot? And so I started researching cameras and recording devices, and got up with somebody that could get me a good computer that could do everything I needed to do. And here I is.
That's awesome. It's too bad that more people don't see your Your traveling museum, though. You might
Yeah.
have to take that thing to Dinosaur Adventureland sometime. I bet Kent would love to have his visit.
Oh, I tell you what, I've met Kent twice. The first time he came to Greensboro, North Carolina, is where I met him, and a guy that was in the creation. Him and I, we went together and saw Kent, and I got a picture of Kent and me. We're holding a dinosaur. He's got a leg. We're actually holding a brachiosaur. And so he's got part of the brachiosaur, and I got the other part of the brachiosaur, and we're standing there, and I took a picture with him, and I told him, I said, you just don't know how much your ministry has encouraged me to get into what you're doing. And so I was just at the very beginning stages. I think at that time, that was the latter 90s. I was duplicating VHS tapes, and I was passing them out to local truck drivers, because that's what I was doing. I was a truck driver back then. And so I was passing out VHS tapes, because he was like, hey, my stuff's not copyrighted, please take it and pass it out. And it was an amazing thing. It was an amazing thing, because I'd come across guys out on the road in the middle of nowhere, and we get talking about the Lord and stuff, and I give them a creation tape. Man, they thought they done won the lottery. I mean, somebody give them something for free, and then they got something to encourage them and stuff. It's just an amazing how everything started coming out at that time. And then it started leading to one thing, another, one thing to another. And I met him last in Stanley County, North Carolina. He came, that was the last time I saw him. And I haven't seen him since. And so, but Kent has been a huge influence on me. And so, but he was the one that influenced me, because I saw some of the pictures that he gave on the mobile museum. And I said, how cool is that? And so that's when I started looking at using something. And so it's an amazing thing. And so even though I haven't necessarily used it, out and about in the highways and byways, it's still something that I can use on YouTube. And so I try to utilize it, as much as possible. Who knows what the Lord may have in store. But I get that a lot from people. They say, man, how come you ain't got more views, or how come you ain't got more, subscribers and stuff? And so I'm going to honestly say, I have no idea, what that, maybe there's something in algorithms. At first I thought I was doing my thumbnails wrong. Maybe it was something in the description. It seems to be something that I do get a lot from folks. I just chalked it up to, because there's so many millions of people on this thing. And so, and all I am is just a leaf in the forest. And so that's what I always thought it was. You made up a great point the other day when you were talking about how you have to almost be belligerent for people to really notice you. And it's just, I don't know, maybe I just don't stick out like a sore thumb. And I try to be family friendly on my channel, and it goes, and plus I'm a smorgasbord of different things, camping, hiking, creation, RVing. I mean, you name it. It's, and who knows what it may come from there. But if it's just a channel devoted to just all about things that I do, but I try to integrate the Christian stuff into some of like my hikes and stuff like that. We'll talk about a biblical theme or a biblical topic, either go through a Bible track or something like that, try to make it interesting. But I'm also into cryptozoology, and it's just, but when we first started the channel off, I was like, okay, what do we call it? And it seemed like, everybody's always called me Dino or Dino Donnie, and it just seems to a name that stuck with me. And so I just said, why don't we just keep it at that? And so here I is.
No, that's a good name, and I know what you mean, because I noticed some channels will grow and then they'll go stagnant and vanish. And what's going on is, I think there's kind of a 3-day window for uploads. Then YouTube has a tendency to want to promote you more. I noticed that none of your videos are monetized. So because you make them no money, they don't care about you making money. So they have no incentive on promoting your videos. So as soon as you get a chance to monetize, do it. Because as soon as you start making them something, they'll start being, oh, okay, now I care. because your content can be as good as possible. And unless I was searching for young earth creation content, I would have never found your channel.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like,
it's something that, you know, when I come to that point, I may go ahead. I'll probably will, because you're right. I think those algorithms are pushing the people that's making the money. That's a very good point. It's something that, you know, at first I was like, boy, if I get one video up every 2 weeks, I'm doing good. But man, that's nothing now. To when I first started off, we were recording where you could see us. That's the reason why, if you look back at the very beginning, you'll see me more. And it's just a few. It's a few. We did the baraminology, the caveman. There's some, you know, my testimony. I give my testimony. Boy, you could tell I'm nervous there in that testimony one. But I look back on all that. The dinosaur walkthrough on the dinosaurs and man. Man, I didn't know what I was doing. But you know, it was just the first videos, and people were saying, well, your videos are just way too long. And so, but I've got some videos that are, I don't think they're just a minute or two. And I don't think I got 10 views on that thing. So it's just not what, you know, it's just not something, you know, I did that mainly to test the waters. I thought, let me just try this and just see. It's an interesting little thing. And, it's a video that says, carbs. I was on a hiking trip. I was on a overnight hiking trip, and the video is called Too Many Carbs. And you'll see a tree with it. Looks like it's got a great big bubble in it. And I did that one just to test that and see if that would work. And oh no, it didn't mean anything. And so it's this has been a learning curve for me. And so the main thing I want to do is just get my presentations out there. Hopefully somebody that needs the help can get it. And but man, this thing is, I can see this becoming a regular thing for me to play with.
Yeah, for sure. Because you make edited videos, I'm one of the only other people that actually does that. So you'd be actually helping me by actually making videos that we can upload, because we decided to kind of come together as a team, because as an individual, it's hard to promote. It's hard to make content to be releasing either every day or every other day. And then you have to debate, because that makes you popular. And then you have to make movies, because that ends up being what people see. And then sometimes you have to make short videos because people's attention span is short. Like, we just mix it all up together. But because there's so many of us now, it's not very hard. But in the beginning it was, because it was a debate only channel. And then I came along and said, no, there needs to be something else going on here. We need more of an angle. And look now, a couple thousand people later. No problem.
Yes. Oh yes. That's a good point. But standing for truth I've pointed, like I said, a lot of people, even I work with, I've told them, hey, you guys need to check this out. It's like I said, especially for the debaters, this is the one. If they really want to debate, this is the channel they get their chance. And so how easy it is. Before, back in the past, you have to plan a day. Okay, get a building where everybody could come to, plan a date. Well, now you can just go in the room. You can be in your boxer shorts and debate somebody if you want to.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And look how easy it is to find answers to something. Like, a matter of fact, I should answer this right now because I put it off for a while. As the comment that just came through, it's basically saying, I want you to imagine for fun that evolution is true. And the question is, what if a single-celled organism was true and was at the beginning? What problems would arise, and what would it take for something like that to actually evolve? Well, that's a good question. Let's answer that real quick. First of all, according to their model, not ours, it would take beneficial mutations to do this. Specifically, it would have to mutate a gene, and specifically called the HOX gene. Now, this gene is called a homobox gene because it's the design layout of your body. It's the layout plan. So the beneficial mutation would have to be on this gene to change the body layout of that organism, to change into something new and different than other than itself. Remember, back in time, a bacteria-like organism evolved into something other than itself, meaning it had to change to a eukaryotic organism, and it had to change what it was. but we don't see those changes ever today. So it's just an assumption. So again, if it had to do it, deep time is actually needed. Deeper time than evolution is actually acquired. For example, beneficial mutations, how many would it take to change a land mammal to a whale? They actually found that there's not enough time, even according to their own model, to reach that scenario. So
Mhm.
any particular mutation has to achieve fixation from the time it arises is dependent on the population size. So let's pretend you go back in time. Well, the populations were very small, so things would have reached fixation relatively fast. So basically, what we have to do now is assume that the population was small. Okay, well, we do this when we take Linsky's bacteria or we take yeast, eukaryotic organisms, for example, specifically Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's a variety of yeast, and we put them in different environments and force them to try to evolve. We wait till they reach fixation, and guess what? All the beneficial mutations, nothing ever happens. They don't evolve into anything else, ever, not even close. What might happen is, sure, their fitness might go up a little bit, but that's a sketchy word, because by increasing their fitness, they had to throw genes away. So they had to lose information so that they could survive in that environment. And then they had to go back and try to put them in that original environment, and they all died. So it's a reductive evolution that we're seeing. So what would need to happen is that they would have to invent new genes. New genes would have to evolve. And we just don't really see that. We see the opposite. You know, remember, species to evolve would have to have new alleles to replace old by genetic drift, which is constant every generation rate they found. So therefore, that shouldn't be the case. Male and female would need to arrive at the exact same time because they're irreducible. So male and female alone would be absolutely worthless. They never explained that one. A bacteria turning into a eukaryote's never been seen. They had to assume that a eukaryotic organism appeared and then ate a bacteria. But it's like, wait, where did the eukaryote come from? You just said that there was no eukaryote, right? So none of it makes any sense when you break it down.
Yeah, it's really amazing when you look at all the, especially the DNA. I think the DNA is just one thing that's, when you look at the structure of that thing and what it does and what the cell is as a whole, and to get one, you need the other to do it. And there's no answer. They can't come up with that answer. And so what's really amazing is that for those of you that, I don't know if some of them have, I've watched them on television, but the what do they call it? Ancient Aliens. There was a program one time where they were talking about evolution and were just blasting it. And I was like, I cannot believe I'm sitting here watching this. And they understand how ridiculous it is. And they know that there's no way that could have come by chance. So what do? Is they reach out and they say, aliens seeded us here. And so, they go from one extreme to another, but I think that's probably one of the biggest mysteries. And I think one of the things I lack on as far as the biology, and my daughter and I have talked about it. And when she's in there and she's doing the surgeries and stuff like that, and she comes back and tells us just how amazing the body is and stuff. And from what she's been able to see, and just how, because she's actually inside the person, and she said, Dad, there's no way that we just came by blind chance. And but it is I think the deeper they go into genetics, into the DNA structure itself, and I'm not really for sure how far the Lord will allow them to get in what they're doing, what they've been doing, especially with CRISPR and stuff like that. I think there's probably going to be a limitation to this, but they're seeing how it's software, and that it's a code, that's in there. And I don't know. I've mentioned J. Craig Ventnor a lot in the previous videos on the microscopic world. A man that understands that it is software, and what software is means, you make software, you design software, and then he goes off and says that he don't believe in God. He just thinks there's something. It's too wonderful that to have just one creator create it. I mean, that just absolutely just makes no sense. And so, but yeah, to say something came by just blind chance, and here we are. We're a structure. You see order, and how order can come from chaos. It's just it's beyond comprehension. How do you answer something like that?
That's why there's so many models to try to assume how it happened, and they all keep. I mean, if they had a good theory, they would actually have one. Kind of like the theory for gravity. There's a few of them, sure, but just a few. But for abiogenesis, oh my gosh, there's so many. It's unbelievable, and they all fail.
Yeah. It's a that's one thing I gotta admit I have not tackled is we won't see me get into the space stuff. It's just I'm doing good to keep up with those 3 topics that I have. But usually with that, and even geology and the space is probably one of my weaker topics. But at one point in time, I was going to just center on just dinosaurs and dinosaurs only, but I thought I was limiting myself, and so I just chose, what topics do I love to talk about, and the 3 main presentations that you see on my channel is the one that interest me as a person. And that's the ones that I usually, and most of the stuff that's on the presentations come from people asking about those things. And so it's not because I, decided, well, I'm going to, center on fresh tissue or something like that. It's either something that either I come across in a magazine or somebody's mentioned it to me. And so, it's, like I said, I think the rocks are speaking, the rocks are crying out, and whether, people are going to hear those rocks or, pay the ultimate price in the end.
Well, you've chosen the absolute best topic, and I'll tell you why. When we make a dinosaur video, it does better than anything else. Anything down the line. People love dinosaurs. So when we talk about created heterozygosity and we explain our model, the reason why it's an important one is because the model has to deal with evolution, right? And that's just change of allele frequency. It's biology. So we have to specialize in that because we're talking about replacing evolution as a theory. And so it's one of the most important ones, but you know what? People don't care about what's important. They want to know like what's fun to watch, like dinosaur that lived with man, or do you want to talk about like created heterozygosity? You know what I mean? One's boring, the other is exciting. So it's good that you specialize in something that the audience really wants because we really don't. We don't do too much on dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's really that first, the what's the movie I'm thinking of? The Valley of Gwangi. I show the picture all the time on the presentation. That movie right there grabbed me as a child. And I thought, how cool is that? I mean, you got dinosaurs with cowboys. And it's always been a fascinating thing. And so when I actually had come across some of Ken Hoven's early stuff in the mid 90s when I learned about him, it blew me away. I mean, it blew me away that they had some of this stuff. And it was the first tape of Chuck Smith's Through the Bible C3000 series. The very first tape is when I learned about the dinosaur and man footprints. That was the very first time I heard about it. It was even before Kent Hovind. And when I heard about it, I pulled over the side of the road. I was on my way to a Myrtle Beach trip. It was probably about 3:30 in the morning. I remember calling my wife. I did pull over on a payphone. I called her, and she thought I had an accident. And I said, "Hey, did you hear they had dinosaur and man footprints together in Texas?" And she said, "Like what?" Here it was 3:30 in the morning, and but it just blew me out of the water. And so that's when I really started getting on fire for that stuff. And so, but it's just fascinating to just know that this information and this evidence is here, but because of some scam artists and people that want to try to make a buck off this stuff, it's made that stuff get kind of pushed under the rug, swept underneath it. And so I really hate that Carl Ball can't widen that river up. the area, I guess they put a permit or put some type of zoning thing where they can't broaden that river, the Paluxy River. But I'm telling you right now, if they could go up under where some of those tracks stopped at, they'd pull up some fresh stuff, and that'd be the great thing. Get you a camera crew, get CBS, get whoever would want to go down there and start pulling up some of them sediments. And I guarantee you they'd find some more rocks underneath that stuff. And so, but
have you seen the original photos?
Yes. Actually, Dr. Don Patton, I had emailed him when I was putting together my stuff years ago. And I asked him, what I did is first I got up with Joe Taylor, because Joe Taylor, I got some of my cast from Joe Taylor. And I asked him, I said, do you have a -3B cast? That's the one that Ian Juby has. Supposedly the only two that are in existence is Carl Ball has one and Ian Juby has one. So I asked Joe Taylor, I said, do you have a -3B track? That's the one that you can actually see all 5 toes, the ball of the foot and the heel. Everything is right there in the print. And Joe Taylor said, yes, but it's not a good print. And so unless he was misinformed, or because Joe Taylor made a cast of all those footprints before they actually got destroyed. And I wanted one. I wanted that print. I wanted that casting real bad, but I kind of took his word for it. And but when I asked Don Patton about it, he said the picture is a whole lot better than a cast. And so, and even Ian Juby had to paint that cast. He painted it false colors so the people could see the footprint better. And so on the presentation that I show on the channel, it has those photographs that Don Patton gave me. He actually sent me high definition, real clear photographs. And there's one in particular of the 3B track. Some of them I got off his site, but that 3B track that I show, there's one good super clear one. And that one is absolutely just amazing to behold. And that one was the one that was destroyed shortly after it was released. I think it was at some type of creation conference or it was a big convention. And during that convention, a gentleman, I've got his name. I don't want to blast him. There's nothing hard evidence to it, but he was seen in the area with a pole. And he was very outspoken against those footprints. And they believe he destroyed those prints. It was only most of the prints that were out there were destroyed at that time. And he banged up all the man tracks is the one that got destroyed. It was pitiful, but I showed the picture before and then I showed the picture after. And the dinosaur footprint for the most part is still there, but that man track, he busted that sucker up.
Yes, he did. And I am going to share that with everybody right now.
Yeah.
So here you go. The tracks.
There you go. There you go.
I've got them. And I'm like you, I save everything. So here's those tracks. So you can see it. Look on the left and look on the right. Look at that. Look at those toes. You can obviously see them. And then look on this side. It's a mess.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I mean, just an amazing find. And they, I mean, there it is right there. Just as clear as can be. And because he didn't like the information, he went out there and destroyed them. And so, but I show a number of those in there. And then there is, there's another print. My mind's kind of blocked right now. The Sir George track, I think is the way it's called. I think it's called the Sir George track. That one is an amazing track. And then there's the Japanese track. And they believe the same person that did the Sir George track made the Japanese track. The second toe was longer than the first toe. And what Joe Taylor did is he took he poured in I'm trying to get the word on it, a liquid, a paste into it. I'm forgetting they use it all the time when when they're doing car tires and stuff like that. You'll see them. I can't remember what the stuff's called. My mind escapes me right now. I've been away from work too long. But they poured this stuff into the track, and it came out. You could see the details in the footprint just as clear as a bell. And but he matched that up with the Sir George track. The Sir George track and the Japanese track appear to be the same person that did one track, did the other track also. And so, but those human footprints are just amazing. And they've not just found them in Paluxy, Texas. I mean, they found them in Africa, all over the world. I show a number of them on the presentation of where they found them at. And so they're just amazing. I mean, that can happen. It can happen. A human footprint can get fossilized, along with the other tracks.
And what video is this in that you made? What's it called?
This is, give me just a second here and I'll look, and give me just a minute. I'm looking on my channel right now.
Yeah, no problem. I was just curious so we can let the audience know.
Sure.
I'll put a link in the description below after this video so everyone can find your channel. But Donnie Dino is the name of your channel, so anyone should I'm sure everybody here knows. But
if they go through those, the footprints are going to be towards the end of the presentation. That's going to be, I'm looking through them right now. It's going to be, I start going into them in part 27. Part 27, 28, 29, and 30, 31, 30. Yeah. For the most part, from part 27 to part 31, I go into human tracks.
Awesome. Good. Just want to let the audience know so they can go check it out. There's so many videos now. Everybody, because of the coronavirus, isn't working, so they're just in making content now. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. So, yeah. I see Thermal 15 said plaster of Paris. That is not it. There is a oh man. Plaster of Paris is a lot of times you'll see them do the Bigfoot tracks, or you'll see that type of stuff. This is something else. And I can't believe it. Here I am in law enforcement, and I can't even. You'll see them a lot of times. They'll put it in human, what it might be a shoe track or maybe a tire track. And what they do is they try to pour this stuff in. It's really, really wet. When they pull it up, you can get super fine detail that you normally can't get from a thicker plaster. And so, but I can't remember. He says in the book exactly what he did. He wrote a book called Fossil Facts and Fantasies. And in there, he talks about that. I probably mentioned it actually on the video itself. That's a bad thing about doing having thousands and thousands of slides. It's hard to reference back to some of them. You have to go back to them. It's like I said, a big encyclopedia. Silicone, I'm not sure. Redefined Living says silicone. I can't remember. I can't remember right off the hand. As soon as I get off of this, it'll pop in my brain. But it's really amazing stuff that he did. But he shows it in the presentation that I show. I actually took a shot of the book where he turned it upside down. He turned that print upside down, and it is amazing what you can see. You can see the ball of the foot. Just looking at it, you can make out a couple toes, but not a lot. This is a Japanese track, but when you turn it upside down, you can make out about 3 toes, and it is just awesome. Now, Kent Hovind relayed, he had spoke to somebody, I'm forgetting who the person was, where when these prints were first discovered, they could see the dermal ridges in the toes. You know how you have dermal ridges in your fingers? They could see the lines in the feet. And because of water and the lime sediments that are there, the water, they degrade at a much faster rate. But they said that they could see the prints, the dermal ridges in the toes and the feet. And it was just an amazing, back then, a lot of these people were just, this is back during the Depression. you know, a lot of these guys were uneducated. They were just trying to find work, and they were hiring these fellas to cut out these footprints to take them to the dinosaur footprints to take them to museums. And so, you know, they didn't know a lot about evolution, stuff like that. A lot of guys thought they were just they thought caveman. They thought they're just caveman tracks. They didn't know anything about it. And so, but that's just it blows my mind to know that evidence is down there, is in Texas, and why just somebody, even in a secular, you know, just don't say, you know what, let's take a look at this a little closer. And so, but I don't know. It's talking about putting your head in the sand.
I know, it's sad, right? Remember when that Nova investigation went down there to record for them, and they wouldn't even turn the cameras to the footprints at all.
That's right.
Incredible. Like,
yeah,
on, you know.
Yeah, that's right. It's it blows me away. And, you know, I got to honestly admit, even though there is I shouldn't encourage anybody to do anything, but I tell you, even though they would have that, I'd be really hard pressed to go over there in the middle of the night and try to pull up some of that ground. But I tell you, it is amazing, you know, the evidence that is out there, because when you look at some of these books that I have, the footprints keep going, and then they just dead end where the riverbank is. I mean, and you just know that if they could just pull that up, the footprints would just keep on going. And it's just amazing that who knows the evidence that's out there. I had I got one print from Joe Taylor. It's a hand print. I've got it tucked away. It's something that I don't show. I do have it tucked away, but it's a hand print. It looks like somebody fell. And a lot of times people will say, well, when did you think these tracks were made? And so I told him, I said, well, I personally believe that these tracks were made right as the flood was coming. Some of them some of these tracks look like they're indecisive. I'm talking about the dinosaur footprints. They're very indecisive. They're kind of just going in every direction. And the human footprints look like they're running. Some of the mud splash on the prints, I show them on some of the slides. You can see where when the foot came down, the mud splashed up. And so it's just amazing to see something like that frozen in time. And, you know, and to just think about it. And it just seems to be, that's the reason why I tell people, I mean, we could probably take a dinosaur, slap it in front of the whole world. I don't think it'd change the mind of a lot of non-believers. You know, you may pick up a few here and there, but I mean, they found the coelacanth who was supposed to, you know, lived during the same time period. They found the coelacanth, and we're not getting a mass revival. To me, it's just, they're just cool animals. And I just think it's just amazing that they would.
I got to get off here because somebody invited me to a chat.
Hey, Neff.
Share some good news with you. I went to an interview at Lowe's.
He's on the phone with somebody. I'll unmute him in a minute.
And that's like saying to me, she's going to.
Yeah, he's still on the phone. So we'll just keep going.
So how much of this are you going to edit? You got 3 hours into this, Matt.
I'm not going to edit any. It's live right now. So
okay. Are this something that's going to go on the channel?
Yeah.
After that, you're just going to. Okay.
I'll definitely put it on Standing for Truth. Sure, why not?
Cool deal.
I like to go live more on my channel now, just because of the fact that I have to earlier instead of later. It's easier, and we have the same fans, so a lot of them get to see different content. Because if I have people on my channel and there's something else going on his channel, you know, an upload or something, then we've got people that can bounce around. They can watch whatever they want to. The more content people have, the better. And people like this live stuff because they can ask questions and answer anything, and people love that. I'll check Neff now. Hey, Neff. He's coming. Hey, Neff. You hear us? It's okay. He'll be back. He probably just took his headset off. I had him muted for a while, so he probably doesn't know. I'll send him an email. I'll tell him he was doing that. Anyway, talking about the Ashley phosphate beds in North Carolina, did you know that when they found the dinosaur bones next to the human bones, the original people didn't know what to do, so they actually chucked the jawbone into the local stream, and they said they didn't want to lose their jobs. But the evolutionists, when they found it, they said, well, so what? You only found the teeth of the Hadrosaurus dinosaur. That doesn't prove anything. But yet today, when we find teeth of a primate, even so, for example, the very first tooth ever was found on a chimpanzee. It was found in 2012, and it was one tooth. And they have like 7 articles. It made the cover of multiple news channels. It made Science Daily. It was so popular, and it was one tooth that they found. Quiet! Hey, it worked.
Yeah. Hey, what book? You had at one point in time had told me about a book. I got it noted down somewhere, but just at the top of my head, you had mentioned a book that talked about those phosphate beds.
Yeah.
What's the name of that book? Or was it an article, or it seemed like it was a book?
No, it's a book. It's yeah, I know what you mean. Hold on, let me think of it real quick. I know what you mean. I know exactly the book you mean. It's a little tiny one, and it was written right after the discovery. It's called Man, Dinosaurs, and Mammals Together. And that was the book written on it, and specifically about the phosphate bed. There's another book that is the actual discovery, and it's called Phosphate Rocks of South Carolina, the Great Carolina Marl Bed. Okay. And but that one's back in 1870 when that one was published.
Oh, wow.
So that was the original discovery in it. That's the one that talks about them finding mastodons and giant sharks and humans. By the way, in this dinosaur bed, they've never found a single bird ever. There's not a single flying creature in it. So that means they escaped this flood area. They out.
Yeah, that's amazing. And some of the dinosaur fossils that I show, they have, I've got one dinosaur in particular. It's got 3 birds in its stomach. It's just the bones of it inside of it. And a lot of people will ask me about that. And for the most part, the only answer that I can give them what I think happened is that, of course, when the flood happened, it didn't flood everything all at once. I mean, you may have had certain areas that were still, the dinosaurs were still roaming around. They've seen where dinosaurs had laid eggs, and it's like as if the dinosaur was laying the eggs as the sediments were collecting. And it's really amazing. But some of these animals are probably starving. They're getting hungry. Of course, you got violence on the earth in those days. And so, this animals could have been, eating anything they get their mouth on. But this animal in particular, just before it was killed and buried, it ate 3 birds.
Yeah, I know the ones you mean. I know exactly what you mean. I'll show some pictures of that one too in a second. Hey, Neff, are you there yet? Neff. It's just us. I think he left the computer.
Okay.
I'm afraid to put it on mute again because then we won't hear him when he comes back.
Hey, those books on that phosphate, could you email that to me? The names of them?
Sure. Matter of fact,
it would be neat if I could get that one from the 1800s. As I doubt it's probably still in circulation, but I mean, hey, I did find a dictionary without dinosaur in it, so you never know.
Yeah, I put it in the archive right now in the live chat, so everyone else can see it as well. Hey, Neff, I heard you come back. Are you back?
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. Sorry about that.
No big deal, man.
I'm talking to my daughter. So what's going on, you guys?
Oh man, I just had the opportunity to go live earlier, and everyone just kept joining, so I kept it going.
Okay.
He's here now, though, so he's a little loud, so I might mute myself more often. But you guys are here now, so this is great. And have you guys met? Have you guys met each other?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, perfect. You guys will definitely get along. Donnie,
glad to meet you, sir.
Yeah, glad to meet you.
Yeah, Neff has been doing this for longer than any of us put together. So his channel, I'm sure you've probably heard of him before, but even though you've never talked to him, he does live debates and makes videos and has been at it a long time on the creation thing. And Donnie Dino, I found on YouTube making creationist content with edited videos. So that's how I found him and brought him in.
Cool.
But now you guys finally get to meet each other and talk.
Yeah, I've heard you mention him before. It's good to meet him.
Same here. It's something I do. I work full time still. I try to at least have a moment where I can come down. I've got 2 Shih Tzu dogs that usually, if I can get them in here to lay down in their bed, I can usually have some quiet time. But I usually try to get down here at least once a week and try to put a video together and kind of keep the channel alive. But life here lately has just been kind of crazy, as we all know. And it's just been,
So, Donnie, I recognize a Southern accent, do I not?
Yes, you do. And it's really amazing when I was born here in North Carolina in Fayetteville. We went to South Carolina, and then we went to Texas for a small amount of time. I don't remember that. And then we ended up coming back to Tennessee, and then we lived up north for a number of years. I actually picked up a northern accent, strong northern accent, and then when I came back,
it's not true.
Yeah, it's when I came back to North Carolina.
Can it actually happen that you can pick up a northern accent?
Yeah, believe it or not, the people used to love to hear me talk. And but I've been back to North Carolina now since I was around 11, 12 years old. And but now I'm in the little old town of Faith, North Carolina.
Okay.
And we are known for the Faith 4th of July. This is where George Bush Sr. came. And so I was actually working with the sheriff's office then, and we had to secure the area. And so we had all the Secret Service walking around in plain clothes. And I remember that day it was super hot, but all we have is one little caution light in the middle of town. And but if you'll blink, you'll go right by it. But if you'll Google Faith, North Carolina, there should be a website for them. But we're known for the Faith 4th of July.
Okay. Well, I'm from the South too. I'm from Mississippi, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a.
I'm further south than you are.
Yeah. But I didn't realize exactly how strong my accent was until I started doing the YouTube channel. I told my wife, I'm going, man, I got a twang in my voice. And I didn't realize that. And I didn't think I sounded as Southern as I did. And so
that's from out west where you carry your own water with you.
Yeah. But there's a lot of bucket list things I'm wanting to do. I'm wanting to hopefully at the end of this year, if the retirement goes well, I'm going to get in the RV and travel out west. And I'd like to see Dinosaur National Monument is what I'd like. That's one of my bucket list places I want to go. I'd heard at one point in time that they shut the place down to do some remodeling. I guess they need some work to the
They had to hide some bones. They had to hide they had to hide some fossils. Oh no, that one the creationists will love that. Dig it up and hide it. Get it to the Smithsonian as fast as you can.
Yeah. That's right.
And I just realized Jason went live with Conflict on another channel, so that's probably why some of our people went over. I didn't even realize that was today. My bad. Anyway, have you seen any questions coming in here? Local.
I got a bunch of comments posted to me by in YouTube by James Downard. Posting one whiny comment after another, boo-hooing about science and creationists, and I just responded to him with, stop whining about the data. Most of the stuff that creationists cite as sources are from your own camp. They're from the secular journals. So what are you whining about? You're whining about the science data. Stop whining.
Yeah. Yes, he is. Donnie Dino. If you know who that is, He's the guy that he goes live almost every night to complain about a book called well, right now it's on Jensen's book called Resources Harlem, but all he ever does is complain about the resources. So when you go to the bottom of a book, you know how it gives you links to about a source. That's what he's complaining about. So,
Really?
yeah, when you say, did you know they discovered that mitochondria lived about 6,000 years ago? He'll go, what's the source for that? So you'll go, okay, well, it's from your own camp. The first person to find it was Parsons in 1997, and then the second person was Ann Gibbons in 1998. He'll go, well, they didn't say that. They didn't say that he was 6,000 years ago. Well, no kidding. You really want them to say that the secular camp is going to say biological Eve was 6,000 years ago?
Isn't it lame the way they complain about creationists misinterpreting the data, right? But they're the ones who really do it. And what I find so humorous is that that they complain so much about the creationists when they cite secular information from the secular mainstream journals, and then they complain about it and they say you're misrepresenting it. No, we're just showing you the data and giving you what that data implies. You just can't stand the inference we get from the data. That's all. So you claim that we're giving a false inference. No, we're telling you what the data actually shows. For example, remember, Matt, that citation I gave that showed that approximately 87% of all the single nucleotide changes to our man's protein codes arose in the last 5 to 10,000 years, right? That's from a secular source. Well, what does that imply? That implies that man has only been around 5 to 10,000 years. But what does the evolutionist do? No, you're misinterpreting the data. No. You're trying to say the data is false. It's funny that the evolutionists argue against their own camp all the time. What they're actually doing is arguing against the data from their own camp. And they never stop doing it.
Yeah, that's one thing I try to do on the slides that I have is I try to show, the reference just in case somebody, and amazingly, I have not gotten anybody to contend with any of the references that I give. I just try to show, what's there. And, I've had a few that had tried to correct me on something. And then when I tell them usually the reference where I got it from and the page I got it from, usually it stops right there. But it's always good to give a good reference. And but then again, if they want to debate those references, then again, it's a kind of a lost cause.
That's why I almost never cite creationists' work, because the evolutionist almost every time is going to say, "Oh, there's something from them dumb creationists," So I mean, I do sometimes, but it's rare. Almost everything that I cite to evolutionists comes from mainstream secular science journals, because then they can't complain about the authors. At least you eliminate the authors that can't complain about who they are or their ideas. They're believers in evolution, and they're providing scientific data that shows that the creation is true. But they're then they complain, about how you interpret it. They'll say you're wrongly interpreting the evidence. And the truth is, they're just not allowing themselves to accept the inference that we get from it when we read it. That's all.
Yeah, they love that one. That's always their go-to. Well, yeah, okay, so what that they found that as evidence? You're probably just interpreting it wrong. Like, what? You just admitted that they agreed.
Right. It happens all the time.
Yeah, I know. It's that's what's the worst about a debate sometimes. You realize going in that you're never going to convince the person that you're debating. So you're basically talking to the audience, and the audience doesn't even understand what's going on, like if they're new to this anyway. So they hear you say that one study says this, and then your opponent saying, well, you're interpreting it wrong. So now the audience is kind of like, I don't know who to believe.
Right, exactly.
Their goal in a debate is to instill doubt to creationists or Christians. That's it. They're not interested in trying to have a logical.
That's exactly it. Every atheist has a fantasy, and that is to convert a Christian because they think that'll give them the excuse for denying God.
Mm-hmm.
Well said. That is it. How sad. Could you imagine devoting your entire life to telling everybody that there's no purpose to life? Imagine that.
That's abuse. It's child abuse when you tell a child that.
Yeah.
I know. Well, to them, remember, this is the only life they ever have. This is it. It's a short one that they've got. And they're going to dedicate it to telling everybody it doesn't matter. It's kind of weird when you think about it. The mindset is very strange. Well, you think they would be very happy to learn, like, wait a minute, I was lied to? Show me. And then they would be mad at those that lied to them. Instead, they're mad at you for telling them that they were lied to. So you know they've got some kind of a mental problem going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Matt, let me ask you, where are you from?
I'm in California. I was born in California.
California. I don't know why I was thinking you was in Arizona or something. I don't know why I got that impression.
Oh, Arizona. No, I've lived in Vegas before, but never Arizona.
Okay, California. Man, you on the other side of the continent.
You know, the interesting thing about what you said, Matt, is, isn't that true? You would think they'd be surprised and delighted to discover, oh, I have a loving, merciful God as a creator. I'm not just a product of rock soup. I matter. I'm special. God deeply cares about me. He wants to give me paradise. Awesome. No, that's not, that doesn't go that way, though. It goes, no, and it's just rebellion against God, you know.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre, you know. They'd rather be the product of mindless, undirected rock soup and meaningless. And when the universe finally gets cold and dark, their life meant nothing, and it's as though it never happened. That's the future that they would actually prefer to God. It's just so it's so bizarre.
It is. What amazes me is that with everything on television, if you notice, you know, it's always things to pick you up. You're this, you're worth this, you're worth that. It's always a kind of a building up demand. But then they claim this is it. There's nothing to our existence. And we evolved from a freaking worm. And
exactly.
It's just nothing.
That hypocrisy is really astonishing to me because, you know, the atheists love to talk about rights and human values and stuff. They love to carry on about it. What they really are saying is not what they're really saying is my right to do or think whatever I like without being judged for it by God.
Yeah,
that's what they're really wanting. It's not that they want human rights or equality for people or anything else so much. What they want is freedom from God. And so when they talk about equality and human rights and freedoms, what they're talking about is really on underneath, psychologically under everything, what they're thinking of is freedom from God.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's only the Lord knows how long more he's going to tarry. But one day we're going to hand it over to him, and they're going to get a little time on this planet without it. And I just wonder how much longer he's going to withhold.
I hear him say all the time, atheists, you know, I debate in other venues too, internet chats places and stuff. And I've spent gobs of hours debating atheists there. And I often hear from them things like that they talk about how important it is that everybody is respected and everything, and they talk about how Christianity is it's child abuse to teach a child a delusion about there being a God. The truth is, it's child abuse to tell a child you're a rock soup puppy and you mean nothing. There's not even anybody at home. You're a soulless bag of matter. That's all you are.
Oh yeah. And then they wonder why we got the problems we got in some of these schools. I remember, I actually am old enough to remember when we used to go to the lunchroom, the teacher would pick somebody out and we'd bless the food before we went to the cafeteria. I mean, that would be in the early 80s. is when that
Oh,
happened.
shoot, things
And so-
changed so much. Look, when
Oh,
I was
yeah.
a kid back in the 60s, we were saying daily prayers in the morning over the
Yes.
intercom.
Yes.
You know,
Yes, I remember. Yes, I remember. Even the principal would get on the
you can't do that now.
yeah. Oh my goodness, it'd be you'd start a civil war. It seemed like. I mean, just with just mentioning it, and but it's amazing. We still, it's working in the court system like I do, and we still have people swear on the Bible. I'm just amazed they don't take that out of the courts. And so every time I see it, now we will affirm somebody if they don't want to swear on the Bible,
Right.
but they have them right there. And
Oh, yeah.
just amazing. Why haven't they pulled those out yet? But
Yeah, I've thought about that a number of times, Donnie. That's got to be in the works. It's got to be coming.
That's
I'm
right.
surprised, like you, that the atheists haven't attacked it so much that it's been brought to a complete stop.
Yeah.
It's surprising, really.
Yeah, it really is. But locally, in this area here, there was a big rhubarb about the commissioners praying in Jesus' name. That was a number of years back. We had the commissioners who would pray in Jesus' name before they started their business, and the ACLU got involved, and they ended up. Oh, there was a big old lawsuit, and they ended up allowing them to. If I want to say they told them not to, and they were going to fine them each time they did it. And then they ended up appealing it. And from what last I had heard, they were going to allow them to keep praying. And so I kind of lost track on that, especially when they went to the appeal stage. But that was a big old thing that started up, and it started because of one person having the complaint on it. And and then of course it was a it was a thing where it was televised, and so they didn't want you almost had split the community in half. Part of the community were like, well, you shouldn't represent us as Christianity, and then you had some of them that were from communist nations and that had come over here that said, no, you don't realize what you guys are saying. We need to have this freedom to be able to do this. And so it was really amazing how you can see that. But yeah, that's the one thing I've always questioned, why they still have those Bibles I'm glad they do, don't get me wrong, but it is one thing that we seem to still have on, and it's there.
Yeah. Yes.
Excuse me.
Fine.
I got to change it. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. They want a godless world, and it's just a shame, that it's bizarre that they can live in a delusion like that, and think that it's all going to be okay in the end. That it's not going to matter. I think a lot of them actually have this twisted. They convince themselves that, and in the end, they're going to be able to say to God, well, gee, God, it's good to know you really exist after all. Too bad you didn't provide a lot of, enough evidence for me to believe. But hey, now that I know you're real, it's all good. That's great. Thanks for showing me the truth. That's not going to wash, No, that's not going to wash.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The Lord him said is creation. You can look at creation and see.
That's right.
There's a creator, and it's
what is that? Romans 1. I think.
Well, that's where they wouldn't give God. Yeah, that they would be without excuse.
Right.
That
they
there's
change
no
the truth into a lie and worship the creature more than the Creator, who's blessed forever. Amen.
But it's really amazing how you can look at it and see that design feature, and so.
Oh yeah.
It's guys, I am going to have to hop off. My wife came home as I was just getting on with the group here, and she worked a good 12-hour shift today, and so
okay.
It's
good to meet you, Donnie.
Good meeting you, and finally glad to be able to talk with Mr. Matt. He's been a tremendous encouragement to me, and I'm glad he's putting some of the videos that I've done together. And I always tell folks, anything that you can use, as far as my stuff, you feel free to use it, download it, I use it as you wish, and that's there for everybody to use. And, but, it's just been this is the first time I actually went live online with this. And
okay.
So, maybe next time I'll have a picture up here.
Okay, Donnie.
But Mr.
No problem. It's good to meet you, and
good to meet you.
Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Same here, my friend. Same here, my friend. But looks like Matt's muted. I guess he might be doing some. Matt, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, man, I'm gonna have to jump off here.
Okay.
But it's been interesting. It's been really nice being able to be a part of you guys. And like I said, brother, you can use all my videos as much as you want. Keep it going. And you got my email, you got my phone number if you need to get in touch with me on a whim. And I look forward to chatting with you again.
Great. Yeah, thanks for joining. And we'll see you next time.
All right, man. Congratulations on your baby.
Oh, thanks. All right. Take care.
Take care. Matt, when did you have a baby?
He's 11 months now.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a child already. I'm thinking, wait, man, you're making more babies, more babies.
No, it's just the one you've heard about. He never heard about him though.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the I don't go live much because of the kid in the background, so that's why nobody knows.
Yeah. No, I remembered you saying something about having a kid. Okay.
Yeah. So I didn't send you an invite for this originally because I thought you were only available on the weekends.
Well, I'm really up past my bedtime. I go to bed real early at night because I get up real early in the morning. Except I don't work weekends, so I was sitting at my computer. I had stayed up late, and I checked my email and I got the link, and I thought, what the heck? I'm already up too late. Stay up a little bit longer. If you're still doing this thing, I'll just pop in a little bit.
Awesome. Glad you did, man. That was good. And you got to meet him, so that was good.
Yeah. Yeah, another one, another fighter for the truth.
I know.
And, that's cool.
Yeah, so a few of us,
Yeah,
We're all know.
Oh, yeah. Well, we make an impact. It only takes one creationist to anger 20 evolutionists. So.
Yeah. Oh, I know about that.
Yeah. So, 2 of us against 20 of them or 40 of them, and we're winning.
That's right. You can tell how good we do because they get so mad, right? They exclusively don't even have to defend anything, right? It's just atheism. It's just a lack of belief. But here they are unhinged.
Right. They're livid, man. They can't stand it. I think they're bumfuzzled by the fact that creationists actually use science to prove their points. That just bothers the heck out of them. It drives them bats. Because in the world, if the world that they wanted to exist really did, creationists would have nothing to argue from. We wouldn't have science. We'd just be like, duh, I wish there was some evidence for what I believe because I really want to believe in creation. And instead, we're just slaying these guys with real scientific data and stuff, and they're so that's got to make them mad, that we're throwing science out there at them. It just got to be really frustrating for them.
Yeah, exactly. It would be like it's the equivalent of taking something that people love and then using it against them, and they love evolution because it's as Darwin not Darwin, as Richard Dawkins himself said that he even said that Darwin made it possible to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist.
Yeah, I remember that.
Directly puts evolution with atheism and correlation together.
Right.
That's when we're using turning evolution against them and using the science, they hate it.
Yeah, and they'll say, I don't talk about evolution so much because I'm an atheist. I don't have to believe in evolution to be an atheist. Oh, give me a break. What are you talking about? There's only 2 options. It either was created or it evolved. It's the only 2. There's no third option. Even theistic evolution has an intelligent designer in it. So you're still at a loss. But it's just ridiculous for them to say things like that, and so they're very angry. I mean, imagine talking about something that we know for sure is stupid and can't be true, right? Like the moon is made of cheese. And then but we're wrong about that, even though it seems to us completely absurd for the truth to be that the moon is made of cheese. Now here comes these guys, and they're throwing out all kinds of scientific data that proves the moon is actually made of cheese. I mean,
Yeah.
wouldn't you be angry and frustrated about that? You
Yeah.
really would. So that's kind of the thing that evolutionists, atheists rather, are experiencing, I think, with creationists, pointing out using all kinds of science to show creation is true and evolution is false, is they're just frustrated there because how can it be that these creationists are talking about this and that and the other technical stuff relating to science that shouldn't, in their worldview, that shouldn't be possible, but it is, and it's got to be frustrating for them.
Right, right. Look at Thermal's comment. He just now posted. He said, "What about guided evolution? I haven't looked into it, but Genesis Scroll brought it up." Well, here's the thing: evolution does follow a law, and it's called the Dolos law of irreversibility, meaning as things change,
Right.
they can never go back. So that actually proves
Right.
all.
Right. Yeah. And so, losing stuff, it doesn't help you gain anything anymore,
Yeah, exactly. So, a guided evolution. I mean, sure, if you want to say like, okay, well, guess what? God guided us to be riddled with disease, problems, and cancer, and even the very sun that He put on our planet gives us skin cancer. That doesn't
Yeah.
make sense. So, guided evolution doesn't really play a part unless you want to say God guided it for a little while and then said, threw His hands up and said, "Okay, I'm done now."
Right. Right. Here's what Wikipedia says about Dolos law. This is funny, really. It says the statement is often misinterpreted as claiming that evolution is not reversible, or that lost structures or organs cannot reappear in the same form by any process of devolution. According to Richard Dawkins, the law is really just a statement about the statistical improbability of following exactly the same evolutionary trajectory or twice, or indeed particular trajectory in either direction. So in other words, what they're saying is it doesn't mean that organisms, here they're trying to redefine it, see. It doesn't mean that organisms that lose legs can't regain legs. It just means that they won't choose the exact same path to get the legs the second time. It'd be a different path somehow.
Wow.
And so really they're just trying to drive around, take a detour around the law. And it just shows you that evolutionists will talk about things and then they'll contradict anything in order to try to support evolution theory, even ideas that they can concoct themselves. Dolos law is a problem for evolutionists because if evolution is true, then there shouldn't be any limitation to things being able to gain and lose because random mutation is the designer, right? And the environment selects the random mutations that are beneficial physiologically and negates those that are not. And so theoretically, if evolution were true, then it's possible for creatures that have to evolve legs a second time, even if they lost them, simply because random mutation in the environment, changing environment, could make it happen again. Logically, that fits evolution theory. So they're trying to say that can happen, but wait, genetics gives us a different story. If something loses a feature, it can be turned on or off by phenotypic plasticity, a mechanism that can turn it on or off. But the problem is the evolutionist has to explain how in the world it's possible for random mutations to build legs or anything else like that in the first place. So, which is completely ridiculous idea, and there's nothing scientifically that supports that idea. So the idea of regaining, letting it happen a second time, is a second miracle for them.
Well, here's the thing as well. Consider this. Take a blind cave fish, put it back outside, or a blind spider, and from living in a cave. They don't get their vision back, but evolution says mutations should be able to adapt it back.
Right.
Take a short-haired dog and put it on an island. It's not going to have the alleles to have long hair, so it's not going to have the mutations to do it.
Right, and theoretically, it would be easier the second time around if the spider already has eyes and it just needs something fixed to make them work again. It's already completed 90% of the goal. It's already got the eyes in place. Why just fix the eyes so that they work now. But so it gets really hairy with them. But I've seen evolutionists love to deny science and promote philosophy as though it were science. That's the thing that really bugs me. And their theory is so wishy-washy, anything can be true. Just about anything. Punctuated equilibrium is the biggest joke in the history of evolution theory. Or why aren't there any transitional forms in the rocks? Well, that's because evolution happens so quickly in bursts that it doesn't leave anything behind. Oh, right. Yeah. That's like saying, gee, that's a great looking car. How'd that car come into being? It must have taken a lot of guys to build it. Oh no, it only took 3, and they did it really fast. It's just that's how it works. In a car plant, it only takes 3 guys to build a car. It just happens real fast. They go into hyper mode. Boom, and there's the car. It's just nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. Their theory has literally answered everything that it could possibly answer. It's
exactly
slow Darwinian gradualism, and then punctuated evolution is where it jumps and stops, and or it goes. I'm sorry, it goes really fast and then stops, and then there's stasis, which doesn't move at all. And then there's huge leaps where they actually jump multiple, and it's called what is it? Saltaniism or something. It's a very strange name, but Saltaism. I can't pronounce it.
I don't recall what it is you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a complete contradiction. I'll post the word here. I have it. There you go. I just posted it for everybody. Look it up. Okay. It's a massive jump across multiple boundaries. So all of a sudden you have a dinosaur, and then all of a sudden that dinosaur is now a bird. That's that example.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Well, that's like the hopeful monster idea that they put out a long time ago. That the creature would be born with making a considerable leap in transition from right out of its mother's womb or the egg. Boom. A huge leap. And that's called the hopeful monster idea. And that was put forth by evolutionists decades ago. Many decades ago. Actually, in the days of Charles Darwin is when the idea first came into being. And it's funny then, because evolutionists will say, "Oh no, they were just observing what Stephen Jay Gould was talking about. It's not a hopeful monster. The early days, they didn't understand things so well. What they were really talking about is punctuated equilibrium." Oh yeah, sure. You see how they just regurgitate? Nothing evolutionists ever say can be wrong. Even going back to the days of Charles Darwin, when we lit streets with gas lamp or oil lamps and rode horses to work and back. No, they understood evolution. They didn't understand the science behind it, but they knew all the information and they had the facts. So you can never disprove evolution, like you said, and you can never disprove Charles Darwin about anything, except we know that Charles Darwin's idea about gemmules collecting in the germ cells, to be passed on and inherit traits immediately. That was wrong. Evolutionists don't like talking about that, though, so they try to ignore that. But that's really what evolution was based on. It came into being in a time, people don't like to face it, but it's an idea that was born in a time when man knew nothing about biology. Nothing. We understood anatomy, right? Because medical doctors had been buying corpses for a century, 2 centuries, 3 centuries, and dissecting them so they knew a lot about the human anatomy, but they didn't know anything about human biology. Nothing. And so it was an antiquated idea, started in time when man knew virtually nothing about medical science at all. And then it ran into modern science. And the more that was discovered in medical science, and all along, biological science, all along, the more and more and more absurd it's become. How obvious it is, the more and more absurd evolutionism really is.
I know. It's that funny that, like you said, it can't be falsified. That goes against every branch of science there is. We know, you and I both know, that Darwin drew a single tree of life, a diagram in his book. today, what is it? It's the 3-tiered bush of life.
Yeah.
There's no single tree at all. So therefore, Darwinian evolution is completely falsified. But there it is. Nobody mentions it.
Right. And they're talking about evolution is more like a web than a bush too now. Yeah, that's the newest idea. And so you're right. You can never falsify evolution. And the last time I was in a hangout, I don't think you were in it. I mentioned what evolutionists do when it comes to new fossil finds. Like, the early story in the 1800s and all the way up through the 1950s and 60s, actually 70s, was that the only mammals that survived the KT boundary event, which, an asteroid struck the Earth, were little bitty mammals the size of a rat or a squirrel, right? And when the dinosaurs went extinct at that time, and so these very small mammals survived, and then over millions of years began evolving into the larger animals. And so about 35 to 45, 50 million years ago, you start getting animals that are as big, mammals, they're as big as dogs or beaver, stuff like that, right? But that was the story they've been telling us. But so then they find a beaver fossil, like a beaver skull, and they in strata that, according to their evolutionist paradigm, is a strata that existed when the dinosaurs were walking the Earth. So they have to conclude, according to their views of the geologic column, as it's called, that the dinosaurs coexisted with this beaver-like creature, right? So how do they save face? Because they've been telling everybody for 120 years that beavers and larger mammals like that did not coexist with dinosaurs. So here's what they do. They say it's not a beaver. It's just beaver-like. It's becoming a beaver. The truth is, it's just a beaver. Okay, so its muzzle is a little bit longer than the typical beaver today. That's just variety. Look at the muzzle lengths in dogs, for crying out loud. Even camels. Some of them have a short face and others have a longer muzzle. That's just variety. It's nothing but a beaver. But they, instead of in their web pages where they write up news articles about evolution, instead of admitting, oh, well, we were wrong in our theory when we've been telling people for 120 years that only little bitty mammals survived coexisted with dinosaurs. Now we know that much bigger ones did. Instead of making that admission, saying we have to change our theory because we were wrong, they'll say the theory was never wrong because that's not really a beaver. It's a beaver-like mammal. See, it's becoming a beaver. That's how they treat things. I've seen them talk about beaver-like, this like, that like, and the other like. Instead of just calling it for what it is, it's a beaver. They'll say it's beaver-like, because they don't want you to know beavers didn't evolve until, a few million years ago, right? Relatively. They don't want you to believe that they coexisted with dinosaurs, because that sounds like what? Biblical creation, right? All the creatures living, coexisting in the beginning together in the first place.
Yeah, good point. What's up, Jason?
You're still going 3 hours and 51 minutes.
Hey, Jason.
It's just because people kept coming at different segments. Like when I thought it would end.
Yeah, I was just interested. I just like listening to Neff when he goes on about stuff. I always learn a lot. Sometimes he'll say things like I know about most of what he's saying, but there'll be one little bit of information that I don't know. So, I always learn some little thing from Neff here and there when I listen here and there. It's good. So, talk all you like, Neff. I'll sit back and listen.
It's good to see you, buddy.
Yeah.
You just got
so what were we going on about? What were we talking about?
Matt was talking about how evolution theory can never be falsified the way evolutionists treat it. Every new discovery, they just modify the theory like a rubber band, stretch it this way, pull it that way, and say, see, it's always been true. Yeah,
man.
That's it. I'll be right back. Gotta go.
That's it. Lovely. Yeah. So, what about the did the Aussie guy get back to you? The one that's like so highly and morally above us?
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Remember that time, that afternoon when we were there and we were talking about God ordering, to put to death everybody in the towns and stuff like that. And he was saying that he's like morally superior to us, and I am morally superior to you. I'm not,
Oh, was this in that hangout that when Standing for Truth was in, and when Jesse was in last week or a few days ago?
I can't remember. I was at the end
I
of
don't
it. It was
remember
at the
it
very
somehow.
end. Because you said what happened was he said, you know what we should do, he said in his Aussie accent, because I'm an Aussie so I can do it. You know what we should do? We should get all the priests, all the rabbis and all the mullahs and all of them, just line them up against to get all the priests, all the things, all the preachers, pastors, everything, and just shoot them
Wow,
all in the head. And
man.
you said, see, look, he agrees with God. God said the order to wipe the people out in those towns, and he realizes that the only way to stop it is to wipe them out. So he agrees with us, and then you hung up on him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's complaining about God having people killed, and
Yeah.
which
And you called him out big time.
yeah, I've heard atheists do that so much. They love to try to make God look like an evil monster, because then they think they're justified in denying him, because a God like that couldn't actually exist. So I'm justified in denying his existence. And it's just sad, because the truth is God is full of grace and mercy and love. And if somebody puts themselves in the path of his justice, that's their doing. And that's their fault, and they got nobody to blame for them. They could shut themselves out of paradise with God, um, you know. But they love to paint God as some, long-bearded, evil, ancient man in a sky, sitting on a throne, just desperate to smash human beings because we're so evil, and he can't wait to do it, And that's just not
Yeah.
God at all. That's not.
Yeah, I know. It's like they have that picture. Have you ever seen it? And Jesus Christ is looking lovingly at this little baby. He's holding it, and then the caption is, "I can't wait to give you cancer later on in life." You know what I mean?
Oh man, that's so sick.
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
That's so pathetic.
Oh, mate, it's
Man.
yeah. It's because they don't know. See, they just automatically blame God because they think that God is perfect, so he should have made things perfect. If he existed, he wouldn't have made this fallen, broken creation. But then you explain to them why it's like that, and and that's right. If evolution is true, if theistic evolution is true, then God used death and suffering to create life.
Right.
Basically humans, which is real good.
Right, and what are they complaining about anyway? Since if in their view, evolution did it. I mean, they talk about evolution as great stuff. Look what it did. But if evolution is the cause, then evolution has given us all the disease and deformity. And they like to say God, and this is the one that really kills me. It's so stupid. God invented disease. No, God didn't make any disease. Disease is the result of the decay of the beautiful creation. God didn't invent disease, but that's how they want to paint it, because they want to, they want to indict God,
Oops, I was muted. Yeah, that's right. And the Neff, I want those pictures of where you had that picture of the coastline, and it's before the hurricane, and the same coastline after the hurricane. You've got all different pictures. You've not just got one picture. You've got like lots of different scenes of those things being washed away.
Yeah,
well, I look for them on. I look for them on YouTube, that sort of stuff, and it's hard to find. I mean, I'm searching it, and it's hard to find. So,
well, I created those. I made those are all slides that I made for showing in debates and stuff.
Oh, okay. Did you go there and take a photo of that?
No, I mean, I didn't actually take the photographs. I just got photographs, and then I put them together in slides and whatnot.
Yeah, no, they're bloody awesome, because they say millions of years, and then what does one hurricane took away 12 feet of earth or something in one hurricane, of erosion, 12 feet.
Yeah, Hurricane Katrina wiped out millions, thousands of square miles probably worth of land, and And, I mean, how many hurricanes would be taking place in a million years? But these
Oh,
people say the
yeah.
continents are hundreds of millions of years old. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's crazy, man.
The
It's like
rate at which the continents are eroding, in 20 million years, there'd be no continents. None. There wouldn't be any. Scientists
Yeah.
measure the amount of
Can
soil
actually.
being deposited off the coasts of the continents. They measure the silt in the water, and they know how much land mass is disappearing into the oceans from rivers every year. They know that. They measure
Yeah.
this stuff.
I know.
Scientific
Hey,
studies have been conducted.
yeah, mate, I didn't need scientific studies. I lived on the Hastings River and Maria River and Limeburners Creek. And this is a river that flows directly into the ocean. And I lived right next to the 17-mile long beach, or whatever it is, or kilometre long, or it's long beach anyway. It's huge.
Yeah.
And rivers and Maria River was always muddy. And the farms up there, I've been going up there fishing at times because it goes fresh, like half fresh, half salt, and there's different types of fishing the further you go up in places like that. And
Yeah.
I've rescued calves from falling off from where land has eroded away so badly. There's a shelf there, and they walk out on the grass ledge, and the grass ledge collapses into the water.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
I've rescued them heaps of times. I've got the boat over and grabbed them and forced them up. They've clambered up on the edge, and so I've seen farms and I lived there for 8 years, and I used to go out in a boat for on and off for that whole 8 years and drive up there. I used to get in the car and go for 4-hour long walks through the swamp to get to these places, and I saw the erosion with my own eyes, mate.
Yeah.
And anybody that tries to tell me some parts of Australia are 2.5 billion years old, and I see that erosion, I'm just like, get stuff. Mate, I was out in the desert. I lived in the desert right in the middle of Australia. It's one of the biggest deserts in the world, and it's where I was staying. I had a fridge thermometer there, a very accurate one, very accurate. It was an oven and a fridge thermometer, and it was 53 degrees one day, Celsius, 53 Celsius, and that was in the shade. So there was red hot out in the desert. I've seen it so hot and so dry, and dust storms pick up millions and millions of tons of earth and just carry it in dust form out into the ocean and dump it out far at sea.
Yeah.
And according to evolution, we should be just living on a flat, polished, rock hard chunk of granite, with waves washing over the top of it.
Right. Yeah, that's ridiculous. The erosion is incredible, and it just proves the old Earth, no doubt. Yeah. I've never seen erosion like that. Yeah, I've never seen erosion like that. But I live in the South, and the Mississippi River is brown all the time because it's carrying many tons of continental material from North America are being dumped into in the Gulf of Mexico by the Mississippi River every single day because the river is brown because it's full of silt. There's every so many yards of the Mississippi River has a ton of silt in it. I mean, and I'm not talking about hundreds of yards either. So. At that rate of erosion cannot have been happening for millions of years.
I lived in the Blue Mountains at a place called Lithgow, right up the back of Lithgow and Bells Road, not Bells Line of Road, another Bells Road, and that goes right on to I had a creek running right through my. I lived there for about 8 months, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something
That's
like that.
New Zealand.
No, that's in New South Wales, Australia.
Oh, Australia. Right.
In New South Wales, and I've seen erosion just in the short time, the 9 months that I lived there. Just 9 months. I mean, and those mountains are mostly rock, by the way. You know what I mean? They're mostly rock, sandstone, admittedly. To varying degrees of hardness. Some soft, some, hard, really hard. But the amount of erosion that I saw in just 9 months, I mean, if that's going on for millions of years, I mean, come off it, man.
Not possible.
And when a river it cuts its way down through a valley, it doesn't cut a V shape in the valley, because as the water goes around bends, it undercuts, right, on certain bends, right,
Right.
on right angle bends or whatever. So it'll undercut. So where you've got all over the world, you've got some undercuts, right, where the water's been flowing there for a long time, not millions, but thousands or whatever. But you got other places where it's a V shape. So if water's flowing around, carving these mountains out, you'd have massive undercuts, massive undercut areas where it's like massive cave areas and stuff like that. You wouldn't have just V shape, just carved out in a V shape.
Right, right.
Valleys everywhere.
You wouldn't find hard angles like that in any river. It should be all windy and curvy. That's right.
Well, I saw it on Northwest Creation Network. I saw them show a flood that happened at one of their, friends' states where they lived or something. There was a major flood in this area, and they went in there and they showed what was left after the flood. And you know what it looked like when they went through there? It looked like a miniature version of, where's that place out in Nevada in the desert, I think it is, where it's got those monuments sticking up out of the ground everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Those long, tall towers, rock towers sticking up
called
everywhere.
Monument Park, I think.
Yeah. Well, it looked like Monument Park. It looked like this where this water went out. You got these dirt mound, like there's parts that were left, literally just monuments sticking out everywhere. And this is after it was quite a large flood, but not, it was nothing anywhere near the scale of the global flood. But that's what the global flood would have done, things like that, Monument Park. And I've actually seen evidence that flood waters actually do those things. And they build up 600 layers on that in Mount St. Helens of those microfine layers in just 3 hours.
Yeah, it's amazing. The monuments in Monument Park were probably created by a flood, a giant local flood that took place after the global flood.
When the dam burst.
Yeah, when there was a natural lake left behind by the flood of Noah, and it was absolutely gargantuan, and it broke its natural dam and just eroded countless thousands of square miles worth of material, and just ate it right off the continent. Yeah. Kind of like what happened in Montana at the end of the Ice Age. When Flood Missoula is what they call it. Same thing happened there, and it flooded and ate its way across Idaho and all the way across the state of Washington and dumped boulders into the Pacific Ocean. It used to be called Bretz's Flood, but now they call it they just call it the flood from Lake Missoula.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah, that thing, that dam, that lake bursting, that giant lake, that basically filled up the whole of New Mexico or something, didn't it?
Well, it
was a massive area that had covered this lake.
It
was huge.
Yeah, but it ate lots and lots of square miles worth of material and left those columns of volcanic material standing upright. And
Hey, everybody, we got Jeremy here with us.
Who?
Hey, Jeremy.
The one that makes all of our
Jeremy.
Stellar.
Not Jeremy.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Jeremy. How's it going, buddy? Jeremy, you've been busy making creation videos, man. I admire your fortitude. You've been busy, dude.
Yeah, I just recommend.
Yeah, you've made a bunch of stuff. Matt's published and Standing for Truth have published quite a few videos of you giving evidence for the creation of the solar system and the universe. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Yes, I noticed a huge lack of astronomy and geology, so I'd like to fill it in.
Cool.
Fill some in.
Yeah, we definitely need it. There isn't too many people that are specialized in it. I think the only young Earth creationist that really comes to mind are the older one, Jason Lyle currently, and then what was that other one? He's been around a long time ago, but he's gone now. He doesn't make
Dr. Russell Humphreys.
Humphrey. That's it. Yeah, he was good, but he doesn't do anything anymore. So it's good we've got you here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
You've been online for 4 hours and 8 minutes already.
Yes, that's right.
Wow. This is your
He's
channel,
doing
right?
impersonation of praise.
Yeah,
he's like, okay, praise. I think praise did 9 hours once as the longest, so we've got to go another 5 hours, and we're all good.
Yeah, we got
beat Praise's record.
No problem.
Maybe we could do a marathon where everybody's in a one hangout, and we immediately swap to another one, and keep that one open for 9 hours, and swap to another one. People could go to bed. You know, they could wake back up and say, "Oh, I'm back." You know.
Yeah, we'll have to bounce around everybody's channel too. Like Neff, that's you're next, so we'll all head over there soon.
Yeah.
Look at this.
People
I'm in a dressing gown. Look, it's still in a dressing. That's how relaxed it is here. Oh, because I live where I live. Like it's no neighbours, so I can sort of walk around dressed any way I want. You know what I mean? Whenever I want. It's nice. Yeah. That's when you go in. When I go to the city, I'll be walking along the city street, and I'll be busting to have a piss, and I'll go, oh no, I need to have a piss, and then I would look around, and I think, oh no, I'm not in the country. I can't just go anywhere. You know what I mean? I have to find a toilet, sort of thing. So, yeah, it's you live in the country for a long time. It's freaking awesome, mate. You just go to the anywhere you want when you want. There's no worrying about public toilets. There's just, out in the middle of nowhere, no one can see you, and so what if they could anyway, because there's nothing exciting, but it's yeah, anyway.
Jeremy, where do you live? You're in a city, because when you send me videos, there is a lot of traffic. Oh, you must be in a
Philippines. The internet here is horrible. One of the slowest in Southeast Asia.
No way.
Or maybe the entire Asia.
Yeah, my missus, she has a son that lives in near Manila, and
Yes,
he gets internet. It's not too bad, but it's I know what you mean. Yeah, it can be a drama. Yeah, getting reliable internet over there. Yeah,
it's probably because it's all coming in satellite for everybody. Instead of coming in from fiber optics or something else to the main servers, they're having to get it. Being an island nation, probably having to get it by satellite. Is that right, Jeremy?
Actually, I use
always
fiber
face
optics.
north-south when they go to the toilet, dogs.
No, I mean,
don't know why.
The country's the internet servers are getting it from satellite. That's what I mean? Not the individual internet surfer. I mean the government's computers, internet service computers. They're probably getting their stuff by satellite. Is that right?
Yeah.
Maybe you don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that's how Wi-Fi works. The problem here is there are over hundreds of millions of Filipinos in my country, and we are the number one internet using or Facebook using country in Southeast Asia, actually. So internet here is really horrible, even in the hospitals where it's really necessary.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I love it. I like being away from people. I couldn't handle it. I've lived in a city where Jeremy, I lived in a spot where outside my bedroom window, there was trucks, like semi-trailers, massive trucks, all day, all night, all day, constantly. It was only about, say, 1 hour at about 2 or 3 in the morning or something where it would go a little bit quiet, and then it would just be like, literally the bedroom used to shake and vibrate from the sound of the things. It's had one of those shutter blinds on it where you could shut the blind down and it'd lock together. Even with the shutter blind down and the thick curtains drawn and the windows closed, in the bedroom, the sound was like vibrating, deafening. And I lived in that for a long, long time, and I could just sleep like a baby in that. Like it was like I sleep here in this beautiful, peaceful, quiet area. So I know what it's like though, but it still breaks you down. It's not good. I've lived in over built up cities and built up areas, and yeah, it's a real trial.
Hey, I just got a comment, another comment from James Downer. Let me read this thing to you. He posted some crap behind me, and I said, stop complaining about the data, you know. And he posted another one, and I said, you're whining about data. Stop it. And he posted another one, and this is this latest one. He says, and this is really all you're ever going to do. You're an internet prattler, nothing else. Nothing you say will ever change the data. None of the scientists you do the data will ever be changed their minds on account of you. But it makes you feel useful to prattle on here in YouTube comments, then I'll be sure to do that again and again and again and again. Meanwhile, I'll be writing another actual book that people can read and use in a practical way. Whining. This is all this guy's doing. I mean, the guy, if you post something and he makes a post behind it, if you respond to that post, he's going to post again. And if you post some other little comment, you know, like, James, just leave me and be, forget about it. It doesn't matter. It's going to be another long one. And then if you say something else to him, he would do this for weeks, probably. I've actually played game with evolutionists sometimes. They'll say, yeah, but you're God and the Bible and you're blah, blah, blah. Some atheist will say, and I'll say, really? Where does it say that? And then they'll post something, you know, and I'll say, well, where'd you get that idea? And then they'll post something else, some long comment, you know, 3-4 paragraphs long. And then I'll post, well, how did you come to that conclusion? You know, I'm not even reading their comments. I'm just posting stupid little things with questions and to make them go on and on and on. At some point, they probably realize this guy's playing me for a fool. He's not even reading my comments. And I'm posting post after post after post after post. You know, oh, man.
Well, if you didn't matter at all, he wouldn't be making the comments. So there's that. That's all.
You know, you could post something as simple as, really? Why? And they would post 3 paragraphs, you know. And then you could post, you know, I don't see that. And then they post another 3 paragraphs. And then you could say, why is that? Or when did you, how did you know that? And then they'll post another. They just go on and on and on and on. And I just years ago, you know, every now and then I make a post on the internet. I can't deal with it. You know, they want to be keyboard heroes, most of them, instead of take on a creationist in a live discourse. They want to be a keyboard hero, and I'm not going to waste my time doing that. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. I turned comments off on my section for that very reason. But I got 2 things. We got Redefined Living, who joined us, and Jeremy. Would you like doing an interview? Our new guy that joined Conflict. He's got he likes interviewing every member of the team, and he just interviewed Jason today. Did you want to do one with him, or any time really? You feel like, just so I can let him know.
I think he's cured now. He's interviewed me. He's gone, oh no, I think I might just give it a rest here on in now. So that
I'm going to have to get off here myself, guys. It's late. I'm beat. I'm tired. I got to go to bed.
Yeah.
So it was good talking to you guys.
You want to do an interview with him sometime in the future?
Sure. Why not? If he decides he wants me to, that'd be fine. Just let me know.
Yeah,
okay.
he does. Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys have a good one. I got to go.
All right, mate.
You guys.
All right. God bless you, man.
Right,
I'll pray for you. Have a good night's sleep.
Thanks, brother. Talk to you later.
Yeah.
God bless you, now.
Okay.
Good night,
See you,
guys.
mate. See ya.
Yeah, I thought Standing for Truth is here. This is your channel, RawMatt.
Yeah, this is on my channel. No, Donnie Jin hasn't joined this one yet. Matter of fact, I don't think he's ever joined my comments, my channel.
No, I don't think he has. No, not that. Yeah. But live chat is going for, I don't know, I reckon we should try to fill it out, you know, post the link live and let people join.
Oh my gosh! No,
See what-
it's good with 4 people. Man. It's good with 4.
Yeah.
Even that hard for people. Hey, look, we got right when I said that.
Yeah. No, it's all right, man. I like it when there's more people.
We
So
got Jeremy and Redefine. We got Jeremy and Redefine here, and they never really say much of anything. So I say we give the floor to conflict in them.
I'm going to switch over to mobile data, to cell data. So when I do, if I drop out, I'll come straight.
All right, man. Later.
What is the topic about this? Wait, I haven't checked.
Well, 4 hours.
Creation cell.
There we go.
I just thought this is standing for truth. I made a mistake.
Oh yeah. No. I mean, I can go live on his channel. You know what? People would probably like it too. I just did it on my channel because we're not really grouping up together very much. I noticed that our team isn't combining and really talking about things. They're telling each other what they learned every week. So I figured, you know what? I'll just do it on my channel then. If they want to join, they want to join. Who cares?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh,
It's
okay.
okay.
My mic is
It's okay in your channel, Matt. It's okay.
Yeah. Good.
The more you go live, the easier it gets. It's good you're doing it. It's good. I mean, even you just get on there and gabble on for ages. I mean, you can always take it down after and edit, you know, like long boring sections out and just put up what relevant to your channel later on if you want that. But you know, in the meantime, like people, if anybody's out there that want to go live, then chat, you know, in the chat section and that, then they can do it. And yeah, it gives people a chance to get on and get used to it. Like, welcome, Redefine Living. Are you there?
Yeah. Hey.
Yes.
How you doing?
Yes. Good. Oh, good to see you, man.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I was getting nervous to get on these things, but I
Nah.
went on with praise the other night, and it was pretty good. Kind of helped me get over the, I don't know.
Yeah.
The nervousness.
Yeah. No, it's easier. The more you go live, the easier it gets. Yeah, you should do it. And if you say things and they're wrong, then, you know, so what? You get corrected or whatever. It doesn't really matter. I just, you know.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
But, you know, hey, I want to, first of all, just tell, like, you know, all you guys on this stream right now that I'm really grateful for all you guys and your work. You know, it was, I don't know, maybe about 15 years ago, like I got saved, but I didn't even know that there was a creation model. You know, I read my Bible and I immediately realized that there was a problem, that evolution doesn't fit in with the Bible, but I just kind of, you know, what do you do with it? I didn't even know there was a thing of, you know, creation science at all till about, you know, maybe a year and a half ago. I stumbled across some video on YouTube. You know, my youngest daughter wanted to get on YouTube, so I made a channel and just put up video, just kind of like scout it out with her, made some weird videos, and I stumbled across some creations content, and my mind was blown. You know, I didn't believe in evolution because I became, you know, my testimony. I had like a pretty powerful encounter with the Lord, so I wasn't going to believe in evolution, but I just didn't know what to believe, and so I've been just soaking up the knowledge and everything you're so I can't thank you enough. I really am grateful, and I've been learning and watching, standing for, you know, fortunately my job allows me to listen to this stuff all day long, so that's pretty much all I do now.
Oh man, you must know the model better than a lot of us.
I actually, you know what? Like when you get into the really nitty gritty stuff, I mean, I don't, but I do. Like I actually do have a pretty good understanding of the model for sure. Now, when you get into like all the technical, like I watched a video of you the other day, RawMatt, refuting chromosome 2, and it kind of got gnarly, you know.
Yeah, they sometimes do. Some get involved. Like my one on language gets involved. Jeremy does a good job breaking down stellar evolution and cosmic stuff because I'm a layman in that way, but everything that he says makes sense. So he's better at dumbing it down than I am. Yeah,
Jeremy. I mean, you too, man. I appreciate your stuff. I mean, I've watched a lot of gosh, we just brought his name up. This scientist, Jason Lyle. I mean, he's got a ton of stuff out there. His channel's really, really slow, but there's so many people that have recorded his stuff. And Spike Pisaris, You guys know who that is?
No.
Oh, he does really amazing, dude. Matt, I'll send you a couple links. You can check out his stuff. But I think he's actually a local here in Southern California.
Really?
Bill Morgan. He met Bill Morgan. I got to meet Bill Morgan too. It was pretty cool. But yeah, he does some excellent debunking of the Big Bang too. But I would agree, there's not a lot of that stuff out there.
Yeah, it's sad. Stellar evolution is kind of just like looked over, I guess, because it's not really something you actually really learn too much of in school.
Yeah.
So you really have to be a specialist in it, and you want to learn it outside or get another degree in it. So that's probably one of the biggest problems.
Yeah, but he does a great job of breaking it down, and it just gets absurd, just like with biology, you know what I mean? If you kind of look at it, and if you truly understand what you have to believe in these things, it's madness. I see it as madness. I just don't see it.
I know. Well, yeah, there's that. Hey, Conflict.
Yeah.
Hey, how did you feel everything went with Jason?
Yeah, I thought it went. What's that?
I said I didn't hear any issues at all.
Yeah, I thought it went pretty good.
I was just joking before when I was.
Yeah,
I was just joking when I was saying that. I was just giving you being a smart ass. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jeremy on
us
our
Aussies, we're bad like that.
Yeah, I figured
smart asses.
You could.
What am I missing?
Well, I was just saying, if you ever wanted to interview Jeremy, he's here right now. You can ask him, but he just went AFK.
Yeah, I'm going to double back and watch that video of you, Jason, on Conflict's channel.
Oh, okay.
Aired, right?
Yeah, if you want to be
an hour or two ago.
If you want to be bored stiff, stiff for an hour and a half, go right ahead.
No, it flew by.
I don't believe that. Jason gets passionate. I've seen him get passionate a few times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get cranky. Sometimes, a couple of times on praise I have.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you need to,
I know, but I got to. So, I'm not normally like that. Pretty good. Like if I was in a debate, I'd be just too easy going. I'd go, oh yeah, really? Oh, that proves evolution, does it? Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I'll check it out after the debate. Yeah. Anyway, next topic. You know what I mean? But it wouldn't be.
It's better than let me stop and let me read
this for
15 minutes. That one kid.
Yeah, hilarious. Jason Ezard singly dismantles Standing for Truth and RawMatt's reputations in one debate. Yeah. That's what it would be. Headlines. Yeah, big headlines. That's it.
It's all right. If we go down as a team. Who cares? Anyway, hey, Jeremy, what would you say to you, being and the expert in that field? What do you say is the best piece of evidence, or top two? I'll give you two, as far as evidence for a young Earth, cosmic and stellar evolution.
From the cosmic perspective.
Yeah, exactly. Like anything cosmic, basically. It could be the coronal mass ejections. It could be how come the temperature is the same, uniformitarianism, like all across the entire galaxy. Do you have a favorite that you like to use?
Yes, Dr. Russell Humphreys talked about the what you call that, uniformity, or everything is the same from all directions, right? The pattern of stars and the galaxies, from all directions are the same. That's not what you would expect in a Big Bang, because in a Big Bang you would expect they will be random, but they are the same in all directions from wherever you look, west, east, north, south. I mean, in short, everything is receding away from us. Okay.
That's the red shift.
Right. The blue shifts and the red shifts, mostly red shifts, because the blue shifts were remnants of the red shifts, actually, because there was not enough momentum, or the momentum stopped after God stretched out the heavens. So some of the galaxies nearby would be blue shifted. They would drift back to us, or they would drift in the opposite direction. That would be red shift already. They could drift. Sorry, I'm not really from the west, so my English is not so good. So it could drift west, east, or towards us, like Andromeda. It's blue shifted because it's moving towards us.
Yeah,
It
that's
will come back.
the Doppler effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Go-
but more or less, everything around us is the same everywhere. Okay. Dr. Humphreys did not really elaborate on the fact, but when I study it even further, when he said it is the same everywhere, the distribution of galaxies, okay, not stars, because stars are within galaxies. So the distribution of galaxies are not random. It looks random, okay. It looks like a galaxy was thrown off here, was thrown off there, right? When you look at the Hubble, the telescope, it looks like some galaxies have sorry for my English, have they just look like they were tossed, those galaxies, okay. But when you look at the overall pattern from a large scale, like from this low on digital sky survey, those galaxies are not really random. They are organized in patterns, in concentric shells, something like that. That's just one example. Dr. Humphreys did not specify very well, so when he said that the galaxies are the universe, the galaxies around us, surrounding our Milky Way galaxy, not the Earth, because we're within the Milky Way galaxies. The galaxies surrounding us are the same everywhere. But what it meant was that everything is moving away from us. Okay, all right, that's one. And what they also meant was those galaxies are they don't look they look random, like they were, like I said, they were tossed like marbles from different directions when you look at it at first glance at a smaller scale, but at a larger scale they don't look random at all. So that's the second meaning when he said everything is the same from all directions.
Yeah, so
Okay.
red shift is when it's leaving, going away
Yes.
from us,
Yeah,
right? And so
when
when
there
we
is
look out into the
moving away.
universe, we see everything is red shifted, and so like
No, not everything, not everything.
but
Most
majority of everything's right. That's how they determine that we're at the center, and most of the things are red. So most of the planetesimals are going away from the our us here on Earth. So that they're red shifted, and that's how we know that they're traveling. Most of the things are traveling away from us.
and they are moving faster than they are also moving faster away from us. So not only are they moving away from us, but they're also moving faster away from us. So that is why they have developed the balloon analogy, the rescuing device, because that was the initial discovery by Edwin Hubble, and Edwin Hubble did not like it. So through the years after Edwin Hubble discovered it, and he even admit he didn't like it, so they conceive of this balloon analogy. Okay, so that balloon analogy stayed since and Stephen Hawking and the others, they modified it to make it fit better with the data. And when you look at it today, their balloon analogy is can really compete with the original discovery of Edwin Hubble. Okay, so what I'm saying is both models do make sense. They do make sense. Okay, but Occam's razor, the simplest. Am I right? Occam's razor. Occam's razor. Sorry for my English. Really, my first language is Chinese, and my second language is Tagalog. Chinese is English is my.
Yeah, Tagalog. That's why my missus speaks. But your language is fine, man.
Yeah.
Your English is fine. I can
Yeah,
understand it.
there's no problem with it.
You know
It's just the
Tagalog.
volume of it sometimes. But tonight the volume's fine, so I can hear you clearly, so I can understand every word you're saying. But then
You
again,
are who?
I'm listening.
I'm sorry.
I'm used to
Sorry.
listening to.
Sorry. Who are you?
Oh,
I cannot see
Oh,
who's.
Jason,
Okay. So
Jeremy,
you know how to speak
faithful, honest,
Tagalog.
true.
So you know how to speak Tagalog?
Mate, no, my missus,
Yeah.
she speaks, yeah,
Yeah, it's my
whatever,
second
sort
language.
of missus, but
It's my
she lives
second
on the mainland,
language.
so she's not really my missus, but yeah, she lives over. Let's just say my missus because it makes it easier. Yeah, she
Yeah.
speaks Tagalog, and we're still friends, and I talk to her all the time. So
hey,
Okay.
Jeremy,
I'll
if
So
give
I
you that.
share a link
Yeah, but
to a
yeah,
video,
she speaks Tagalog, not me. Tagalog, sorry. And yeah, and I understand you because I've been listening to her, and she's got that feel of that strong accent sort of sometimes, and when she talks, it's hard to understand. So I got years of what was that? What did you say? What did you say? Now I can just understand like just about everything she said. So, but you're very clear on what you say. So, it's only if you start mumbling or something like that, it gets hard to understand you. But if you talk sort of like the way you are now, then you're very clear.
well, my English is catching up with my Tagalog. So maybe someday my English and Tagalog would be my second language. But for now,
Yeah,
Tagalog is my second language.
you
My
should. When
English
you
is
start
third.
to think in English, then that's when you'll know that you're starting to master it. When you really start, sometimes you're just standing there and you start thinking in English, and then you go, "Hang on a second, I'm thinking in English," and that's when it starts to get easier. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm really Chinese. So Chinese is really my first language, and Mandarin.
Oh, okay. So you got 3 languages.
Actually four.
dang.
4. Oh, wow.
Chinese, Hokkien Chinese, Mandarin, Tagalog, and English.
Wow.
And
That's
Bisaya, 5 languages. I also speak Visayas, right, Jason?
yeah. No, I don't. But go on.
It's Central Philippines. It's at the Central
Oh yeah.
Philippines. Yeah, so I do speak some Iloilo language. So I got
Oh,
five
okay.
languages. Iloilo, you know
Yeah.
Iloilo, right? Yeah, okay. So I
Yeah, I've
also
heard
speak
that
language.
before. Don't know it. That's the thing, but I've heard that before, so I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I lived in Iloilo for a year. So I'm able to speak 5 languages. So
Okay.
yeah, Iloilo
And
is my Ilonggo actually. Ilonggo is my fifth language.
oh
Mandarin's my
wow.
yeah, because I lived there for a year.
Wow.
I studied there for a year.
Oh, that's. I wish I could speak languages like that. On the building sites, it would have been interesting to see what the Chinese were saying. But I always got on with most of the other nationalities I worked with.
Mhm.
I never really had a problem on building sites. I always seemed to get on, except for the Chinese were pretty hot headed though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wish that
they're.
I wish there are Chinese speakers
But
because
I
I
used to
could
get on with
really
them. I had Chinese friends. Yeah,
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 Mandarin or Chinese. I'm very fluent.
yeah,
So, yeah,
yeah. I
English
used
is
to sit
really my
there
third
and
language. That's why I struggle. Sometimes my videos. I don't read from a script during my videos, so sometimes I really stumble. So sorry
yeah.
about. I
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, it's not bad. Like when I stumble, I just forget. Like I'll just be talking, I forget what I'm talking about, and it's like, oh no, not again. But
yeah.
you don't do that, so you know.
Yeah, it's just the familiarity of the facts. I've been studying the origins debate for over a decade, actually 17 years
Yeah.
by now. Not really not really seriously studying it, but when I have time, it's like a pastime. And one time,
How are the planets all vastly? What's their explanation for all the planets being vastly chemically different from each other?
well,
Like every planet is vastly chemically different. They shouldn't be
uh,
so radically chemically different.
because they got the luxury of is luxury the correct English? They got the long time scale. Okay, so those long time scale. Well, by the way, don't forget their favorite rescuing device. Why planets spin different direction. We all know that asteroids collided with a planet, so that's why it's spun into a different direction. They also use that rescuing device on why the planets have different composition. So they have the Matt, is luxury the correct English? They got the
Yeah, luxury's right.
yeah, the
Oh,
luxury.
that's right.
Yeah, that works.
For the backwards spin on one of the planets that they blame, everything comes to an asteroid.
Well, isn't it?
It's an asteroid that did it. Whenever they can't explain something, it must have been asteroids that did it.
Yeah, yeah.
The planet's spin.
It's
Yeah.
Pluto that
Yeah,
rolls
it's-
too, right? Isn't it?
It's
Pluto
also the
roll?
same. Sorry.
One of them actually rolls. It doesn't. I mean, it spins. But
Yeah,
it's like,
rolls
a
along like a
wheel.
ball.
It rolls
Yeah.
around. Yeah.
Yeah, it rolls because another asteroid hit it.
Yeah.
Two asteroids hit it.
Jeremy, if I post
Yeah.
a link to a
Yeah, that's
video
right.
now, will you be able to see it in the chat?
Sorry.
If I post a link to a video, would you be able to get it from the chat?
I'm not sure
You
how
can
to
post
use-
it in the private chat.
Well, I
You'd
can't,
be able
'cause
to get that.
I have
Where-
to post it
where
on my
should I-
phone, and I'm on the computer. So maybe
Where should I find it? At the YouTube channel or?
yeah, on the YouTube channel. Because I'm gonna post a video that Spike Spasaurus did, and I think you'll really enjoy it. There's two of them that I'm gonna post, and they're excellent. And anyone else in the chat, I mean, I hope you guys.
I like Spike Thesaurus.
Oh,
I know
man,
which
he's
ones
so
you're going to
good.
post.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and
Our
it's
created
super
solar
asteroid.
system, our created universe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trumpets.
To the rescue. It's like there's one planet. I can't remember which moon it is. I think it is that moon that we were looking at a while back, and it looks like it's come together like it's a jigsaw puzzle. It looks like it's been put back together like a jigsaw puzzle, and their explanation for that was 5 asteroids hit it. Their explanation for Mars being the way it is and having its atmosphere stripped away, asteroids hit it. Their explanation for I think it's Mercury is like iron on the surface. So they say, well, iron's so heavy it should have sunk to the core for all the billions of years. The reason it's on its surface because an asteroid hit the planet and broke away the outer layers, and Jupiter spinning the wrong way, or whichever one it is. It's one of the gas giants or a big planet, and it's spinning, I can't remember, too fast or too slow or the wrong way or something. Well, their explanation for that was multiple asteroids hit it in the same direction, spinning it up like you'd hit a top that's spinning with your finger and keep hitting it in the same direction to make it speed up more.
There's a problem with that explanation based on
I know, because they should all be random. It's funny, man, but go on. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mercury is also vital to the stability of the inner planets. Actually, each of the inner planets in our solar system help stabilize each other. If the Earth is out of place, then Mars could also be out of place. If Venus is out of place, then what planets are beside Venus? It's Mercury and Earth. So it's like everything is interconnected by gravity. So you just have you ever heard that Mercury could drift towards the sun if Venus is interrupted?
Oh no, I didn't know.
Yeah,
I mean, I probably have, but I've never paid much attention. It's never I don't remember.
Yeah, but the primary stabilizer of the solar system are the gas giants. They're bigger, so they could use their gravity to really stabilize the inner planets. But the inner planets themselves have a stabilizing factor. I recall I made a video, RawMatt, about we because you did the editing. So about Mars, okay, that there needs to be a planet in between Earth and Jupiter, okay, in order for planet Earth to remain stable. Okay, so not only do we need the inner planets to be at the exact same position or their orbits, but we also need the gas giants to support the inner planets. So stability within the inner planets has to also be stabilized by the outer gas giants. So they all are kind of like fine-tuned together. Okay. Sorry. By the way, I'm using the evidence presented by Dr. Hugh Ross. This evidence can also be used by young Earth creationists. Okay, because he provided over 1,000 fine-tuning parameters, and the atheists, secularists, only are able to accept 500 of them. Okay, because those 200 to 500, because those 200 to 500 are really so precise. They are very delicate. Just like the expansion rate of the universe has to be fine-tuned to a level of I forgot the number, but there's
that's what I want to ask you.
Yes.
Are you going to say that as a grain of sand created anywhere in the universe, they say that if a grain of sand extra was created at creation, where or whatever it was, that it would a grain of sand extra, that it would create one runaway gravitational collapse? Is that?
Yes.
I mean, I've heard that before, but I don't know how they'd gauge that, would they?
Yeah, I mean, if at a smaller scale, for example, in our solar system, in a smaller scale, like I said, the inner planets, it's a smaller scale, right? They are all close together. If you look at it from a farther point of view, not close but farther point of view. Okay.
Anywhere in the universe, if one extra grain of sand, I don't know how they calculate that, but that's what they reckon. The one grain of sand extra was created, that like it was added into the mix anywhere in the universe, it would create runaway gravitational collapse. Do you believe that, or is that just?
On some parts, I would agree. There is a huge Buddhist void on top of our northern hemisphere. When you go north, yeah, there's the Buddhist void. When you put a galaxy over there, it will not affect anything because the void is so big. So that's one sample. Yeah, and when you there's a concentric shell that of super galaxy clusters that surround our galaxy, not our planet, but our galaxy. In the middle of those shells, there are three major concentric shells. Okay, those three major concentric shells. If you put galaxies within those shells itself, yeah, you're right. They could affect the other galaxies that are beside it, because everything is linked together by what we call dark matter. Maybe most young Earth creationists do not agree with dark matter, but I do, because the Bible said that God is holding all things together, and dark matter is holding all things together also, based on conventional science. So if I'm gonna interpret it that in the Bible, I retrodicted or predicted the dark matter also. So this is something that young Earth creationists have not really recognized very much. But since I studied this, I'm able to piece things together. So I believe that dark matter and dark energy is connected to the expanding universe, and dark matter is connected, is the one that is holding everything together. We would not have that concentric shell surrounding our galaxy if dark matter did not exist. Or if young Earth creationists are not comfortable with dark matter, then we'll just call it, well, what the Bible said, that Jesus or God is holding all things together.
Have you heard there's a new study where they're suggesting that dark energy is possibly being debunked?
Being debunked by secularists themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have but the young Earth creationists have their own version of the dark energy. Okay. So yeah, we can make some modifications, and dark energy is required for the expanding universe.
Okay, so let me try to understand this and see if I got it right. Okay, so the dark matter is what is required, because so like if you have a trampoline, right? If you have a trampoline and you put a large weight in the center of the trampoline and you spin marbles around it, they will slowly, we'll say, orbit it, right? But the marbles will eventually fall into that in the center of the trampoline.
Yes.
Right? It'll create like a funneling effect. So the dark matter was created, there's no evidence other than it is required for that marble to not hit, right?
Yeah.
So
something is holding it together.
Yeah, so it's like an anti-weight, right? Because if it was in a funnel, then and the planets were orbiting around, the magnetic poles should pull the planetesimals to the stronger magnetic field. So the example would be if you put a weight in the center of a trampoline and you threw some marbles on that trampoline, they would start spinning around and they would eventually hit the weight into the center. But they don't. So they've been, so the theory, and I think why a lot of the creationists reject it is because the dark energy, or the dark matter is kind of like the counterbalance, which prevents those things. But then, so the dark energy comes into play. How does the dark energy come into play? It has to, it is required by the dark matter, right? And so that's why they suggest, well, it's like
No, dark matter and dark energy are not really connected. Dark energy is associated with the expanding universe and the acceleration of the expanding universe. And the dark energy is just the one that holds things together. Okay, it's gravity that is holding the concentric shells together. And like you said about the marble, there is a limit to that. Yes, you're right. It will circle the trampoline and then drift towards the center. That is why I mentioned Andromeda drifting towards us. So
Okay.
Andromeda is like a marble. When God stretched out the heavens, Andromeda was not carried by the stretching of the heavens enough, so it drifted backwards towards us. That is why we have blue shifts. So Andromeda is like the marble you are talking about that is drifting back to the center, which is our galaxy. Okay, this is in Dr. Russell Humphrey's book. Yeah. So this is another evidence that we are at the center of the universe, our galaxy, at or near the center. Because when God stretched out the heavens, our galaxy also drifted. Okay,
so when you say Andromeda wasn't stretched out far enough, and now it is coming back, I'm not like debating or arguing or with your position at all. I'm just trying to figure this out. So because the people that would reject the dark energy and the dark matter, they wouldn't have a problem with Andromeda coming back towards the Earth, and they would, they say, well, it's not a problem. It's only a problem if you're trying to invoke deep time, and if you're trying to invoke deep time, then it becomes a problem. So then you need to invoke the dark energy and the dark matter. Does that make sense? It's almost like on the opposite end of the spectrum. I guess the example that I would use is when you get down into like the molecular cell, right? It becomes so complex that it can't be explained without God, right? And a lot of the evolutionists they'll mock you like, oh, it's so complex, therefore God. Well, yeah. I mean, that's exactly right. It is so complex, therefore God. And it's so then when you look out into space and you see it's this much grander, it's kind of like the same thing. God has made these things that are so small and so complex, therefore God. And when you look out into space, it is so complex and therefore God. And I think that's why some people, like I believe that Spike Spisaris and Jason Lyle, they're not sold on the dark matter and the dark energy because those are only required for deep time. And so if you don't have deep time, then you don't have the problem, and therefore you don't need dark matter and dark energy, if I understand it correctly.
That is why Dr. Jason Lyle and Dr. Russell Humphreys do not disagree with each other. The solution to distant starlight by Dr. Jason Lyle is completely different from the solution proposed by Dr. Russell Humphreys. Okay, Dr. Jason Lyle's solution to distant starlight is just very simple. There are two of them, but they're just too simple, and it doesn't solve a lot of problems in the universe.
So I have a theory, and I'm not. I am like in no way in a position to speak with any authority on this. But I've listened to Dr. Jason Lyle, and I understand that his theory is very simple, that light travels away from us, and that's where all of the time is spent, and it travels to us instantly. So that eliminates the dark time. So I've listened to him. His problem, and I'd almost like to send him an email, and I'm sure someone's thought of it, at least I would hope. And so, but anyway, this is my what I would propose, and maybe you can debunk my, or shed some light, maybe, yeah or nay. Okay, so so the distant starlight, I'm sure most of you guys are aware of the distant starlight, is that, you know, if the universe is only 6,000 years old, and you have starlight traveling that's, you know, onto planets that or universes that appear to be millions of years old, and that light took millions of years to get here, well, then we must have everything must be millions of years old, right? But according to the evolutionary model, you have light that is actually further out than 65 billion years old, in a model that is only supposed to be 13.8 billion years old. So they have the same problem. So therefore, it is not a problem, right?
But when you look at it at first glance, Occam's razor, uniformitarianism, the rate at which galaxies are expanding, and even now uniformitarianism, the speed at which we are moving is almost the same, even when you're running, except when you're running, of course.
So if God stretched out the heavens, like he said in the Bible, and he did it in one day, then that thoroughly debunks uniformitarianism, because that first day that he stretched them out, he really stretched them out. So, okay, so Jason Lyle's, his problem is, well, what if God designed that light in motion? And he says, well, then he said he doesn't believe that fits with the character of God, because it's almost deceptive, because God would have created an illusion of these planets blowing up millions of years ago. Yes. Do you understand what I'm saying? So here's where I would disagree with that. But again, who am I? I'm nobody. But the reason why I would disagree with that is simply because I don't think we understand the symbiotic relationship that's taking place in space. So let me explain. So day one, when God created the heavens and the earth, if he created all life on day one, then if you go into a forest, you would have had to have mature trees. You would have to have trees on the ground. You would have to have trees rotted out. And it wouldn't be deceptive. So if you look at it and think, well, that's kind of deceptive. Why would God create a dead tree that's half rotted on the ground? Well, because the soil requires those microbes. And you have things like termites, and you have all of these processes for fertilization that requires, you know, if God created a bunch of baby trees and even living trees, then what would the animals that require those dead trees live on? And how would you fertilize the soil for the next generation of trees? So I would say that it is not deceptive at all. I would say that God would need to put that distant starlight, if in fact the solar system and the universe is complex beyond measure, like the human cell, which we know is. I think it's reasonable to believe that the space would be the same thing. I think it's reasonable to believe that we think we know, but the more we learn, we don't know. And I would say that it is not deceptive for God to create starlight and universes that are exploding, because we just don't understand. But much like a forest, you would need dead trees from day one. You would need them rotting out from day one. You would need it. It's not deceptive. It's required. That's my thought.
Yeah, are you talking about the explanation offered by Dr. Danny Faulkner of Answers in Genesis, that God created a mature creation, this starlight? When he created Adam, he created him as an adult.
Right.
Adam did not start as a baby and then grew up for 33 years. Is he 33 years old? I don't know how old it is. I think he's
Jason Lyle disagrees with that, because he says that it's out of God's character to create something that is deceptive. And I 100% agree with that statement. However, if it in fact is required to have that, like a rotted tree, then it's not deceptive. It's just that a lack of understanding.
It's just too simple. Dr. Jason Lyle did not really wrote a book, a complete book about distant starlight, but Dr. Russell Humphreys wrote a book, and then he and his friend Dr. John Hartnett, John Hartnett or Josh Hartnett was the actor, and Dr. John Hartnett was his friend. They created a second version to solve the problems of the verse. first version on distant starlight. So there were two books written completely about distant starlight, explaining everything from Einstein's theory of relativity.
Is there a dumbed
Really,
down
really
version on YouTube for me? Is there? Can I find? Where can I find that? That wouldn't be
I have
on
the book
Answers.
here. I have the book here.
I don't know that I have time to read the book right now, but I could spend hours and
There is
hours
a
and
video.
hours listening.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
the video
I could
is
watch
a very
20-hour video.
it does not explain the math. The video does not explain the math. Dr. Jason Lyle has a problem with the math of Dr. Humphreys. But the way I see it, Dr. John Hartnett, Dr. Humphrey's friend, solved the problem of the math. And Dr. Jason Lyle did not mention Dr. John Hartnett, so he only went after Dr. Russell Humphrey's calculations. But right now, that mathematical problem is solved.
So let me ask you this though, because there's another thing. So the distant starlight is based on an assumption, and Jason Lyle disagrees with this assumption, but the assumption is, or at least was, that the speed of light is a constant. But we know now that not only can they slow down the speed of light, but they can speed up the speed of light and suspend it.
But the math does not add up. The speeding up and the slowing down is not good enough. It's not strong enough. It's not fast enough. Sorry for my English. It is not fast enough.
So here's my question, right? Because if the assumption is that the speed of light is a constant, but we know it's not now. It's not all. I can send you. I have papers on it. I can send them. In fact, I'll put them in the chat where you can look it up for yourself. There's universities. Let me look at it right now, and I'll put the paper in the chat. But they've sped up the speed of sound. They've slowed down the speed of sound. They stopped it, and somehow, and this is beyond my. They've actually reversed it. I don't have to figure that out.
Yes,
I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, I agree. I did study the Jason Lyles. I did cross-reference his data with Dr. Russell Humphreys.
So I'm gonna put the paper in the chat right now.
Yeah, but still, it is not enough. We're talking about billions of light years here. The speed that the Dr. Jason Lyles suggesting is nowhere near that. We're talking about
if the speed of light is not a constant, then it can be. I hate it could be, yeah, and if it can be faster, then who's to say how fast it can and cannot be? And if it can be faster, then who's to say that Jason Lyle's simple explanation doesn't work?
Because we do not observe the speed of light today, because science is about observing, right? So the speed of light that Dr. Jason Lyle is proposing is not the speed of light that is needed. It is not enough. The universe is 13 billion light years. So it's not enough. Only Dr. Russell Humphrey's model can solve that.
Yeah.
And even Dr. Jason Lyle cannot solve the several problems, like a star that just exploded 2 centuries ago. Somewhere,
right.
Do you know that the star that exploded?
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. That's where he has a problem with the idea. That's where he says he doesn't believe that God would create a star that had already been exploded because it's deceptive.
Yes.
Jason Lyle makes that clear. I disagree, though, because if you don't understand why God would make that star that's with the appearance of having it exploded, you just don't understand. And that's why I use the example of on day one of creation, I would think that God would have had to put rotted, dead trees in the forest because organisms live on those. And if he created all life on day one, then how would they live? Like, how would termites live if there's no dead trees? So on day one, God had to create dead trees. And if you don't understand why, you might come to the conclusion that it's deceptive.
According to Dr. Russell Humphrey's model, day one in his model happened in the timeless zone.
In a timeless zone, yes. There's a dip in the time-space continuum, which I think I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Where basically you can have deep time in the universe,
yes,
but not deep time on Earth.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
But I don't know how that works with the Bible, though, because if God created the heavens and the earth, and it kind of goes back to where if it's a 6-day creation, then that's hard to explain, because I believe he created the earth. Someone needs to fact check me right now. I'm like having a brain fuzz, but I believe he created the earth before the universe on day 4, right? I think that's the way it goes. So then you kind of, that's where the problem comes in, and how do you explain that? I'm familiar with that explanation. I don't know how that works with the Bible, though.
No. The earth was already created at the beginning. It was the God. All right. God first created small space. Okay. Okay. Small space. I don't know how many light years, but it is not as probably as big as the Milky Way. That small space. Then God, like you said, where I'm not sure who I'm talking to.
Me, Sam. I'm Redefined Living.
Yeah.
That's my channel name. My name is Sam. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm confused because I cannot see your faces.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in the dinosaur's mouth.
You guys can see me, right?
I can see
you. See it. You'll see it glow. If I hit the thing, like you'll see my little sunset symbol around the outside of it. It's glowing every time I talk. It sort of glows in and out.
It's actually not.
It's the light. Actually, there's a light on top. I can switch lights if you are.
You're right.
No, you're good, buddy.
Yeah, you're right,
Jeremy.
Regarding sorry, you were saying?
So I can see conflict when he talked.
No, sorry. There is no conflict. Because
no, that's my name.
That's his name, brother. That's that guy's name is Conflict.
No, that's conflict. That's the guy's name.
It's okay. Redefine. Go ahead.
Like Redefined Living said that there's a conflict.
All right, no, that's understandable, man. All right, okay, that's understandable.
Yeah, like Redefined Living said, there is a conflict that the earth was created first, right? Is that what you said, Redefined Living?
Yeah, a conflict.
No.
But
no
ironically, there's a man here. His name is Conflict also. So
there's no conflict. Sorry. I see conflict. Yeah, there's another.
Yeah, that's me, buddy.
What I meant by conflict is there's no conflict in what you said, Redefined Living, because you said there's a conflict that God created the earth first. Yes, he did create the earth first in Dr. Humphrey's model.
In Dr. Humphrey's model, huh?
Yeah, he created small space first. I don't know how big. I forgot. I have to recheck his book.
But the problem is if you're trying to squeeze deep time, but the problem is you can't have. I don't understand, or I'm not seeing it, regardless of the model. And I'll look into it, because apparently I guess right now I'm talking without knowing what I'm talking about, so that's fair. But if you have any model where the difference between the planetesimals is more than a few days, maybe I failed to see how he can explain that. And I think he's maybe trying to squeeze like it sounds like he's trying to squeeze something into the Bible that's not there. I mean, because the Bible's really
I can explain that. I can explain that clearly right now. Like you said, there seems to be a conflict that the earth was not created first, correct? In his model. In Dr. Humphrey's model. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I believe that the Earth and the universe are, what is it, a day conflict? Who knows? They're like a day or two apart. I believe the Earth was created first, and then then they created the light, and
Yes,
then
yes.
everything
In
else.
his model,
So you
the Earth was created first. Okay, actually, small space. Actually, it's already considered small space if you compare it to the overall size of the universe. This small space, probably, I forgot the exact size, probably is the size of the Milky Way. The trampoline that you were, was it you who said
Yes.
about the trampoline?
Yeah.
Yes, the trampoline, okay, it's like the small space that God created. Okay, and then God put the earth in that trampoline to create a dent, you know, the dent in space-time, or
Yes.
a distortion in space-time. Okay, when he put that dent, okay, it would slow down. When you study, it will slow down the clocks on Earth. Okay, and because the Earth is not so big, so clocks would slow down, just not so fast.
Okay, so you're
He created small space first, and then he created the Earth first.
right. So he created them in the same biblical time frame. However, when the Earth dropped down below the time-space continuum, the clock on Earth in our galaxy, or our universe, or our, I guess, solar system started spinning, or started, time started going at a different rate than outside of it. But that doesn't. But you would have to speed up time outside of ours. How would that?
There's no problem with that. So the small space that God created, God, the trampoline, God put the earth there, and since the earth is not enough to dent it further down the space that God created, so time flows not so fast, or it's not enough. So what God did on day 4 was He put the galaxies on the dent, which further sank the Earth down the timeless zone. And if you know Einstein's equation, when you go further down, the dent that was created in space-time, time slows down even further. And the Earth, since those galaxies, billions of them, were also created Earth first, right, in that small space, let's say the size of Milky Way, and then since it is not enough to dent space to stop the clocks on Earth, God also created those galaxies. But He created the Earth first, so there is no conflict with the Bible here. He created the Earth first, which dented the small space, the trampoline, and then to further sink the Earth into the trampoline to stop time, because as you sink further down that trampoline, or that space distortion, that dent, time would slow down further to the point that time will completely stop. So in order to do that, God has to create galaxies and stars in day 4. So he put so what God created in day 1 to day 3 happened during the timeless zone, in the timeless zone. Okay.
I don't know. That's a hard one to grasp, because it almost seems like the theory would have to be the opposite, because you can't slowing it down. I don't think that solves the problem. I think that you'd have to put the Earth in a place where everything else was accelerated outside of the Earth. Because the Bible's really clear, like, it's a 6-day creation, and from that that's when He created man, and that's when you have Adam, and from Adam we have a genealogy. So you know what I mean. When you're trying to add time to the Bible, that's a problem, But I know what I'm saying is not going to work with, obviously he's got his theory and the math and all of the stuff based on his what he understands, and everyone has a presupposition, but I'm not seeing how you can speed up or how you can slow down time, because God tells us what time is. He tells us how
theory of relativity, EMC squared, Albert Einstein's equation.
So this is Humphrey's model, you say?
Yeah.
Russell, what's his name?
Dr. Russell Humphreys. He is considered the best creationist.
Is he an evolutionist?
No, he is a young Earth creationist. He's the only one who
Dr. Russell Humphreys.
sorry.
He's a creation. Dr. Russell Humphreys is a he's a creation. He's a really nice guy too.
Okay.
He's if you look it up.
He
I
is
can't
the
remember who he works for. Who does he
Okay.
work for again? He works for Answers in Genesis now.
No,
He
no,
did
no.
before he retired.
He
Oh,
works
did he?
for
Oh,
CMI or
ICR.
ICR.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's interesting. So thank you. I appreciate you. I'm gonna look into that. Like I said, I've only been studying this stuff on my maybe a year
This
and a
light travel
half or a
time thing
year.
is just
Yeah, it's
ridiculous.
it's really easy. Many
Yeah,
young Earth
believe
creationists
in.
are intimidated by it, but it's
Well,
Yeah,
really
I
so
know, but
easy.
it's just believe. I just believe God did it, whichever way He did it. But I mean, if some
yeah.
people they need to
But
know,
you cannot say
then
God did
that's
it
fair enough.
to the
You know.
scientific community. You cannot say God did it in the scientific community.
No,
They
I
would.
know that. Yeah, I know
Well,
that. But that's what I do. I
That is
mean,
why
they.
Russell Humphreys has a book which
let's
is
see.
almost purely science. If
Yeah.
evolutionists can incorporate some assumptions, Russell Humphreys also has to incorporate some assumptions that God, for example,
Yeah.
created small trampoline first, small space first, and then
Yeah.
put it over there. Okay, so there is no conflict that
Well,
the Earth was
God
created
created
first.
time. There's no doubt God could do anything He wanted because He created time and space, so He can manipulate time and space any way that He did. But He actually did it that way is another story. But I do agree it's one of the theories, and there's so. I mean, it is such a difficult subject that I just say, well, you've got a light travel time problem, you've got the CMB inflation problem and heat problem and all sorts of things. So
Well, it's not a.
you
It's
know what
only
I
a
mean? Like
problem.
they want to invoke billions of times faster than the speed of light at the Big Bang. Then I'm going to invoke,
God,
God
right?
did
That's
it.
what I
You
mean.
know
They
what I
have,
mean? You
they
invoke
have
the
the
Big Bang
past,
did it. I'm invoking God did it.
right? And that's kind of the thing. Like I reject. I'm on an island. This is just me. I mean, and again, who am I? I'm nobody, right? But if they can invoke all these different, comets left and right, and it's just. But I can't invoke God. Come on, give me a break. And how much can you explain the Bible without God? Right? You can't. You can't explain a miracle by natural causes or because it's not a
No,
miracle. And
that's what I say.
here's something to think about too. Like because if God is truly going to give us free will to choose, right? Then He's got to give the creation, the Bible believer, enough evidence, but also He also has to leave some meat on the bone for the people that want to reject Him. Because if He didn't, then it's not truly a free will. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if everybody
I
knew
don't.
for certain
So
that
I
God
think these
existed, then
problems, like there's some of these problems will never truly be solved, because if they did, like if we,
there'd be a lot of fakers.
well then that eliminates the free will now, because now the people don't have, it's.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like
Well,
they
yeah.
can't reject God
Robots.
if everything 100% points to, and in my mind it does. I think you're crazy if you don't see God's signature. But then you talk to these people that go on, Standing for Truth's channel, and they try to debate against these things, and they think they've got it all figured out, and it's absurd to me. But in their mind, they, and that just confirms the free will that God created in everything. So I don't know. It's fascinating to think about, though. It really is.
Yeah,
it is. But atheists, secularists will never ask. I can guarantee you that the modified version of Dr. Russell Humphreys' first book by Dr. John Hartnett, the second edition of Starlight and Time, cannot be refuted.
All right, thank you, and I appreciate you, Jeremy. I wasn't trying to debate or argue. I'm trying to figure. I'm on a quest of knowledge.
Just trying to figure it out.
Trying to figure it out. And I immediately come against anything that even suggests that I have to, discard the Bible or put it in second. I just, for so many years before I even knew that there was any creation science, and before I knew any about this stuff, I just, rejected evolution without any evidence. I just didn't care, and I'm just going to stay true to that. But thank you. I'm definitely going to look into that.
Yeah, that is very complex. So God created the earth first. Okay. Uh, so that I'll just put it in a nutshell. God created the earth first with the small space already available in trampoline, and because the earth cannot, it's not enough to dent space to the point where time would stop on Earth. So God also created galaxies after the Earth was created, because the Earth was created, the Bible said. So space was already there, small space. This is our assumption. We have to make assumptions, right? If evolutionists make assumptions, we do make assumptions, like I said. So God created small space first so that the Earth can dent that space, and then that trampoline, okay, to make it easier to understand. Because that when you look at a trampoline, when you try to dent it, is that the correct English, Matt?
Yes.
All right. Sorry. I'm just confused. When you try to make it lower or something,
Yeah.
it is not low enough. But when you study Albert Einstein equation, the lower you get, okay, he has several equations. Okay, I forgot the other one. The lower you get, the lower you get dented in space time, the slower time gets. And if you get dented enough, okay, enough, then time will stop. Okay, the only way to do that is God to put galaxies into that trampoline also. And there are trillions upon trillions of galaxies out there. And with that amount of mass, it will push the Earth for sure down into the timeless zone. So when the Earth was pushed in the timeless zone, it is dull over there. That is what Dr. Russell Humphreys said. It is dull, but things could still operate. Things could still work. So day 1 and day 1 to day 3 can happen within the timeless zone. That is a theory, but it would make sense. So as you can see, we saw that the Earth was created first. Okay, so there's no conflict. Okay, and then the galaxies were put on top of the Earth in that dent. Okay, so the Earth was pulled down to the edge of that dent, that tramp. So the trampoline is now very what do you call that? Deep, very
Yes.
deep. Yes,
Yeah.
because of the mass of the universe. Okay, the mass of the Earth is nothing compared to the mass of the universe, but it's the mass of the universe that stopped the time on Earth. As the Earth gets shallower and shallow, is shallow the correct? As it gets lower and lower into the dent, time slows down, gets slow and slow and slow to the point that it stops. Theory, that's Einstein's equation. That's Einstein's that's relativity. Yeah, sorry.
Theory of
That's
relativity.
relativity. Right. Okay. So the Earth clock stopped. Okay. So it's dull over there, like Dr. Humphreys said. But it doesn't mean that nothing is happening over there. Something is happening. Day 1 and day 3 could have happened over there. And don't forget, it is based on our perspective, our point of view. It is not based on the universe point of view.
Well, it's based on the biblical point of view.
Yeah, our
And
point
that's
of
where
view,
we draw our perspective from.
right?
So
Our
if our
point of view is the
perspective falls
biblical.
outside of it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, our point of view is the biblical point of view. So clocks would be measured based on the Earth, not the universe. Correct? It is our point of view. We are the center of creation.
Clocks would be
So
measured based on the Earth.
so distant star. So clocks. We don't care if it's billions of years out there. Okay, because it is our point of view. Now I'm going to explain why it's billions of years. It looks like billions of years out there. Okay, because God said He stretched out the heavens, right, in the Bible. Okay, so day 1
Yeah.
and to day 3 could have happened when the Earth was in the timeless zone, or when the Earth was starting to get out of the timeless zone. So it doesn't matter. There's no problem. Day 1 to day 3, like I said, it's in our perspective. Time itself is based on our perspective, our point of view. So it doesn't matter how old the universe looks like. Okay, so as God stretched out the heavens, of course, galaxies will be pulled out first, right? Because they were
So
put
let
right.
me
They
pause.
were
Let me pause. Can I just hold that thought? Don't lose your thought. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt you. So down in that deep dip of the trampoline, it would have been our Earth, our sun, our star. It would have been our little
our
solar
galaxy,
system.
our
So our
galaxy,
solar, yeah, okay, our galaxy. So our
because they have
galaxy
not
would
created
still be
most.
honoring the biblical timeline, but up and out of that time space,
Because God
the
said He created
universe
one.
could be okay. I can almost
Yeah,
see that.
yeah.
Think
Because when
about
God
that
stretched out
though.
the heavens, the universe came out first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
No.
universe came out first, and the Earth was still in the timeless zone. So while the Earth was
I
still in
just
the
go with
time,
whichever one, like I don't have a problem with whatever anybody believes. I don't sway towards one theory or the other when it comes to light speed. I just go with, if someone wants to believe Dr. Russell Humphreys or something else, it doesn't really matter. It's not a big deal, but it is to some, that's where a lot of theistic evolutionists get hung up, is on the light speed thing. So it is a big deal to
no,
some
there's
people.
no problem with that. There's no problem with that. Let me explain. Dr. Humphreys, his model is like a Big Bang. I'm not saying it's a Big Bang, but it is like a Big Bang, but condensed in just one day. It is let's say 60%. It applies 60% of the Big Bang concept, but it is all condensed in just one day.
Hmm.
That is why every single problem that the secularists poor is poor the correct English accused young Earth creationists of is solved by Dr. Humphreys and Dr. John Hartnett's model, because they do incorporate some Big Bang into their model, but not, of course, the entire Big Bang. Okay, the Big Bang has an expanding universe model, right? And Dr. Humphreys and Dr.
Big Bang
Hartnett's model,
concept.
yeah, and Dr. Humphreys and Dr. Hartnett's model also has an expanding universe model. Okay, and the Big Bang has, let's say, the most popular. I could name a lot, but the most popular, in which RawMatt, I think we made a video about that. I uh, I just use the most popular because it's widely used against young Earth creations. So how do you explain that two galaxies are about to collide by today's speed, uniformitarianism speed? And we've already observed galaxies that have already collided. So it means something happened in the past that took billions of years for those galaxies to collide. And there are galaxies today that are about to collide.
Well, that's the that's the presupposition though.
But that's how it looks like when you
Yeah.
look at Hubble.
No,
When you
I
look at
understand that. I understand that.
yeah,
I
but
understand that.
Humphreys, do you know Dr. Jason Light said this? He said the only model that could solve the colliding galaxies problem is Dr. Russell Humphrey's model. Even his cannot solve the colliding or collided galaxies because it's obvious. It takes billions of years for two galaxies to collide, and we do see galaxies which collided. There are remnants of them everywhere, mostly at the area of the blue shifts area. At the red shifts area, they are more spaced, so we do not observe galaxies colliding much. But in most cases, they are the blue shifted galaxies that have collided, and we have observed a lot of them. Because, like I said before, if you recall, they drift apart. They were not stretched enough. Okay, so they drift apart, drift here, drift there, drift here, drift there. So when they drift in different directions, some of them would collide. 1%, 2% would collide, right?
Well, yeah, I guess I maybe I should stop talking about it until I understand Humphrey's model, because I don't want to sound like make a fool of myself.
I
That's
have a
fair enough.
general
But I mean,
knowledge.
because I understand, you know, the Bible says that he stretches out the heavens, I believe, 17 times.
Yes.
So he stretched it out. Now, maybe if those galaxies collided while he was stretching out. See, I don't have a problem with invoking God. I don't
Uh,
at all. And I know
uh,
that doesn't work in the secular circles, but
but
you
don't
know,
worry.
they reject God too. So I don't really, you know,
It doesn't matter. Dr. Humphrey's assumptions are only a few.
yeah.
Okay. It's mostly purely scientific. It's 99% scientific. Okay. The only assumption he made was the small space that God created and the Earth and the galaxies put in there. That's all. That's
Yeah,
all. That's
I'll
all
look
the
into it.
assumptions he made. And then
Yeah.
the rest happen naturally, just like the Big Bang, like they said, happen naturally. Okay. So it all depends upon the point of view of the Earth clocks. Okay. So when the galaxies were stretched out, okay, time started to tick because when you, like I said, when you dead space further down, time stops. Actually, those galaxies, the time of those galaxies also stopped. It was really so heavy that it dented space-time so much that even not only did the Earth clock stop, but also the galaxies, their time also stopped. But when God stretched out the heavens faster than the speed of light, those galaxies came out first. Everything was really fast, instantaneous, almost instant. Okay, so when they came out of that dent, which slows and stops time, okay, when they came out of that dent, they finally were able to get free of the timeless zone and the slowing down of time, because the dent creates, like I said, it creates sorry for my English, it creates a timeless zone, and the timeless zone is at the bottom. The
Okay,
upper
I understand I understand. So you're saying, so like as everything fell down into the funnel shape, right? Everything fell down into the funnel state shape, time stopped
yeah,
according to this model. And
yeah,
as everything exited, the things that were put in last would have came out first, and that would have been
no,
the other
the,
galaxies. And so they would have started. Yeah, I just don't understand. I just don't know how that fits though. I mean,
uh, wait. The Earth was created first,
right,
right?
put down in the
There's
pit
no
first, and
conflict.
yeah,
But,
and everything was poured on top of it. So as everything came back out, they would have came out first, and the Earth would have came out last.
yes, exactly.
So that I understand the model now. That makes sense. Thank you for
Yeah.
explaining that to me.
So when those galaxies came out of that dent, so time can start to tick.
Yeah, as soon as they came out, but the Earth was still dipped down in the
Yeah.
suspended.
That's the point. That's the point.
Okay,
The
I
Earth was
understand.
still inside.
Yeah,
Okay. So billions of years of processes. When God started to release those galaxies from those dent, billions of years of cosmic activity happened as God stretched out the heavens. Okay, the event horizon, and then he stretched out the heavens. This is all based on his book, Dr. Humphreys and Dr. Hartnett. When he stretched out the heavens, the first galaxies, the first group of galaxies which came out would have been fastest, right?
yes.
And that is connected with the dark energy thing that we talk about. Now, they would have been the fastest. Okay. Now, and as the momentum of that stretching, by the way, while they were being stretched out, billions of years of physical processes of those galaxies are taking place while the Earth was still experiencing no time, right? Because the Earth is still inside. They
Yeah,
were
no, I
pushed.
follow it.
Yeah, they were pushed at the lowest portion of the dent, like at the eternal zone, like in heaven or whatever. But it's not really heaven. It's just space, the trampoline which the Earth was put inside in the galaxies. So the galaxies came out first. Okay, the ones at the edge, the event horizon, they were the fastest. Okay, they were the fastest. All right. So that is why we have blue ships, because distant galaxies were the fastest. Okay, right? They were released first, the initial momentum where God stretched out the heavens faster than the speed of light. And then when the other galaxies started to come out, the momentum of God's stretching of the heavens slowed down. That is why we have blue shifts. They were not carried, like I said, they were not carried along by the initial, because the universe is so big, 13 billion light years, if that is the correct calculation by secularists. Okay, or even if it's still 14 billion, 15 billion, we don't care.
Yeah, I think
It
they're
all
at like
depends on our clocks,
13.8
our point
right
of
now.
view, our point of view. We are
Yeah.
the center of creation. So it depends upon our clocks, not the clocks of distant galaxies.
Right.
Okay, so
That makes sense.
God stretched out all the universe from all directions up to its event horizon, its edge. That's where dark energy comes in. Now, so most galaxies at the outer edges have more space, like I said. So collided galaxies would not be witnessed will not be witnessed very much over there. It's almost, I don't know, point how many percent according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. But the galaxies that came out last, or the 1/4 of the galaxies that came out last, they lost the momentum. That is why they are so close to us. Do you
Yeah,
know that
it would,
we're in a
that
local
makes
group?
sense.
Do you know we are in a local group? These galaxies are close to us, including Andromeda, because they were the last ones which came out of that dent. They were the second to the last which came out of that dent. The Earth was the last one to came out of that dent. So billions of years of physical processes happened when God started time, when He stretched out, when He released those galaxies from the timeless zone. Okay, time started to tick normally, just like how our clocks tick right now normally, for billions of years. Okay, so the universe, okay, is billions of years old. Don't forget that the edge of the universe, according to secularists, is 13.5 billion years. And the closer you get, it gets younger, right? Correct? Am I
I'm
right?
not sure. Say that again. That last part. What is younger? What is closer to us is younger. Aren't they? Should all be the. I guess not if you're dilating time. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. I'm listening to you though.
Okay. Let me explain. My English is really struggling.
No,
So,
you're doing fine. You're
okay.
doing fine. I'm just thinking that.
So,
Hey guys, I'm gonna cut in real quick
like I
and
said,
go ahead and hop out of here.
the vast majority of galaxies came out.
Conflict. Conflict.
Yeah.
Who was that? You leaving?
Yeah, I gotta get up early in the morning.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, go, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah,
say
go to
goodbye.
bed.
And this is it's a pretty good conversation we got going on here, though. I really liked listening to it, but yeah, I got to get out of here, get some sleep, and wake up early.
All right, man. Well, have a good night. I'll talk
All
to
right.
you.
Yeah, man. Nice to almost meet you.
Yeah, we'll set something up one day.
Okay.
All right. God bless.
Later.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. So,
See you, man.
so the first,
See ya. See you, conflict. God bless.
yeah. So the first groups of galaxies, which are about half, or let's say 75%. I really forgot all the numbers because there are a lot of mathematical numbers in their books, Dr. Russell Humphreys and Dr. John Hartnett's book. I don't precisely remember the math in which Dr. Nation Lyle has a problem with, but it was solved, like
Come
I
on,
said,
come on, Bill. Billy, quick. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise I was. Sorry, I apologise. I didn't realise I wasn't muted.
How long you going, Matt?
I'm shooting for 24 hours. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll make some coffee.
Yeah, the two more people just joined, so I'm not going to close it down. Even if I have to go AFK or do something or leave, I'm still going to keep it going. There's plenty of people here that want to talk, so go for it. I don't need to be here.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
And when we leave, it'll just shut down automatically anyway.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I hope it keeps going. I mean, this is great.
Probably.
Hey, John,
keep it going, keep dropping back in. Could you imagine the stuff you'd get on your channel if you...
So it's also the same with the Big Bang. The initial singularity, which we don't use the word explode anymore in the secular scientific community.
Yeah, it's a rapid expansion now. They're
rapid
they're
expansion.
getting closer to the Bible here a little bit, one step at a time.
Yes, exactly. So their model is, like I said, Dr. Humphreys and Dr. John Hartnett applied 60% of the Big Bang into their model. That is why it is irrefutable. That is why it is irrefutable, because they use secularist data against secularist data. That is why it's irrefutable.
So, Jeremy, let me ask you this: so, the further away you get from our Earth, right? The planets, they're I guess we'll say the galaxies that are the furthest away, they should be the oldest. But the Big Bang predicted those to be the youngest.
Youngest,
right? But if Humphrey's model is correct, then because those came out of the funnel first,
wait.
Then they would have been older. The further out we look, they should be older. Right? Is that right?
Yes.
And the ones that are closest to us would be younger, according to his model. Is that what
but we do see mature galaxies close to us.
Sure.
And that should not exist over there. We did not only observe one; we observed hundreds of mature galaxies. So this is a conflict with the Big Bang, correct?
The Big Bang predicted the further out we look, the younger the galaxies would be. But that's not what they found. They found that the further out that they get, they continue to see more and more matured galaxies.
Actually, those galaxies that they are inferring that are forming because they are the youngest.
No, they're not. I don't believe that they are saying that anymore. That's what they predicted to find, but I don't believe that's what they found.
Yes, that's
Is that right?
But right now when they see some kind of anomaly, something that is what we call that a mystery object at the edges of the observable universe, they would quickly infer, yes, this is a galaxy forming. But our Hubble Space Telescope cannot really determine it.
Right.
Yes.
We're looking out pretty.
It could be anything. It could be anything. And since we already have mature galaxies close to us, who is to say those are also mature galaxies?
Well, they should be more mature the further we get away, right? Because according to Humphrey's model, that as the ones that came out first from the funnel, they would have entered this time where things are right.
There were also parts of his model in which stellar evolution happened.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because the ones that came out first, they would have started their process first.
Yes.
And so the further out we get, the older they would be, and that's the opposite of what the Big Bang predicted.
Yes, exactly.
But actually, when they looked out, it actually confirmed Humphrey's model, because the further out we get, we see these mature galaxies.
Yes, and don't forget the pioneer effect. Okay, it's slowing down, right? Just like the blue shift. Yeah, you know the pioneer effect, right? Those the pioneer satellite. It follows the pattern of the blue shifts. It is slowing down. Okay. It is being pulled to the center.
And that's us. We're at the center. Yeah. So the blue shift is coming towards us.
Yes, not all.
Or in our direction, as opposed to away from us. It might not be in a linear path towards us.
Yeah,
but a blue shift is coming.
is in a linear path towards us. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but the other planets within our local group, you know, the local group, right? The local group are not all. Actually, nothing is coming towards us. They're also expanding. Okay, that is really weird because when God stretched out the heavens, it is like He stretched it out random. So some galaxies, if you really look at the map of the observable universe through the slow and digital sky survey, because there are few maps that really detail where the blue shifts and the red shifts are, and there are red shifts also nearby. We expect most red shifts to be far apart, the farthest.
So
Okay.
if they're just really quick, there's 19 people in here, and so I know like when I first started hearing about red shifts and blue shifts, it took me a while to kind of grasp what they were. So, but basically, a red shift is okay. So there's a thing called the Doppler effect, and so
Yes.
what the Doppler effect is, if you're sitting in your house or outside or whatever, and let's say like a fire truck comes by, that you can hear their siren coming, and and as soon as it gets closer, the sound starts to change, and then you've all heard it kind of go woo woo woo, and then it kind of has like this weird distorted sound, and then the sound changes again when it's going away. So that's the Doppler effect. So when you measure that in the color spectrum, you can see the red shift they've determined is equivalent to that sound, but it's traveling away from us. And so the blue shift is coming towards us, just like you would with a fire truck. You could determine if the sound is coming towards you or away.
The problem with secularism is that
sorry, I was talking to my dog. I was joking. I didn't realise my sound was off. Move. Oh, come here. Beat you with a mallet, you silly looking dog. No, keeps ripping out. That's why I keep hitting my my audio thing, because she keeps ripping out my jumping up and ripping out my my headphones. Anyway, all right, watch out, silly dog.
Yeah, so on the color spectrum, if it's shifted red when we look out, then we've determined that they're coming towards us, and the blue shift is that we've determined that that's the color spectrum that the planetesimal emits as it's leaving.
Actually, the blue shifts are not all the same color, of course, because some blue shifts do not come directly towards us. They just come towards the center, but not directly towards our Andromeda galaxy.
Right, so, like it wouldn't be maybe in a straight line towards us, but as opposed to getting further or closer, it would be
the bluer it gets if it's closer to us, plus if it's directly towards us. And that is what we observe in Andromeda.
Okay.
Okay. So there's no conflict with the biblical God creating the earth first, right? As you can see. I hope I'm able to explain that properly.
I've grasped it completely.
Yeah, and those day 1 to day 3 could have happened during the Earth inside the timeless zone, because, like I said, time is based on our point of view. That is also what Jason Lyle said. Actually,
time is relative, right? Time is.
If you study his model, it is based on our clock, our point of view.
Yeah.
So everything is based on our point of view. It doesn't matter if the universe is billions of years old.
They admit there's no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe. They know that.
Mm-hmm.
There's no absolute measure of time or distance. It all depends.
They can get pretty close though. Even if they were 500% wrong over those massive distances, it really wouldn't make that much difference. They're not accurate, but they're pretty close. They're close enough to know that the distances are real. Like that, there is massive distances.
Because time runs at different rates in the universe. It doesn't run at the same rate.
90% of the previous creationists, young Earth creationists. We have to be careful with these terms, because theistic evolutionists most of them do not refer themselves as theistic evolutionists anymore. They refer to themselves as creationists just like us, but they call themselves evolutionary creationists. Okay, that's one camp, and the other camp is Dr. Hugh Ross' camp, which is old Earth creationists. So we have to be specific. We are young Earth creationists. So just to clarify things, because they 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 want to distinguish themselves from atheists. That is why they don't want to be called evolutionists anymore, even though their model is. I'm talking about the evolutionary creationists, not because Dr. Hugh Ross is half evolutionist, half young Earth creationist.
It
Actually,
does. Well, it is a young Earth because the magnetic field is falling apart very quickly.
yeah, that's one. That is one of the predictions made by Dr. Russell Humphreys, which was perfect. Yes.
And
So
but light actually arrives instantly. It's just that the mass in the universe dilates time and distance.
mm, but
And
the
we,
max, but the maximum time dilation effect actually happened here on Earth because we started in the timeless zone.
yeah,
Okay.
in a white hole. You said like a white
Yeah.
hole, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the idea came from Dr. Robert Gentry. Do you guys know him?
Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Robert Gentry, and then as the years go by, Dr. Humphreys adopted his model and became the white hole cosmology. Okay, it became the white hole cosmology, and the problems of the white hole cosmology, the math which Dr. Jason Knight is complaining about, is solved by the second edition of the book by Dr. Humphreys and his friend Dr. John Hartnett. Okay, so just like the Big Bang, um, just imagine the singularity is the small space that I was talking about a while ago, in which the Earth was put in the timeless zone and the universe. Okay, let's imagine that it's the singularity of the Big Bang. And then when God stretched out the heavens, it is also like the Big Bang in which it expanded randomly. But here in our model, this is not a random expansion. It is God stretching it out. But as he stretched it out, okay, he stretched it out randomly. But he's the one who stretched it out. The Bible said so. There are two stretching of the heavens in the Bible. God said he stretched out the heavens in past tense, that he did it in the past. But there are also passages in the Bible about the stretching of the heavens in which God said he is still stretching the heavens. That is why the universe is still expanding today. So as you can see, the Bible predicted both. The universe expanded and the universe is still expanding.
Yeah, it even talks about in the Bible. I think there's a couple verses where he says he stretches out the heavens like a tent.
Yes.
So I mean, the Bible definitely says he stretched out the heavens. So
yes.
The Big Bang theory, the evolutionary, long, deep.
So when the universe was stretched out by God, time starts to tick, right? Billions of years started to tick while the Earth was still in the timeless zone. Now, as time started to tick in the universe, so billions of years of physical processes happen, like the collision of galaxies. That is why we observe collision of galaxies. Okay, only Dr. Russell Humphrey solves every single thing that the secularists throw at young Earth creationists. Only him. That is why Dr. Jason Nile told you that Dr. Humphrey's model is for you. If you want to really debunk everything the secularists try to, push at you. Is that the correct English? Sorry, my English. Try to, accuse you of being a young Earth creationist. Okay? His model does not solve the collided galaxies, but Dr. Russell Humphreys does solve the problem because billions of years of physical processes happened, including the galaxies colliding while the Earth was still in the dent, the timeless zone, in the dent, in the trampoline that we talk about, redefined living. Okay. Right? So billions of years happened. Okay, so those billions of years Okay, like I said, if you recall, I said 60% of Dr. Russell Humphrey's model uses the Big Bang. That is why it cannot be refuted. You know who is refuting Russell Humphrey's model? Our own, Dr. Jason Lyle. He's trying to say that the math is wrong, but like I said, Dr. John Hartnett, Dr. Humphrey's friend, already solved it. And the math is really so complex. I'm still trying to study it. But he did solve the problem that that was left out in the first edition of Starlight and Time, written by Dr. Russell Humphreys. Okay,
Jeremy?
Years? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Jeremy, just to correct you a little bit, earlier on you mentioned dark matter and dark energy.
Yes.
You associated dark matter with the expanding universe and dark energy with gravity. I think it's the other way around.
No. I associated the dark energy with the expanding universe, and I associated the dark matter with the stability of the entire universe. That is why if dark matter did not exist, the galaxies would more collided galaxies would have been observed.
It's like an antimatter.
I agree with what you've just said, but earlier on, you actually said it. You actually said it the other way around. I think you just misspoke.
Which one?
About the dark matter and dark energy.
Okay, which part did I made a mistake?
No, earlier on in the conversation, probably about 45 minutes ago, you said dark matter was a rescue device for the expanding universe, and the dark energy was the rescue device for the gravity.
That would have been me. That probably was me.
I didn't say that.
That might have been me.
I said that the dark matter, the dark matter is the one that holds things together, everything together.
It's like antimatter, right? Dark matter is like
it is the one that is maintaining the concentric shell that is surrounding our galaxy. Do you know there's a concentric shell that is surrounding our galaxy? 3 concentric shells.
No, that's okay. No, it was just a minor thing. I could be wrong. That it might have been Sam that said it or you. I'm not sure. But look, first of all, I'd like to congratulate all of you guys. It's almost 6 hours into this stream. I was actually listening to it while I was helping my mother doing some shopping this morning, and I was surprised that when I got back home, it was still going on. But just on a little tangent here, I was having a conversation with Dr. Hugh Ross on Facebook about the Oort cloud, and he was trying to convince me that they found all these objects in the Kuiper Belt proving the Oort cloud, and I said, no. I said you've just seen a couple of isolated objects, and I actually linked to a page on NASA which clearly stated that the Oort cloud was a theorized concept. Okay, yes. To my surprise, a week later, when I visited the NASA website again, they actually changed that page. They changed that page to effectively say exactly what Hugh Ross was saying. So this guy has got some real influence in high places.
The Oort cloud is no problem. If you use Dr. Humphrey's model, like I said,
there is no Oort cloud.
Sorry.
There's no Oort cloud. There's no Oort cloud. There's no Kuiper Belt. It doesn't exist.
What I'm saying is either
the area is so massive. You can fly around the Oort cloud or the Kuiper Belt area at the speed of light and still not hit anything in a million years.
Actually, if you do not believe in Dr. Russell Humphrey's model, in which I do, either an Oort cloud exists or not doesn't matter, because like I said, Dr. Russell Humphrey's model does use 60% of Big Bang concepts. Okay, there would have been enough time for the Oort cloud to form while the Earth was still experiencing
trans-Neptunian objects, they call them.
Yeah, well, so the Oort cloud, from what I understand, it's a rescuing device for a comet, because a comet is made of mostly ice, and so you can't have
Correct.
comets flying around in a universe that's millions of years old. So in order to explain that, they've created the Oort cloud. But yeah, the Oort cloud hasn't been observed. It hasn't been observed. Period. But the only reason why they say the Oort cloud exists is
They've
as a
seen
rescue
thousands
device
of
again for
objects.
those. Yeah, because
Actually, the
it's
Oort cloud
required.
they say was observed in other star systems. Because I don't know, they said they observe it. It is like Saturn's ring, right? We see Saturn's. There are some planets in our solar system in which the rings are just thin, right? It's thin to the correct English.
So they
Sorry for
see
my English.
dust.
Yeah, they observe those in other solar system, extra other star systems. So if there's an Oort cloud there, they assume those are Oort clouds. Okay, they assume those are Oort clouds. So if there are Oort clouds there, then why not here? And because comets exist, so Oort cloud exists. But like I said, if you believe in
Yeah, they see dust.
yeah, and I even saw
They don't know
something.
what it is.
Yeah, I saw the picture and I saw something, a circular line circling the star system. I saw it, but I don't. But I cannot tell if it's an Oort cloud really. So because it's so far, so we cannot even see a real planet, right? We cannot even see a real planet. We can only draw a planet. So if we're gonna see a real planet, how can we see a real Oort cloud? So they just have to assume that the circular something that is the circular something that is
They've seen
surrounding
thousands of.
That's
the
exactly what I was telling Hugh Ross. I mentioned that we've got these powerful telescopes that can look into galaxies further away, yet we can't see this conceptual Oort cloud that's much closer than that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because the Oort cloud would have to be within 10,000 years, approximately. And I think some people have suggested that a comet could last longer than that. But let's say 20, 50, 50,000. I mean, whatever. You pick the number, but it can't be very far. And if we can see these universes or whatever that are, millions and millions of years old, yet we can't see the Oort cloud, that can't be more than 10, 20, 30,000.
just trust me,
years.
guys.
Well, they have seen. They have tracked thousands of trans-Neptunian objects, and they have tracked them. But the fact is, what they can see out there, and they have spotted a lot of these things, but they're so spread out and so far apart, these things, that they really don't know how much of them is there. But what they say is you could fly around in this Oort cloud at the speed of light for millions of years and never hit anything, and then again you might hit something in the first 5 minutes. You know what I
It's
mean?
just
Whatever, but it's that spread out. It's not like you see in the movies where they're flying along and dodging between asteroids and stuff like that. Like comets and asteroids or whatever they
well,
are.
yeah, I can explain it without Humphrey's model to disprove the Oort cloud. I can also explain it with Humphrey's model, but I'd stick with Humphrey's model because his model gives enough time for an Oort cloud to form within just 24 hours, day 4 of creation.
But what even is an Oort cloud, though? I mean, I understand the concept.
It's
Yes.
eyes.
It's just some kind of a space garbage left over by the initial creation of the universe. Just like the asteroid belt that surrounds Mars and Jupiter, right?
Well, how would they explain? Okay, so let's say you have this Oort cloud, right? And it's a big ball of ice because comets are made of, what is it, 90% ice?
Yes.
And so what is the effect that causes these large chunks to break off and start flying around?
Gravity.
Come together is more the point.
Everything really goes back to the center of mass, in which is in our solar system the sun. That is why the secularists have said that you've heard that the comets go usually in the direction of the sun. That is why they melt, right?
Correct. That's why you see a tail on the comet. The tail of a comet is the molten ice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So everything really has to go back to the mass. But so the next question is, why does Mercury, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Mercury, Earth, Mars, the inner planets, get inside, that does not get sucked up to the sun? Thank God there is the Jupiter, the gas giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, in which prevents us from being sucked inside the sun. That is the design feature. But there's nothing at the Oort cloud, if it exists. But like I said, Dr. Humphrey's model does account with or without Oort cloud is okay with him. That is why his model is irrefutable. Yeah.
Okay,
let me personally guarantee you, the only person attacking Humphrey's model is one of our own, Dr. Jason Lyle. Well, but like I said again, if Dr. Jason Lyle has read the second edition of the book written by Dr. John Hartnett, the good friend of Dr. Russell Humphreys, it solves the problem that Dr. Jason Lyle is talking about.
But so, I mean, for the record, though, the Oort cloud was only fabricated to explain the comets. It hasn't been observed.
It hasn't been observed, yes. But if you believe in Humphrey's model, either way, if an Oort cloud exists or not, it doesn't matter. Because his model does incorporate some aspects of the Big Bang, like expanding universe, collided galaxies. His model gives enough time for distant galaxies and even closer galaxies enough time to create an Oort cloud and to create those concentric shells that surround our galaxy.
So what does Humphrey's model say about star formation? Does he have those
star formation? The stars were already formed.
They were fully formed?
God did it. There's no way they know of to get a star to come together.
No, I agree, and that's what...
The galaxies were already placed in the time.
It has to be God did it.
No, we cannot say that to the scientific community. We have to give a real scientific explanation. Okay.
No, there's too many ways the stars get gas, pressure.
Okay. Either
Jason, I fully agree with you, Jason. It's biblical, but that's why I'm asking.
I don't believe that stars take a supernatural event. There's no way they can come together.
That's why I'm
there's
asking.
No stars forming now. There never will be. It's an outright supernatural event on the stars. But I mean, you know, you can try to give an explanation for it, but all the scientific explanations fail because, you know, supernovas pushing them together and all that sort of stuff. No, it can't get to the point where gravity can collapse.
That's why there's dark energy and dark matter to explain the formation and the coalescence of all the matter.
But that's kind of why I'm asking if Humphrey is just trying to satisfy the seculars with his model, and if that's the case, then he would have star formation in it, and if not, then that's kind of like a trick question.
Star formation did not happen inside the timeless zone. If God created the stars in the timeless zone, that would be miraculous. But as much as possible, Dr. Russell Humphreys want to avoid a God did it explanation. So
but
those
God did it.
Happened. Okay.
Does he have star formation in his model?
Yes. He has.
And when were those stars formed? Because now we're getting outside of the biblical creation event, right?
When everything happened in day 4, right? And when were the stars created?
I think they were made in the first day. The heavens and the earth were created in the first day.
No, the earth was created before the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, they were created in the fourth day.
Before the heavens and the earth.
So don't forget what I said before. God released those galaxies. Okay, some stars. Okay, I don't know if there are really galaxies at those points, but Dr. Russell Humphreys just used the word galaxy. Okay. But it doesn't mean that those galaxies already contain stars. Okay, maybe they're just clumps of something or whatever. We don't know. Okay, there are
Well,
things
we
we have
do
to.
know though. Because because that's what I'm saying. Like we do know the Bible says that God created all of these things in the literal 6 days. So like if we're going to entertain a time dilation, which is I'm not okay, whatever. But
There has to be time dilation because there is no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe.
okay, but with that,
we have to
let's say
the
we have
secularists.
let's say you have your time dilation, but you can't be creating stars because now we're definitely having a problem with the biblical creation event.
You are forgetting the stars were created in day 4, and at the same time, when God stretched out the heavens at the speed of light, those stars were being created instantly within 24 hours. But how they were created can also be how secularists explain how stars form.
Well, secularists are suggesting that stars are still being formed today, and that's why I'm asking what Humphrey says about it, because you can't have stars being formed today and still have
they need so many stars forming every. How often is it, Jeremy?
Well, so every 30 years approximately, there's a supernova, which is a star exploding. So in order to explain all of these countless billions and trillions of stars, you have to have them being formed faster than they're going out because you're going backwards. Right?
Yeah,
but according to the Bible,
right.
God created all of these things within those 6 literal days. And so all the supernovas that we see, like that's it. You know, there was less stars today than there was 6,000 years ago. But the secularists have to explain stars being created. They have
they
to,
see a
or
cloud form.
True.
They see a cloud of dust out of a nebula, and then like a little area of the nebula might clear away the dust in that little area. And then they'll say that, oh look, you know, the dust, that basically a dust cloud will clear from the nebula, and they'll see a light from behind the dust cloud, and they'll say, well, look, there's a new star forming. You know, it's just a bit of dust clearing is just as good an explanation for it as well. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily a star forming. So it's just a theory. It's all theories.
You are not no offense, I'm not really trying to be smarter than any of you, but
no.
And where's the gas coming from? Where's the gas coming from to form the stars?
Well,
you have to understand. You have to understand that in Russell Humphrey's model, 60% of it applies the Big Bang. Okay, because the Bible also has some Big Bang, well, not really Big Bang, but something that sounds like a Big Bang. That is why Ross is so convinced about it.
Well, there's an expansion, and there's tent poles throughout the universe that are holding the dilation of time and space, which would be the mass of all the matter of the black holes all around the universe, are dilating time and distance to the rate that we see time take place. And without
we don't
all
even
the black
know
holes,
for certain.
Without all the black holes, you would go out in space, and it would drastically change the rate of time and space would drastically change unless the tent poles around the universe of the black holes were holding it all together.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Mister. Who are you then?
I'm
that was jungle jargon.
Jungle jargon.
I'm familiar with your voice. I kind of heard you before somewhere.
Because the reach of gravity is infinite, right? So all the black holes around the universe are infinitely dilating time. The reach is infinite, so it's dilating time and distance all around the universe.
The black holes are dilating time. I'm not following, sir.
Well, that's what dilates time and distance, is the mass of the matter.
What dilates time is
matter, mass.
The mass, yes, the amount of mass.
Right. So it's all the black holes. There's a lot of mass in the black holes all around the universe. That's what's dilating time and distance. That's why I say there is no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe, and they understand that because the rate of time is not the same everywhere in the universe, and neither is the distance the same everywhere in the universe.
Are you using a Dr. Jason Last model? Is it the
Well,
anisotropy?
the one way speed of light, in a sense.
The mirror one, right?
Yeah, because light does arrive instantly, but we don't see it arrive instantly because we exist in dilated time and distance.
Yeah, but it's too much of a simple explanation. Okay, we're almost saying God did it over there.
Well, because
yeah, I'm saying God pushes out the universe with
because
his,
like you
with
were
his power
saying,
and his will.
like you were saying, there has to be enough time in the universe for galaxies to collide because we can see that they're colliding. So you have to account for that too somehow.
I'd say there's another explanation as well. God can do anything with time at any time that he wants, mate. If he wants us to see a supernova exploding, we'll see it. If he doesn't want us to see it, we won't see it. That's the way I look at it. It's just like it's the moment they start. It's interesting to talk about, though.
Right. That's why
interesting to talk about, but yeah,
that's why it's
I
so
like
important.
listening.
It's so important to understand that there is no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe, and as far as we are concerned, that God made everything in 6 days.
Well, that's
what I
the
believe.
point, right? Because when you start to try to explain everything away for the seculars, or however, you know what I mean, to try to appeal to them, then all of a sudden you have to start invoking like dark matter, dark energy. Then you have to start figuring out star formation and or clouds, and it just starts to get kind of like, whoa, maybe God just created it, and
they have to invoke.
It is what it is. Right.
They need explanations for some things, but when they can't explain stuff themselves, and they've got lots of problems out there themselves in the same sort of areas, then I just say, well, you've got problems there as well, so don't think like evolution's got it all worked out, because it hasn't.
I mean, the star formations like that. I mean, because I've looked into that, Jeremy, and I know that you have also, and I've had people like I'm in a creation Facebook group, and I'm very vocal. I get these people, and I've read it. They've given me a bunch of these papers, these star formation papers, and a lot of the math. I don't try to do all the math on it, but the concept is basically the same. And a lot of these papers are actually self-refuting. If you'll say right in the intro, they don't know. Say, well, we don't know, but here's one idea. Well, that's what I mean. But basically, it all comes down to the same thing. In order for a star to form, you have to have extreme pressure, and in order to get that pressure, it has to be inside of a cylinder. Right. How do you have pressure outside of a cylinder? And there's gas laws that say when gas heats up, it expands. So you can't have it condensed, period. And so how do they explain the pressures that are created to form these stars? Well, they say, well, you have to have galaxies collide into each other, which is what we were talking about earlier, Jeremy. But the problem with that is now you have a chicken and an egg scenario.
How do you got the galaxies, right?
Well, yeah, you can't have galaxies
or supernovas.
When galaxies collide,
stars, but you need stars. You have to have stars.
Each star is separated by another star by trillions of miles. So when two galaxies collide, usually stars are not colliding because they are trillions of miles apart. So two galaxies. Okay, the stars, the galaxies are about to collide. Most stars, actually almost all stars, are not affected because they are trillions of miles apart.
Right. So it's like my truck is a diesel engine, right? And so the way that diesel works is basically like they're suggesting a star is formed. So a diesel, unlike a gas engine, a gas engine has a spark plug, and the spark is what ignites the fuel to get your power. The diesel is the opposite. The diesel goes under such immense pressure that it self ignites, it self combusts. And so that's how they're suggesting that these stars are formed in the same, but there's no cylinder. Yeah, where's the compression? Where's the cylinder to put it in? What's causing the pressure? And so, their best suggestion is galaxies colliding, but you got to have stars in order to that. So, and then they also like to say that, well, look at these nebulas are star forming regions of the universe or whatever. But what we actually observe about a nebula is that's where a star has had a supernova. That's the remnants of a supernova. So
actually, Sorry, I'm sorry.
I was just saying that's the death of a star. A nova is the death of a star, not the birth of a star.
Right.
Not all nebula are deaths of
right.
supernovas.
So that's like seeing a dead dog and say, hey, look, there's a baby dog being evolved. No,
But-
it's a dead dog. It's not.
But there's
doing
no
anything.
power to coalesce the gas. You have to have a power to coalesce all the gas, and that's what the dark
Yeah,
matter is.
even that, they're huge, and even their papers that, well, at least the ones that I've written trying to address these things, like the formation of the big stars are totally different than the model that they use to explain away the little stars, and in either way you look at it, like it's not so the math you're arguing, it's understanding what is required for it to happen, and it just can't happen.
You're talking about the Jean's law, right?
It's a huge
What's
amount of
that?
pressure. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
without a
Jean's law?
supernatural.
The Jean's law. You
The
guys
Gen
heard of
law?
it?
The gas law, or
Jeans.
I'm
is
not
that the
sure
gas
if I
law?
posted that. I'm not sure if I made that or posted that video yet for everybody. Let me,
Yeah,
because I know you made that.
the Jean's law. I think that's what everybody's referring to. It's called the Jean's law, actually. Yes, that is the problem if you do not invoke God in star formation. Okay, but
Right.
when you look at galaxies, usually galaxies with pink regions, those are the areas in which they say stars are forming. What is usually color pink on the periodic table of elements?
That'd be red, wouldn't it?
No, it's not red. It's pink. Pink regions of
Oh, the
there are
element.
pink. They usually helium or hydrogen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That's what composes of stars, right? And those pink areas are nebulas, and those nebulas, well, there you go. There's star formation, okay, but it's not a problem really.
Well, but Jeremy, let me
Even if
ask
stars
you.
could form, Dr. Russell Humphrey's model solves it. It allows for billions of years. His model allows for billions of years. While the Earth, like I said, with our point of view, because we are looking at the Earth's point of view, okay, it's just 24 hours. Everything is condensed in just 24 hours. If secularists, if Dr. Hugh Ross and his colleagues, well, I'm really sad Dr. Hugh Ross is, I really like Dr. Hugh Ross. If those stars are able to form naturally, let's say, let's just pretend, okay?
Okay, but we're just pretending for the record.
Dr. Russell Humphreys has no problem with it. His model, which is 60% of the Big Bang, like I said, can accommodate star formation using secularist idea.
But why do you need the star formation? Who does that appease?
And it's
Creationists or
accelerated.
evolutionists?
I'm sorry.
Why do you need star formation? You
A
only
natural
need that to
star
appease them.
I mean,
Like we don't need star formation. They do.
It's like God creating Adam from the dust, molding him into adulthood.
Sure.
So star formation, God could have used what secularists are suggesting, and then molded it. Is molded the correct English? And using the secularist idea, but it's very quick because it's just 24 hours in his model.
Yeah.
And he has
So I mean,
Well,
you're
if it was
suggesting-
validated, but they've never validated how stars form.
Well, yeah, that's the things. But I understand that you're suggesting that God initially created. We all agree, but he initially created a process in which stars can be formed naturally.
No. Just like how we created Adam. Just imagine that. From the
Right.
dust, he molded Adam, right? So he molded Matt is molded the correct English. I
Yes.
mean,
Yeah.
form.
Yes, molded, formed. Yes, that's
Form. So the stars could have been just like that. He could have used something that looks like natural process. Okay,
Yeah.
those galaxies that were released outside of that timeless zone that God created initially in Humphrey's model, that small space, because galaxies came out first, right? So there would be billions of years of physical processes happening in distant galaxies, even in close galaxies, which God, at the same time, were creating stars. Who knows? God used how the secularists explain how stars form, but only within 24 hours. Because, because
the
Dr.
problem
Humphrey's
is,
model allows for billions of years. And don't forget, we don't care how old the universe is. It is on our point of view. When the Earth came out of that timeless zone in Dr. Humphrey's model, that's where time started to tick for us. So, in our point of view, the universe is just one day. But if you are at the distant galaxy, then you would say that, yeah, I am here billions of years already. But God, we are at the center of God's creation. So the clocks that we are talking about, we are looking at here, are based on our clocks. So if therefore God created all the stars, all the galaxies by releasing them from that vent, then the earth came out last, then time started to tick when the earth came out of that vent.
right. But so from our perspective, we don't need star formation.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only ones who need star formation are the ones who are trying to explain away God, right? Because we witness the stars being reduced, and you can't explain the vast number of stars by subtraction. You can only explain those without God with an addition process. You have to be adding to them. So they have to explain, well, how can we explain all of these stars without God? And not only that, we know that a supernova happens approximately every 30 years. So, they have to explain a process which creates stars faster than they're going out, right? Or else you got none left.
I don't think they've even explained the hydrogen formation. I don't think they've satisfactorily explained the formation of hydrogen either to begin with.
Supernova events using uniformitarianism standards, all right. Supernova events take time, take millions of years. If you use uniformitarianism, the speed of uniformitarianism, just like what the speed that we're talking right now. Okay, so if you allow for millions of years, then those supernovas can be explained. And secularists have they make sense. But like I said, Dr. Humphreys allows for billions of years. So either way, either if the Big Bang is true, it can be accommodated in his model. That is why it is irrefutable. The only one attacking his model, his and Dr. Hartnett's model, is one of our own.
See, here's the thing though, like
I'm not against the
I have so much love for Dr. Jason Lyle. Like I've watched so much of his stuff, and he always just says
is not
like it's the
attacking.
Bible. He just always brings it back to God's word, and yeah, he simplifies
the way we
things,
should be.
But it's kind of like it's just like when in biology, when you try to explain these processes by natural ways that are not natural processes, then it always ends to this. It ends in absurdity, and you're trying to explain away God. So if Dr. Humphreys, and I just want to make it clear for the millionth time, I don't understand his model. I haven't looked into it, and I asked about star formation because I just wanted to see like where he lands on these things. But at some point, if you're starting to pull away from the Bible to satisfy this secular camp, you've lost me. I'd rather go on believing on faith and no science. I don't care.
He's trying his primary target. His book is named Starlight and Time. Okay, Starlight and Time. His primary target was to solve the distant starlight problem.
Yeah. So what it is that when the Earth was formed, time wasn't running at the same rate as time was running elsewhere. So it wasn't running at all. But if you're elsewhere in the universe, time is passing by. But if you're in or near a black hole, it's hardly even passing by. That's the point of the fact that there is no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe. So you can have a day pass by and billions of years pass by elsewhere. That's entirely possible.
We don't have a definite age for different parts of the universe.
No,
We don't even know how big the universe is. The slow and digital sky server can only cover 14 billion light years.
They know.
They estimate about 97 billion light years.
I've even said on secular YouTube videos that there is no absolute measure of time and distance, and they agree. There is no absolute measure of time or distance, because if you go near a black hole, time runs very, very slow compared to where we are. If you go,
but it's not slow enough.
Yeah,
it is not fast or slow enough.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. It could be like you say, standing still. Time is standing still. But the point is that there is no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe. You know, with a day, 1,000 years is like a day to God, and to God, 1,000 years is like a day.
We have to ignore
from God's perspective
the age of the universe. We just have to look at it at our point of view.
That's from the perspective of the universe, though, too. That's from the perspective of the entire universe.
If you live in Andromeda, then your time is different from the Earth. Right?
Because
if you live somewhere outside of the concentric shell or at the rear of the concentric shell, in which surrounds our galaxy, then time would be billions of years for you.
Right. In other words, you can have billions of years taking place in a time of one day. In one day, you can have billions of years taking place elsewhere. That's entirely possible.
In our point of view, because the Earth was the last one which came out of the timeless zone. So when the Earth came out of the timeless zone, it's when Earth clock started to tick, while billions of years of physical processes already happened in the universe, in which art clouds can form, galaxy collisions can happen, and the black hole you were suggesting, and the inconsistency of time through the black hole you are suggesting can happen. Dr. Russell Humphrey's model can accommodate secularist idea and Dr. Jason Lyle's idea. Jason Lyle even said, I guarantee it to you, you check it out. I forgot where, I promise you. He even said, you have to look at Dr. Russell Humphrey's model if you want to solve all the problems. He pointed out one of the best arguments from secularists, which is none other than, we made a video with Matt about that, the colliding and collided galaxies. Because obviously, two galaxies will collide
and it takes a lot of time. Right, yes. It takes a lot of time. Yeah,
a lot of time. Yes, and we do see galaxy remnants, galaxy collision remnants.
Yeah.
Usually, the stars do not collide. It is the nebulas that collide, because stars are trillions of miles away. Okay, and we do not see stars collide. I mean, the odds are some stars might have collided, but most stars would not collide because they are trillions of miles away. Each star is trillions of miles away from another star. We are trillions of miles away from Proxima Centauri, our closest star. Right?
Right.
Yeah, travel 6 trillion
miles. So either way, either we are able to disprove the secularist hyperbelt, the Oort cloud, or if we can't, it fits with Humphrey's model. His model allows for an Oort cloud to form. It also allows for an Oort cloud not to form.
There are so many ways to gauge the passing of time as far as in the past in our solar system that indicate a young Earth. And just because the rest of the universe is older, it doesn't mean that this part of the universe isn't young, because there's a lot of indicators that this part of the universe is young.
Yes, that is why Humphrey's model is supported. I mean, the pioneer effect, and there are other satellites in which display the pioneer effect.
Well, time actually even
changes. They are slowing down. They are not going. They are not flowing at the speed in which we expect them to be. They are slowing down because they are coming back to the center of mass, which
time even takes place at different at a different rate here on Earth. They have, I believe, are they called barometric clocks? They have one at sea level and they put one at high altitude. And
Yes, time dilation.
Right.
Yeah, and we actually witness that. We actually have to correct the clock at the higher altitude,
right,
because of that. So I guess I don't
Right,
remember if
and
it's slower or faster at a higher altitude. But if you want to live longer, you either sea level or the mountains.
slower at sea level, I believe. Yeah.
Slower, right.
That is the complaint Jason Lyle talked to Humphreys about, in which Dr. Hartnett, Dr. Humphreys' friend, solved. That is exactly Dr. Lyle's complaint over the first book of Dr. Humphreys. Okay,
Was time.
That the time dilation that we observe here on Earth is not enough to create the 13.5 billion light years. Because how many my English, sorry.
Yeah, so he couldn't, I understand his point, but he's also Jason, Dr. Lyle is also making assumptions that the time dilation that we witness here on Earth is the same outside of our
yes, he
outside
cannot
of the Earth.
assume
So he's assuming, right? He's making assumptions too. I get that.
Yes, he is using secularist data. He's using secularist data that everything is constant.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't know unless you put one of those barometric clocks, let's say, on the moon and give it a few years and then go back and check it. You know what I mean? It could be happening at a different rate in space, outside of our atmosphere too.
But that's what I'm saying, that the entire outer space, time is dilated because of all the black holes around the universe, because it's dilated by mass, the amount of mass in the universe.
Yeah, maybe for the blue shifts, right?
But you can't have dilation of time until you have the formation of matter, and that's the creation is the formation of matter, and you can't have hydrogen make itself, and you can't have hydrogen coalesce either to make stars.
Yeah, that's a Jean's law that I was referring to. But who knows? God did something in day 4 while he expanded the universe from the event horizon to the edge of the universe. Yeah, the event horizon is the edge of the universe.
Well, he did something in day 1. He did something. He created the heavens and the earth. So the earth and the heavens were made on the first day.
Yes, exactly.
On the first day.
No.
Yes, that's what I called the redefined living a while ago. That's what we saw.
It was the 4th day. Look it up right now.
The heavens, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That was the beginning.
That wasn't on day 1, though.
Yeah, it was both.
But day 4, the stars were created
on day 1.
The
first thing that happened was God created the heavens and the earth.
Well, that was a preview of the creation event, but he didn't literally create the heavens and the earth on day 1.
Dr. Hartnett, Dr. Humphrey's friend, did speculate that the initial light that God created could have been the what you call that?
It's not so much the light. I mean, it's not so much the light, but there was darkness on the surface of the earth. So that kind of indicates there was light elsewhere. If there was darkness on the surface of the earth.
Darkness on the surface of the earth, because the earth was put way below the timeless zone. It makes sense.
That might be too, yeah.
Yes, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Trust me.
The earth was formed and without void, and the void and the darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And then God
said,
the light was good. God called the light
the only
day.
explanation,
And the darkness was night.
Dr. Humphrey said that it's not that nothing is happening on the earth. Well, it is inside the timeless zone because it is pushed by the galaxies. The galaxy's mass is so huge. So that's why the earth is in the timeless zone. It's not that nothing is happening. It's just dull over there. That's the only thing he said. It is dull over there. It doesn't mean nothing is happening. So God's Spirit could have been hovering in the earth. Like you said, who are you again? Sorry.
It's redefined.
Yeah, thank you. redefined. You sound different this time.
Oh no, that's jungle
Just call
jargon.
him Red. Red.
Uh,
Red.
I think he's
okay.
talking to you, jungle jargon.
Oh, he's talking to me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So day 1 to day 3 could have happened while the Earth was still in the timeless zone.
Day 1 to day
Dr.
3. Yeah.
Russell Humphreys said it is dull, but he did not say that nothing is happening.
It's not such a big deal, but it seems to me, as far as I can tell, that on day 4, the stars, the sun and stars were made to be seen on day 4, but they had already been made on day 1.
Yes. On day 1, what was written in day 1 again? God's spirit was. Is that it? Jungle jargon.
On day 1, there was
Yes.
darkness on the earth on day 1.
Yes, exactly. Darkness, because it is way below the timeless zone. It's almost like eternity over there. It went down there because of the galaxy's mass.
So for all we know, God could have been making the earth and placed it into the solar system, for all we know.
Yes, during the day 1 to day 1 to day 3, and it's also possible that the light he's talking about is the small space that he created in Humphrey's model, the trampoline redefined living that we were talking about.
Well, God created the
it could
earth
also be the
before
sun.
the heavens. God created the earth on day 4, and they said it was good. Okay, and then it says, "Then let there be light in the firmament of the heavens."
No, the earth was made on day 1.
God did not say he created it on day 4. Huh? God said he created the earth on day 4?
No, the earth was made on day 1.
Sorry, before the
Yeah,
heavens.
day 1.
The earth was created before the heavens.
Yeah, exactly. That's in Humphrey's model. God created, we have to make assumptions, okay, just like secularists. God created small space, as I was telling, redefined living. Small space, right? We don't know how big, but it's big enough for the earth to be placed there and then create a dent.
So jungle jargon, it's kind of like a if you ever shot black powder before. So he put, God created the earth. He put that in there first, and then he created the heavens, and he put that in there, and then shot it out. So the heavens would have came out first, the earth would have came out last.
Yeah, while the earth is still in the timeless zone. So when God stretched out the heavens, it means he released those galaxies from that timeless zone, and then time started to tick. For those galaxies, maybe the Oort cloud formed. Okay,
Or
just
even the entire solar system. The entire solar system.
The solar system, I believe, the solar system could have been created while it was in the timeless zone. Dr. Russell Humphreys only said dull was happening down there at the timeless zone. He didn't say nothing was happening. Do you expect something not happening in eternity? The angels are there, right? God is there. God is everywhere, eternity. So
everything happens at the speed of light.
He didn't say nothing is happening over there.
At the speed of light.
No. Time was not moving over there.
Well, time doesn't move when there's a formation of matter. It's the formation of matter that slows down time.
Yeah, it's the Earth it's the Earth that sank into the trampoline.
But the Earth is not enough matter to stop time, though.
Yes, exactly. I was telling you the redefined living. It is not enough. Absolutely not enough. But it has to be placed first. Why? Because in order to create time dilation to solve the distant starlight problem, the Earth has to be placed first in that trampoline, in that small space that God created initially.
But a trampoline indicates there's a gravitational well, which means there's a huge amount of mass.
Yes, there needs to be a huge amount of mass. But the mass of the Earth is not enough. The mass of the Earth is not enough.
Right.
Unless God created a smaller, space first. We don't know how big. So Dr. Russell Humphreys' model does accommodate for both scenarios.
That's why I'm saying the matter has to be made first, because that's what dilates time and distance. It slows it down.
You have to create space first. We don't know where that is in the Bible. It's somewhere there.
That's what space is. That's exactly what space is, time and distance. And you can't have time and distance or measurable, quantifiable time and distance is only after matter is made.
Yes, exactly. You cannot measure time and distance. While the Earth and the galaxies are inside the timeless zone. You can only measure time when God started to stretch out the heavens towards the event horizon edge of the universe. When the galaxy started to come out, whether the stars were already there, because like young Earth creation is said, it's impossible for stars to form. Although Hugh Ross has a team, and other secularists have a team that tries to prove stars could form on their own, overcoming the Jeans law. Okay. God could have also formed stars using how Hugh Ross explained it, but
But
instantly within 24 hours.
it seems clear to me that billions of years were passing by while one day was passing by here on Earth.
No time yet. No time. After the universe was all released.
Which is entirely possible. It's entirely possible.
Yes, that is the model. That is why it is irrefutable, because it allows for billions of years. If you allow billions of years in just one day, then you solve all the problems secularists throw at you.
Throw at you, yeah.
On everything, the Oort cloud, the collision of galaxies, supernovas,
Everything
and
that takes a lot of time. Everything that takes a lot of time.
and the formation of satellite galaxies.
And it might not have been that much time, anyways.
And those, don't forget those craters on the moon, or the craters we found on Earth, or some of the craters we found on Mercury, Venus, Mars. That gives enough time. Dr. Russell Humphreys allows for that. That is why it is irrefutable. The only one, like I said, who's trying to refute it, which is also refuted already, is our own Dr. Jason Lyle. There are 2 books written specifically for distant starlight.
Well, it's clear that it happened, and it takes a lot of power to create matter, and so that matter can't make itself. Matter can't order itself. We see matter in an ordered state, and it can't order itself.
We also see Adam in an unordered. Sorry,
biology. Yeah, biology is ordered too. Yeah.
In ordered state, when God tried to mold him, I think from the ground, we could assume it's kind of like this. Okay, so goes the stars. If stars can really form on their own. Okay, God could have sped up the process during day 4. Okay, like that, just like that. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
There's no problem. There's really no problem. Either way.
It was day 1, day 4. It doesn't make that much difference to me, but it just seems like it was day 4 because you couldn't see. It was darkness covering the surface of the Earth, and you couldn't see the sun, moon, and stars until day 4. That's what it seemed like to me. I don't know.
The sun, it's possible it was created while Earth is in the timeless zone. Okay, because don't forget, small space was first created according to Humphreys. The trampoline that redefined living and I was talking about. The trampoline.
Yeah, the sun. I think the sun was probably in the same location as the Earth, probably.
Yes, maybe the solar system was created. We can invoke some miracle, just like secularists invoke some miracle. So, if they believe in some miracle, then we can believe in some miracle of our own. Inflation theory is a miracle. Do you know that?
Of course, if time stopped, you're not going to see anything take place.
Yeah, you cannot see it, but it's like in eternity. Do you think eternity is there's nothing there? Of course, there is something.
In eternity, everything is instant.
You are assuming that you are assuming the Big Bang here. Before
everything
the Big
happens.
Bang,
everything happens at the speed of light in eternity, which is instantaneous.
Everything happens at the speed of light.
I mean, it's only matter that slows down time and dilates distance down to a measurable amount of time.
Exactly. Earth is matter and the mass of the universe is matter. So the Earth went down into that timeless zone. It dilates time. Okay. It dilates time to 0 timeless zone because of the galaxy's mass. So like you said, it fits. Only matter dilates time. There it is. There you go.
Yeah, and that
Yeah,
takes energy. It takes
God
energy to make
created,
matter. Yeah.
God created light on day one. He created a firmament, which he called heavens, on day two. He created dry land, and he called that earth on day three.
Yeah, everything could have happened in that timeless zone, those first 3 days.
With grass and all of that.
Yes. Doctor, don't forget, like I said, Dr. Humphrey said it is just dull. It doesn't mean nothing is happening over there.
Yeah, and
So
he
how can he
created
account
the
for,
heavens on day. I'm sorry, the heavens on day four
yeah, the
after
heavens
the
on day
earth.
four? So the earth, probably that is why we are, Russell Humphreys and Dr. John Hartnett are speculating that God created small space first and then put the earth there.
Uh,
Okay, in order to solve those waters that the Bible was talking about in the first few verses,
te-
But
because
here's the problem.
technically,
yeah,
it said on the day four. Technically, the only thing that was made was the stars also, but it
the
seems to
stars
me
are the
like the
galaxies.
lights
But
were
The
made
stars,
to be seen on day four.
But here's another problem with, well, at least it appearing that, so according to that model of the funnel, right, or the trampoline, because after, so God made the earth, and then he made the heavens, and then he made the sun and the moon late after that. So technically, the sun and the moon are oldest.
I don't think it makes that much difference.
Well, I mean, it's
I mean, it's your
biblical,
difference between
right?
one,
let me
between two or 3 days.
when was the sun
Well, it
created?
makes a difference if you're saying that God's creation event isn't right, because he spells it out. Like, because I'm reading it right now. That's
Well, the way
Dr.
I read it is that the heavens and the earth were made on day one, and darkness was on the surface of the earth, which means there was light elsewhere. Then light was made to be seen on day one, and then water. I mean, the dry land came up out of the water, and the sun and this, you couldn't see the stars and the moon or the sun until day four.
In this case, there are multiple
From
scenarios.
the perspective of Earth.
Yeah. It's still all part of day one to day three before the stars were made, the galaxies were made,
But
and
it doesn't really matter, because remember, time is dilated, slowed down by the creation of matter. So the creation of matter kind of had to be the first thing to be made.
yeah, exactly. God created the trampoline that redefined living, and I was talking about. Or, yeah, and then the Earth was placed on that small space, probably the size
Unless
of.
you want to say God specifically made the sun, moon, and the sun and the moon on the fourth day.
We don't know the light that God was referring to, really, on the first day. According to Dr. Hugh Ross, because I've studied this for so long, according to Dr. Hugh Ross, because he believes in cosmic evolution, right? But he doesn't believe in planetary. He believes in cosmic and planetary evolution, but he doesn't believe in biological evolution. That is why he is like 50% evolutionist and 50% young Earth creationist at the same time. So that is the difference. Now, when the explanation of Dr. Hugh Ross is like this. When God said, "Let there be light," the earth was covered by,
Darkness, a dark cloud.
dark clouds, yes. And then the clouds started to clear up,
Yeah.
and then the sun started to shine.
Let there be light. Yeah.
so here it says, so and God made
Yes,
two great lights, a greater light to rule the day and a lesser light to rule the night. And he made stars also, and God set them in the firmament of
yes,
the heaven and
exactly.
light upon the earth.
Which is
And
luminaries.
that was day
Which
4.
luminaries? There
Well,
are
it
light.
said stars, and they said day 4.
The only thing it says he created was the stars also, I think.
Yeah, it's day 4, but it's day 4, and the stars are the galaxies.
But the stars were already made, I think.
Well, it says he made them on day 4.
Day 4.
Not necessarily on day 4. I mean,
first, right? So when the
Yeah.
earth was created first, anything could have happened.
Yeah, you're right, Jeremy.
Anything that was written in day 1 to day 3 could have happened in the
Right.
first place, right? While the earth was in the timeless zone. and then
Right.
God created those galaxies. I've said this many times, and then He put it in the dent where the Earth was, the trampoline, and it sank the Earth towards the timeless zone. Okay, so it's our point of view. It's timeless zone, but it could still be 3 days.
From the perspective of Earth.
Eternity can be 1,000 years, a million years, a billion years. It's eternity. Timeless zone is eternity. It's
Can I
kind
add
of like,
something to this discussion?
Sure.
Please.
yes.
Okay, evolutionists accuse us of God going poof, as in magic,
No,
and
no, no. It's not.
creating matter out of. Just let me finish, please. Creating matter out of nothing. I mean, the Bible says in a number of passages that God is light, and if light is energy, a form of energy, then if you use Einstein's theory, E equals mc squared, energy is proportional to mass. So effectively, God doesn't have to create everything out of nothing. He just creates it out of himself because he is light, which equals energy. Is that
infinite?
Is that a good argument to use?
Secularists will never explain it. We have to create a model in which a secularist cannot refute. Dr.
Well,
Russell.
but that is a model. The Bible says God is light. Light is energy. Energy equals mc squared. So that's how you get your mass.
He's an infinite source of energy. Yes.
Correct.
Yes. There is energy present already on the earth, and at the same time, it can accommodate anything. Day 1 to day 3.
Well, that's correct. So when the evolutionist says, you're God, when poof and everything was there, I said, I always say, no, I said, it doesn't have to go poof as in a magician. But if you understand the E equals mc squared law, I said mass is proportional to energy, and he can create the mass out of energy.
Right.
Whereas I say where the real magicians are, I said are evolutionists.
You're actually right about that.
Evolutionists are the ones that
Hadron
invoke
Collider
magic.
creates things, but Hadron Collider creates things, but it's because of the energy
right
that they put into
Jason.
the particle.
Right.
It's not actually creating something out of nothing. It's creating from the energy.
From energy,
so
right.
you're right.
And they don't have a source of energy. They don't have an explanation for where energy came from, because energy can't make itself. Energy always has to come from a greater source of energy. So it comes from an infinite source of energy.
Correct.
Yeah,
I always say the magic that they are referring to is their magic, where nothing created everything from nothing. That's magic. That's the real magic.
From no energy,
Yeah.
No energy can't make energy.
But they have the fluctuation theory now. A universe
Sorry?
from nothing. From Dr. I really hate to say doctor because I hate him. Lawrence Krauss. Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
I can't stand Lawrence Krauss.
Lawrence Krauss.
Yeah. If you read this book, did anyone read this book?
Arrogant little turd.
He spent 75% of his book not addressing a universe out of nothing. Or was it 80%? He just mocked young earth creationism and theism, mostly young earth creationism. He only spoke about the fluctuation theory, in which he is trying to postulate. Is postulate the correct English? He's trying to suggest less than 20% of the book because they cannot explain it. And some even said, Dr. Hugh Ross even said that even if there are bubble universes, it would be better for,
that takes
existence.
energy. That takes energy too.
Yeah, that takes energy too. So it pushes the problem, backwards. Further back. Is that it? My English. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Even if when you consider Stephen Hawking's idea of as long as there's gravity, you can make a universe. Well, how do you get gravity if you don't have mass?
Right. Exactly.
So it's a vicious circle that chicken and the egg.
That was the most hilarious thing when he says that you can have the universe. It's no problem because of gravity. What do you mean it's no problem? You have to have mass in order to get gravity.
Exactly.
It makes sense. It makes sense. That is why Dr. Stephen Hawking, really poor Stephen Hawking who cannot move. That is why he said they cannot create models without an admixture of ideology. Yes. See?
Look, guys, I've been at this for about 7 hours. I just got a small spanner to throw into the discussion. I hear evolutionists talk about the law of monopoly. You know how Dr. Ken Hovind uses the a dog will always create a dog, and they say, well, that's what we expect. But when you go back and invoke the law of monopoly right down to the 3 domains of life of archaea, prokaryotes, and eukaryotes, you say to them, well, what created those 3? That's their Luca. And then all of a sudden they go from explaining 1 unknown to 3 unknowns. So does that break up that clade? You know, they always use that, you know, it's in the same clade. Well, Luca would have had to be something different to a eukaryote, prokaryote, and an archaea.
Right.
I've heard one evolutionist suggest that Luca was all 3.
It's laughable.
So, yeah, laughable, right?
So evolution is a bottleneck every imagined step of the way. There's no way to get written instruction that's not there. In order for something to be something else, you have to have instruction that's not already there.
Exactly. Yeah, they accuse us of invoking magic.
Bottleneck.
And I just explained that it doesn't have to be magic, whereas they actually appeal to magic to explain their ideas.
They believe in infinite possibilities.
And Hawking's rescue device is quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is tasteless. You know, can't see it, touch it, feel it, smell it. It's invisible, and that's his rescue device. That's what rescues him with the Big Bang.
But that's minute amount of energy is quantum mechanics. It's just less and less amount of energy. That's all.
Guys, did you not know that Dr. Stephen Hawking did admit that this is my own belief? This is his own belief. He doesn't expect people to believe it, but in the end, everybody believed it. Did you know about that? It was even used in the debate between Dr. Dinesh D'Souza and Dan Barker, who is the president of the Freedom from Religion Foundation.
Stephen Hawking actually said that nothing controls our every thought and our every move. I've got a video of him saying it. I've got a video of him actually saying that nothing is our creator. Basically, is what he said, what he means, but what he actually says with his own little rant sound and voice is he says that nothing controls our every thought and our every move.
Well,
nothing is their God, man.
Why can't they just be honest?
Or nothing is what rocks dream about. I love that one.
Or nothing, you know. Oh, great nothing. Well, you know, when you have an altar to nothing, you just have a box with nothing in it, and then you just get out and worship it. You know, like, oh, nothing. You are so great and powerful. You control my every thought, my every move. Great nothing.
Creation is
great
evident.
And mighty.
Creation is evident, and God turned them over to worship vain things. To give the credit.
It's just funny, man. Like
give the credit to nothing.
We say God created everything ex nihilo out of nothing because he is nothing and something at the same time. He's light. Light's both nothing and something at the same time, sort of. It's like it's
actually
guys. I've been at this for 7 hours and 1 minute and 31 seconds now.
That's why I went to sleep.
I have to take my
good. We were going to try to outdo. We're trying to try to beat Praise. Praise went 9 hours, so we're going to try to kill Praise in 9 hours.
I've got to take my dog for a walk. Just want to say love you all and God bless.
No worries, man.
And
you can just leave it there on mute and go for a walk with your dog and then just come back. Nah, you need your phone with you.
Oh, no, that's all right. I'm on the tablet, so I can do that.
Oh, you can just leave it on mute. Just leave it plugged in, leave it on mute, and then when you come back, you'll be ready to go again if we're still here.
Thanks for that suggestion. I might see you in about an hour or so. Okay.
Okay, man.
Yeah,
All right. See ya. Have a good walk. Have a good walk.
Bye.
Enjoy
Okay, bye.
yourself, man.
It's
God
already
bless. See ya.
lunchtime here in my place. I live in the other side of the world from all of you guys.
I
Yeah,
heard,
you're only 3 hours behind me in time. Like in the Philippines, is only 3 hours behind what I am now, and I'm at 2:41. So 10. What is it? No, sorry. 12. 12:40.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's
12:40. 2
lunchtime
hours.
here. It's actually lunchtime here.
when this hangout started, I went to sleep. I heard you guys and put the speaker on. I was listening to it while I was sleeping. And I'd wake up and I'd still hear people talking. And then I woke up and got up and you guys are still talking.
Just add something before I go. I was in the Philippines in February, Jeremy. If I had known you lived in the Philippines, I would have given you a call and maybe met somewhere for a drink or something.
Yeah, this country is not really very interested in the creation evolution debate. People here are too religious.
Yeah, but you guys can get together and talk about it.
My
You
mom
guys could have got together and.
See you guys.
Okay.
All right, see you.
George.
See you soon, man.
Nice to
Let's
finally
go
meet
walk.
you,
The
man.
dogs will still be here.
Yeah, but just trust me. There's no problem. There's no distant starlight problem. There is no Oort cloud problem. There's just nothing.
Right.
The only troublemaker is Dr. Jason Lyle.
Because of the fact that there's no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe. You can be going at one slow rate of time, and then elsewhere, time would be passing by at a very much faster rate of time.
Yes, but you cannot solve the collided galaxy over there. Who are you? Jungle Jargon.
Yeah.
You cannot solve the collided galaxy over there. That is why Dr. Jason Lyle said you have to go to Dr. Russell Humphreys to solve most of the problems.
Right.
He admitted that. He said that. I promise you, he said that. Anyone saw the video? He said that.
Yeah, with God, there is no absolute measure of time or distance with God and with the universe.
Yeah, but he
I
said
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, but there are problems in which he admitted, which his model cannot solve. That is why he even referred it to Russell Humphreys' model.
Yeah. There's lots of stuff. I mean, it's just like I personally, I just say to them, look.
There are only two models. There are only three models. Actually, the other one is not a model. The other one is miraculous. There are only Answers in Genesis is the largest young Earth creationist organization in the world, right? There are only three models they accept. One is their primary model. Actually, it's not a model. It's a magic. It's, well, sorry for saying magic, but it's a miracle.
Yeah,
that God, that
power and possibility.
Mature creation. Yeah, mature creation, but it doesn't solve the collided galaxies problem.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't solve it.
Infinite potential.
Yeah, it doesn't solve it. So, I personally would not tell people that. Well, probably I'll say that first. If they catch me and knew about the collided galaxies, I might go to Jason Lyle. And if they catch me again about the collided galaxies, I'll go to Humphreys, and they cannot refute Humphreys.
Yeah. I mean, we observe it. We've observed the dilation of time for a long time, for many years now. But
yes,
we only observe the dilation of distance with the gravitational waves. That's the first time we observed the dilation of distance with the gravitational waves.
Yes, but the time dilation, this is actually I already told Redefined Living a while ago. This is actually the accusation of one of our own, Dr. Jason Lyle, against Dr. Humphreys' model. But his accusation was against Dr. Humphreys' first edition of his book, in which, like I said, again, to redefine living, that Dr. Hartnett and Dr. Humphreys sold in their second edition book, Starlight and Time and the New Physics. The first title of the book was Starlight and Time, and the second title was Starlight and Time and the New Physics. New Physics. They solved every problem in the first book, including the one Jason Lyle. Guys, Jason Lyle is our enemy. Is the only one criticizing Humphreys. Even Dr. Hugh Ross cannot confront Humphreys. Sad to say, I like both of them.
But
because Ross knows Humphreys' model incorporates the Big Bang. Humphreys is able to condense the Big Bang in just 24 hours. Biblically, it fits with biblical data. It also fits with secular data, like again the collided galaxies and the Oort cloud.
Yeah, you basically almost have to have billions of years taking place at the same time as one day is passing by.
Yes, but like I said, the bottom line. Bottom line, the word. The time, the clock that we should be really concerned about is from our point of view.
Right.
Clock started when the Earth came out of that gravitational well. It's our point of view. We are at the center of our creation. So if we are just 6,000 years, then the universe is just 6,000 years from our point of view.
Right.
Russell Humphrey said
At our rate of time. At our rate of time, it's only 6,000 years.
yes, but like I said, we are at the center. We are the center of creation, and don't forget, I'm not speaking just about God's creating us as the center of His creation. We are talking about a literal cosmic evidence that we are literally at the center or near the center of the universe. If you guys never heard of it.
But there's so many time clocks that show a young young solar system where we're at.
Yes. But Humphrey's model can accommodate it also. It can accommodate Oort cloud with or without Oort cloud. It can accommodate anything. He challenged Dr. Ross for a debate. I really don't want them to really clash because I really like the evidence Ross, presented to. He's the one who gave us the over 1,000 fine-tuning parameters in which scares secularists into backing them into a corner, which forces them to have faith on the multiverse. So I really hate fellow Christians clashing. So but when if you guys don't know, Humphreys challenged him. Okay, Dr. Faulkner was defeated when he debated. Dr. Faulkner, right? Fantasy Genesis. He was defeated when he debated Dr. Hugh Ross. He uses I have to be honest. I have to be fair. He uses which seems like cherry pick data. I have to be honest. I have to be fair with all creationist group like that. He uses which seemingly cherry pick data, like the recession of the moon, without considering tidal locking. If you guys heard of tidal locking, like that, it sounds cherry pick. But when Humphreys challenged Ross and the other old Earth creation, is nobody there because they know the model of Humphreys cannot be refuted because it incorporates parts of the Big Bang and he's able to condense it in just 24 hours and solve the distant starlight, solves everything, solves star formation if it's miraculous or even if the secularist model works. Trust me.
Yeah, it takes a lot of power to make matter. It takes a lot of power to coalesce matter and to
just like Adam. Adam was created from the mud. He was like coalesced, right? Am I right? Coalesced. He was like coalesced. So So if he was coalesced, why not the stars be coalesced? Right?
Yeah, it takes a lot of power. That's what the dark matter and dark energy is all about because they know it takes power.
Yeah. So whether you guys believe it or not, I would agree with dark matter. It is the one that holds things together. It is the one that that makes sure that spiral galaxies remain spiral.
Right.
It is holding the
That's
spiral galaxies together. It
that's
is
what
holding
that's what
galaxies.
causes it. Yeah, that's what causes it to coalesce and make the spiral galaxies that we see. That's the only thing. The only way they can make it in simulators if they have dark matter or energy that you can't see.
Yes, but many young Earth creationists don't know that dark matter could have been created by God, because in the Bible, God said, I already told Redefined Living that the Bible said God is holding things together, and dark matter, in a
Right.
nutshell,
Right.
is holding things together, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh,
It's by his power. Anyway, it's by his power.
yeah. So what? Why are young Earth creationists having a problem with dark matter? It is our evidence too. They are not seeing the big picture here. It
It's
fits with what the Bible said. Even dark energy.
it has to be. It has to be by God's power. It has to be by God's power.
Yeah, right? When something explodes, it slows down, right?
Right.
Let's say the universe explodes. They don't use the word explode anymore. The universe, let's say, expands. Just like something explodes, it expands. You would expect the edge of it to slow down, right? But the universe is accelerating. It is not slowing down. This is the mystery. That is why they need dark energy, right?
Or the black holes are pulling space into the black holes, which is stretching space, and that might give you the redshift.
The black holes are not. Sorry,
They're pulling space into the black holes. Yeah.
they're pulling space into the. No, no, no,
Which
no.
which is probably what's causing the vacuum of space.
No, no, no. The black holes do not have enough energy to do what you said they do.
They're
The black
pulling
holes.
space into the black holes. Yeah.
No,
Right.
no, no, no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Within the galaxy, but not. But not.
But just think every black hole in the universe is pulling space into the black hole, so that's stretching space. So that's why the black holes are the tent pegs that stretch space.
With all due respect, jungle jargon. Where did you get that idea?
No, I heard them saying that the black holes are pulling space into the black holes.
Yes, yes, it's true. But within the galaxy, it is contained within the galaxy only.
So if every black hole throughout the universe is pulling space into it, that would stretch the space.
No, 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 no. It would pull the stars around the black hole towards the black hole and space itself. Yes, and the light itself. Oh, sorry,
So,
not the stars, but the light of the stars.
space is being stretched by the pulling of space into black holes.
No, 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 no. Let's say the Andromeda galaxy. There's a black hole in the middle. It would pull the stars and its light. Sorry, the light of the stars inside the black hole and distort space itself.
Right. That's just
Okay,
one
but
black.
within the galaxy only.
That's
Okay, but the
one.
galaxy is not
But,
affected but the movement itself of the galaxy is not affected by the black hole. The black hole is minimal. It doesn't affect the galaxy. No matter how big the black hole is, it doesn't slow down the.
that's only one black hole, though. There's millions of black holes around the
Yeah,
universe.
yeah, yeah. But the black hole does not control the speed of the galaxies. The expansion of the galaxies was when the well, if you believe in the Big Bang, the singularity, pushed it at the speed, expanded it in every direction faster than the speed of light. And in Russell Humphrey's models, it's also like that, but not a
Well,
singularity.
I don't even think you need a Big Bang. You just need the formation of matter, which has gravity, which dilates time and distance. That's all you need in the universe.
Yeah, but you have to have the correct numbers. You have to make the time dilation work.
The time
That,
dilation works only after you have the formation of matter.
yes, 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 exactly. Time dilation.
So that's
Yeah,
what's
yeah, yeah, yeah,
required. That's
yeah, yeah,
what's
that's right.
required for the dilation of time and
Yeah,
distances.
yeah, yeah. The trampoline that redefined living and I was talking about. There was already matter present, space,
Right,
and
right.
then God put the earth, also matter, okay, into the
Because
trampoline.
because in
There,
the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, that's matter. You have to have the matter first.
Yes,
and
yes,
then
yes.
You have
Russell
dilation of time.
Humphreys. Russell Humphreys. His model has matter first.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he created small space first, probably the size of the Milky Way. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the big trampoline redefined living, and I was talking about. And God put
So,
it.
I suppose there could be a expansion too, but I'm just saying that maybe the dragging of space into black holes around the universe accounts for the dilation, the red shift, the dilation of.
Oh no, sorry, jungle jargon. I don't know where you're getting it from.
Yeah, because if you stretch space, you're going to have a redshift.
Yes, correct. You're gonna have a redshift as if those distant galaxies are moving away. But if they
Yeah,
are stationary, how
or
can you get redshifts, right?
and
They
or
have,
if you're stretching space with pulling it into the black hole, that would cause a redshift too.
sorry, when you stretch space, the black. So I'm sorry, jungle. I'm not following.
Well,
You were
that's what causes the red shift is the expansion, right?
the speed of the galaxies receding away from us.
Yeah. So
Yes.
twice as far is twice as fast because that's twice as much distance where space is being dragged into black holes.
No. Space is not being dragged into black holes.
It is.
Uh,
It is
the,
being.
no. Black holes are only within galaxies. There are no black
Which
holes.
are everywhere in the universe. Which are
Huh?
everywhere in the universe. Everywhere in the universe is pulling space into the black holes.
Huh?
So the farther you go out in space, the more redshift you see, the doubling is going to see because it's
Space is
increasing.
space is being pulled out,
Because everywhere you go in space, it's pulling space into the black holes,
pulling space into the.
causing the redshift,
With,
which is the reason they think everything came from a microdot.
okay. When God created, let's say the Big Bang, the singularity, and Dr. Russell Humphrey's model, creating small space first. Both models did came from nothing. Okay, came from nothing. They say the Big Bang came from the multiverse, right? Well,
But the dilation of time and distance has to come from something, though. It has to come from the creation of matter.
yeah. That is why the Earth was placed in the trampoline first, the dent in space time. God
The
created small space first.
the deep well, the gravitational well.
Yeah, the gravitational well. And then the other galaxies came along, pushing the Earth to the timeless zone. The black hole, space, either way, if you believe in the Big Bang or not, it is being stretched out towards we don't know where. We don't know where.
I'm
We
just
don't know.
saying that the stretching of space by the black holes could account for the redshift, which keeps on doubling twice as far, twice as fast, because everywhere you go, it's pulling space into the black holes.
No. The black hole is only pulling space and the light from the stars that are close to the black hole at the center of galaxies.
Yeah.
The black hole does not have anything to do with the what you're saying.
I mean, well, then why would there be a vacuum in space, though?
What do you mean? Things pop out suddenly
I mean, there's a vacuum. There's a vacuum of space because all the black holes are pulling on space.
Pulling. What do you mean pulling? As in
I mean, it
expand?
would create a negative pressure.
Negative pressure. Yeah.
I'm not following. What do you mean negative pressure?
Well, if you're sucking all of the material out of a space, then it would be something would have to happen to the container. Like if you had a balloon, right, and you suck all the air out of the balloon's going to shrink. Does that make sense? That's what you're trying. Is that what you're trying to say, Jungle Jordan?
Yeah, but
if black holes are sucking all of black holes are sucking
it would be like the black holes are three-dimensional tent poles stretching space, stretching out the whole entire universe.
It was God who stretched out space.
Yeah, it's God who made the matter. Yeah.
Yeah, but in the Bible, he said he stretched out the heavens, right? And even in
Yeah.
the Big Bang,
Like a tent.
yeah, yeah. Oh, right. And how do you explain blue ships, right?
Well, it's some places.
Both are.
That's because there's movement in space. There's things moving around in space. Some of them this way, some of them that way.
No, that's not the standard explanation. Humphrey's explanation and the secular
But
explanation.
but the majority is redshift, not blue shift. There is blue shift, but it's not the
Yeah, yeah, there
majority.
is. The majority are the red shifts, yes.
Yeah, the majority is redshift. So that's what
The
but
concentric shifts.
but there are things moving around, coming this way, going this way, and going that way.
Yeah,
That's why there's
those things moving around are the ones that are blue shifted.
there's some blue shift. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, I wanted to remind you real quick. You're going to be going live again with Standing for Truth in a maybe like 30 or 45 minutes. So if you want to grab a drink and hydrate, I recommend doing that probably soon.
Standing for Truth said it will be 1:45 your time in the Western Hemisphere. So that would be 2:45 my time.
Was that 45 minutes?
Yeah, wait. I'll check what Standing for Truth told me. Hang on. You guys talk.
Oh, okay. I thought it was in 45 minutes from now. So I was just reminding you for because that's a lot of talking.
Oh yeah. Okay. You guys talk. I'll check what Standing for Truth said. What he said in our Facebook.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean if it's not in 45 minutes, that's good. It's more time for you. But at the same time, I don't want you to dehydrate. I mean, you've been talking on here for hours, so don't burn out.
Hey, I'm gonna check out you guys.
I had a good breakfast.
I'm going to bed, even though it's early. It's only 10 o'clock, but I'm a morning person, so I just want to say goodbye and good night. And Jeremy, I'm really good talking to you, all you guys. And thank you very much. Thanks for having me on, Matt.
See you, man.
Look forward. Later, Jason.
Have a good
All right, man. Yeah.
Have a good one, man.
You guys too.
Thank you, Carlo.
Nice
Later.
talking to you.
See you guys in chat.
Thanks for coming along. Hey.
Here.
Huh?
What did you say, Jason?
So, RawMatt.
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Okay.
RawMatt.
Yeah, I think so. 28.
Standing for Truth said 1:45 your time, so that would be 2:45 my time. I am 1 hour advanced from you guys at the Western Hemisphere. I'm in the Eastern Hemisphere. So yeah, for you it's correct, 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's 1:03 right now here in the Eastern.
Yeah, it's 1:03 p.m. here in the Philippines. 1 p.m.
Oh, so it's 2 hours 45 minutes away for you, huh?
1 hour actually, our time difference.
It's exactly the opposite. It's 1:03 a.m. here. It's 1:03 p.m. where you are.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Standing for Truth. Standing for Truth is somewhere at the Detroit area. At the he doesn't live in Detroit, but he lives in Canada, near Detroit. So
So that wouldn't be Eastern.
1 hour from now. Yes, 1 hour from now. Wait.
Yeah.
I'll be
Detroit is Eastern. Right.
Yeah, so in about an hour from now, you're going to go live with him. So that was all I was saying is just make sure to grab a good drink. Stay nice and hydrated. Talking really dehydrates you. So
have a vegetable.
Who's going live? Who's going on a debate?
It's not a debate. It's just Standing for Truth and Jeremy are going to be talking about the best evidence that there is for young Earth creation. I believe, anyway.
Oh, okay.
Live on Standing for Truth channel. So also,
all right. That's good.
Nothing can make itself. Everything requires power.
Sorry, Jeremy. What'd you say?
Are you joining me and Standing for Truth?
Yeah, I'll join. I'll be running this one and that one. I'll be on both.
Okay. Assuming he starts on time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm starting it, so it's up to him to join. I'll send you.
Also, so right here, it's not in the channel of him. His.
Right. Yeah, I'll be running it because he can't do it. Remember, he doesn't know how to run it. I'll be opening up StreamYard on his channel, and then I'll invite you. I'll send you an email with another invite. So take that one because I'm just going to open it up in another browser.
Okay. So this one will be shut down later.
It might have to shut down. If I can run both at the same time, I'll do it because we've got a lot of people talking. So.
Really? I'm not seeing the peoples.
I
don't know how.
We'll see.
Wait, did George leave?
I'll see. We'll see how it goes.
No, redefine.
While we talk. I haven't had lunch yet. I can eat while we talk.
Yeah, I know, right? Go ahead, man. Go ahead and eat. Me and
assuming you're not gonna turn this off yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, have
That's
lunch.
exactly right.
We can talk about supplements or something.
Supplement. There you go.
I heard that there's a supplement that helps fight against the SARS coronavirus too.
Oh, yeah, there's a couple of them. One of the most famous ones right now is the nettle root extract because they found that what happens when you get the virus before it attacks the lungs, it actually increases interleukins by really high amounts. And what happens is when they keep proliferating, they cause what's known as a cytokine storm in the body. So it makes it so it's even worse.
Which nettle is that?
It's a nettle root. So it's like most people take nettle leaf.
Stinging nettle.
Oh, nettle root.
Stinging nettle.
Yes, stinging nettle, exactly. So the nettle root extract is where it's at because they're
dried and powdered.
What?
Dried and powdered.
Yes, dried and powder, exactly. I mean, it kind of tastes bitter, but who cares? Just throw it in some orange juice and you're good to go. And what happens is they found that the older a person gets, the more of these interleukins there are in the body. And that's why it affects older people more than it does younger people. So if there's more of them to activate, it causes what's known as a cytokine storm. And then all of a sudden you've got horrible infection going on in your body. So that's why the coronavirus kills older people.
For that cytokine storm, they're also finding out that there's
attack of the killer kill weasels.
There's a
We're
supplement.
gonna have a fire.
It's what is it? It's hold on a second. I got it right here.
Should have put that bin out as well. Has it? Oh, forget it then. No.
NAC.
Oh, N-acetyl.
Yeah, no, forget it. Leave it.
NAC is good.
Yeah, NAC. That's what it is. Sorry.
A freaking vicious kill weasel. You just got to pick up a stick. Oh, sorry, I was talking to Doug. I didn't realize I was unmuted. You just got to pick up a stick and carry it with you, and then she won't bark at you because she barks and attacks his feet all the way. Like he's walking, he's just constant savagely attacks his feet, like little yippy little. That's why we call her the kill weasel. I call her the kill weasel. We call her weasel because, like Ozzy the desk weasel, she's just like a little weasel. The way she jumps around and carries on. So yeah, that's why I said pick up a stick. And she's scared of sticks because once she got a whack when she was a puppy. Once, just one time, man, and she's never forgotten. And she's scared of sticks ever since. Such a timid dog. My dogs, I could beat them with a stick and then 5 minutes later walk up to them and they'll be outside and walk up to them and pat them with the same stick and they'd wag their tails. They're so bomb-proof, but he's a little weasel. She's a funny little thing. She's a anyway. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Raving on like an idiot.
You're right, Thermal. The coronavirus is a little over dramatic, if you ask me. More people have died from the flu.
Not for old people.
Not for old people, that's for sure. But I just mean in general, more people.
Some people can die within hours. Oh yeah, that's right. They shouldn't lock down. What they need to do is keep social distancing in place and special precautions in place for elderly people in nursing homes and for the elderly in general around the country, to keep them isolated as much as possible and allow everybody to go back to work, because the chances of dying from if you're 24 or under, the chances of dying from coronavirus are like, you got more chance of dying from being struck by lightning than you have dying from coronavirus, if you get it, even if you get it, you know what I mean? So, and under 17, zero chance, may as well say zero chance, unless you got massive health problems and sicknesses and cancers and all sorts of things. If you're under 17, you're not going to die. So, you know, yeah, they need to let people get back to work. This is bloody ridiculous. It's just they've suspended the Constitution. They've all sorts of stuff, mate. It's really bad.
Yeah, it's what they were afraid of is to overwhelm the hospitals. And if the hospitals get overwhelmed, they can't handle the number of patients. So that's what they were afraid of. But apparently it's not too bad right now. So we should go back to work.
Yeah, I watched the statistics.
Yeah, well, that's.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Matt. Go, man. Sorry, you watch the statistics. Go.
Yeah, I watch the numbers climb all the time, and the numbers of people that actually get it are obviously still going up because it's an exponential growth. But the death rate went from the maximum I remember it getting to was 22%. Now it's back down to 13% that get it die. So,
but in other countries like in Brazil and some places, other countries, it's still going up. It's still increasing.
Yeah. No, this is supposed to be the worldwide. Let me check it again. I keep it directly on my phone.
Guys, you better check my country's statistics on the coronavirus. We are a third world country here. Look at our statistics. We are extremely low on that case. We are doing very well over here.
Right? Interesting.
Yeah, check it out.
There'd be a lot of poor people that would get it and die that would never get to report it to the hospitals ever. I mean, I know the shanty towns in the Philippines and that, there'd be a lot of people that would die that would just never get reported, and there would be. And I mean, out in the provinces and that, like way out on the islands and that, I mean, it takes like sometimes 24 hours on a boat or something to get into the Peens, mate, from out there. I mean, there'd be lots of places where people would die from this if it got out there, and that would just never get reported. So
and they're looking at an increased death rate around the world too. It's like you say, a lot of people live in the interior, especially like in the Amazon. They live like, hours away from the city by boat, and by the time they get to the city,
India. Look at India, man. Look at all the massive poor population of poor people there that would never die and never get reported. So there would be a lot. I mean, I know that they're counting a lot of these deaths that they shouldn't count, like, because without testing them properly. But at the same time, there would be ones that would get it and die and would never be, So the coronavirus is bad for worse than the flu for certain age groups and certain groups of people, but for people, anybody that say, I would say 40 years or younger, that's healthy, 45 years or younger, that's healthy with no problem, they should go back to work.
But it's over 100,000, I think, in the United States, isn't it? The deaths in the United States is well over 100,000, and that's well above the flu rate.
But that's right. Because but it depends on the age, and your sicknesses. Like if you're 24 years old, you're basically the chances of, if you actually get coronavirus and you're 24, you got more chance of dying being struck by lightning than you would dying with that coronavirus. And then when you go 17 and younger, again, then young kids, it can be just nothing, not even as bad as a cold, not even make their noses run or anything, and they can still spread it around.
That's the way the flu is.
And then you get it into, say, like if an 80-year-old got it, they just die. You know, it's like your chances of you surviving if you're 80 are pretty slim.
Yeah.
Whereas if you get a flu when you're 80, my then survived plenty flus when she was 80. But if she had got the coronavirus, it would have killed her, with all of her heart problems and valve in her heart and all this artificial valve and all this sort of stuff. Just would have nailed her or killed her.
And they've
instantly. But
noticed
she
too.
got many flus and survived them. So
They've noticed
that's
too
the
that
difference.
some people have been exposed to other coronaviruses, and people that have been exposed to other coronaviruses have a better immune system toward this coronavirus. That's why.
Well, there's more than one strain. Last time I was talking to somebody about it, I can't remember who it was, and he said there's 2 strains out there. There's one strain that's 70% more virulent than the other. So, I mean, if that's true what he said, then that it's like Russian roulette. You don't know which one you're going to get. If you get the really virulent strain, the non-virulent strain, and you're 75, you might survive. But if you get the real virulent strain, it's a death sentence. So it's for certain people and certain groups, it's a death sentence. But we can't keep people. We've got to open the borders up. We've got to let people get back to work. We've just got to let this thing hit, mate. Get the herd immunity as quickly as possible. It just there's just.
As long as the
I'm sorry, but the old people, they're going to have to put special precautions.
Yeah, as long as the hospitals can handle
they'll have
the
to
load.
put special precautions with people visiting nursing homes and that.
As long because right now the hospital rate has gone down, so they should be able.
That's why you put the people. Yeah, but then you got oxychloroquine. If one doctor said that he had coronavirus, but he's not in the bad age group, but he X-rayed his lungs and he noticed that the coronavirus had moved. Had moved to both lungs. Sorry, he got pneumonia, and pneumonia had set in one lung, and then it set in the other lung. So you decided to use oxychloroquine at that point, and he said he got better within 2 days, right? And same thing with somebody else that he knew. And so there's these drugs.
But you have to have zinc too.
Yeah. But he said that's not appropriate for everybody in every situation because that can cause other problems like whatever it is, chloroquine and the other one and the AIDS drug, the AIDS antiviral drug or whatever it is, one they're using now or is trendy at the moment or is working or whatever. It's has its problems as well for having it. So they've got to be careful about who they give it to. I mean, you need to classify at a certain, like you've got, pneumonia in both lungs and you're in a bad way, then they could save people with oxychloroquine. I mean, and some people would have the oxychloroquine and it wouldn't work, but as far as I know, just about everybody that I've ever heard of that's used it, it's worked.
They just came out with a study saying.
I don't know. There must be times when it hasn't, but I never heard of it.
They just came out with a study with oxychloroquine. They came out with a study just now saying it doesn't work, but they didn't give zinc to the patients that were given oxychloroquine. Oxychloroquine is supposed to be for the purpose of getting zinc into the cell, and if you don't give the person zinc, of course it's not going to work. But they politicize this thing and propagandize this thing, and they say, studies say that hydroxychloroquine doesn't work. But but none of them took zinc. They didn't include zinc in the study.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, they know that Queensland have universities, they've seen this. This doctor said that he's had it, he's seen it work. He had pneumonia. You don't get over pneumonia in both lungs, in 2 days, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
So it's not, just, I was going to get better anyway. So, but it works for some people and probably, obviously, it doesn't work for others. But everybody that I've heard of that's used the combination of the 2 drugs and used those drugs has got better. So that's the only ones that I've heard of. But it should, I don't know, there's fallbacks and stuff like that. But there's so many people that could potentially get it and get sick that's why they don't want to get rid of the lockdown until they've got enough. I mean, they're starting trials of a vaccination now in Queensland at one of the universities here. They're starting human trials, but that human trials can go up to 5 years. You know what I mean? So Like if they actually rush the trials through, they don't even think that they're going to have it done by the end of the year, or even if they rush it full steam ahead. So they just don't know. They've got a protein off the virus that they put into this vaccination. It's not actually the whole virus. It's just a protein from the virus. And this protein's supposed to, like make your body produce keys that bind up a protein on your cells, which stops
antibodies,
the virus from entering your cell, which sounds a lot like nettle root, what nettle root does, but in a different way. You know what I mean? It's triggering an immune response, but that might not be ready for 2 years. And then there's also the other side of the coin, that there might never be a vaccination for it. So they don't know yet until they try.
Right.
I mean, it's unlikely, but yeah, you know what I'm saying.
They were never able to get a vaccination for the SARS-1, so this is SARS-2, and they still don't have one.
The good news about the coronavirus, if you look up the mutation rate of it. What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay. So the average.
Did you hear the mutation rate? Well,
yeah, the mutation rate. So, for example, the coronavirus has a mutation rate of 2 mutations per month. So after an entire year, it's mutated 24 times. To give you an example, the common cold has mutated over 50 to 75 times in that amount of time. So the mutation rate inside of it, the normal flu, is the reason that people usually get a new vaccination every year, because it's mutated so many times. It's a totally different strain. The coronavirus is so slow that it literally hasn't even really mutated to anything new yet. So it's never going to get to like really, really bad. Like the news is saying, it's going to be the worst virus in the world. It's going to mutate and kill everybody. Well, in reality, it can't.
Right. That's important. Yeah.
Yeah. So really, I mean, if it's whatever it's doing to people right now, it's going to do to people next year as well. So that's good. So there's no surprise. Basically, if you can get
yeah,
because what it's doing is it's killing people that their blood can't carry enough oxygen to their heart, and because their lungs can't pump the blood fast enough, so they end up dying because of that. So what happened? They found that people that have the iron that's in the body becomes the problem. Their blood doesn't really carry the oxygen, and then the iron ends up being toxic. So what I've discovered is probably one of the best things to do would be like supplement chlorophyll. That's if you get it and you even care. I don't care if I catch it, but so if you do catch it and you're in the older age group, it's really easy. All you have to do is take systemic enzymes, because they're proteolytic. So what they do is they have a repair mechanism that repairs fibrotic breakdown, and that's what this disease is. It breaks down fibrosis of the lungs. And then secondly, consume lots of chlorophyll, because chlorophyll acts like hemoglobin in the body. So it actually acts in the same way that your blood carries iron in the body. Chlorophyll does the same thing. So it's a way to reoxygenate your body. And people survive.
Oh, I've got chlorophyll in the fridge.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah. It's dirt cheap too. Easy supplement. So you could just slam a bunch of chlorophyll and you'll be all right. But the thing is, the people that survive get on oxygen real quick, because once you survive the actual virus overload, which takes about a week or two, then you're good. Yeah, there's your supplement right there, liquid chlorophyll. Good one. Yeah, and then basically you're good to go. Once you survive the onslaught of the virus and you're over it, now you'll be asymptomatic for the rest of your life. You'll never catch it again. It's not going to mutate, so there's nothing to worry about. You just have to survive it. So how do you survive? Lots of oxygen. That's really it. So make sure that it doesn't destroy your lungs in the process, and take systemic enzymes. I recommend either ceridopeptase, wobenzine, which is that's a good one, or nattokinase. Nattokinase is the Japanese natto, N-A-T-T-O, and what is fermented soy. So those are really good because they protect your lungs from that fibrotic breakdown. So really just do those 3 things and you're good to go. Lots of chlorophyll, 1 systemic enzyme of which one you choose, and then get some oxygen in your body, because that's what people are dying from, lack of oxygen. That's what kills you, is your body shutting down. So those are really good. That's why you said earlier, jungle jargon, is that NAC works really good, or N-acetylcysteine, because what that does is that gets into your liver, and what does that do? Well, it boosts your glutathione level.
Oh,
what the hell was that?
It tastes so bad. Oh, I've forgotten how bad it tastes. It's got berry flavour in it, and it just doesn't do anything. They may as well just mix cow manure with it. Yeah, it's wild, but it's good for you, so I'll take it.
That was funny. You should have kept the camera on for us, though.
Oh yeah, it's gross. Yeah, that's it with the green teeth and all that.
Yeah,
like this. Hang on.
There it is. Nice. I like thermal. So eat grass.
Green teeth. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, too much cellulose in grass, but I say, sure, just spit it out. You know, chew grass until there's nothing left, and then spit it out.
Yeah. I used to do that when I was a kid. I was always chewing grass and chewing the chlorophyll out of it. And then when I'd chew it all out and the grass would turn white in my mouth, I'd spit the white husk out and then get more grass and chew it out. But I was doing bad stuff because it's full of, as I've learnt, greens like that are very efficient at absorbing heavy metals and things out of the soil. So, and we're not designed to have that sort of stuff. So, yeah, probably not such a good idea.
Yeah, you learn the hard way. But at least, I mean, the worst part about it is you're just walking over and pulling grass out of the ground. So it's not like it's mature grass. It's not exactly what you get when you get wheatgrass, which are first growth wheat berries, you know. So you're just walking outside and eating grass.
Yeah.
I mean, it won't kill you, but it's definitely going to add some heavy metal toxicity for sure. A lot of cadmium is in your body probably. But it comes out. That's the good news about heavy metal.
Oh, yeah.
Easy to chelate.
Oh, that's what's he does that. Can you ever seem to buy anything in these stupid supermarkets here? Because it's such a backwards little hick town sort of community. They don't have hardly anything, even in the second largest city, like But what is it? It's like spirulina, but it's the non-toxic one.
It's the chlorella. Well, actually, spirulina is not very toxic either, but sun chlorella, that's the heavy.
Chlorella, that's it.
Yeah.
Chlorella, yeah.
Yeah. Sunlight destroys it. Yeah,
cracked chlorella and
diatomaceous earth.
And you have, but you have the chlorella gets rid of the cadmium, right?
Yeah, it does. There's a lot of chelators that are really different, but it depends on which heavy metal toxicity you got from grass. Grass is a rare kind of vegetable in the fact that it pulls every element out of the ground. So usually when you want to eat a higher mineral dense food, you get grasses. So for example, corn is a grass. So it's very highly mineralized, but if they grow it in bad soil, it can have that in there. What were you saying? Oh, I just thought you were saying something. It's all right. So grasses are usually really high minerals. So that could be the problem as well when you're snacking on grass that grows outside. If there's planes flying above it, well, guess what? There's going to be jet fuel in there, you know. Dandelion, somebody asked. Yeah, dandelions, there's a couple different parts. The flower or the...
Oh, well, that's why. Do you know someone told me that Hawaiian astaxanthin, that they're right next to the airport and the planes fly over them. I don't know if that's true or not, but apparently someone looked and they said they're right near the airport. Man, if they were, then I'm not these. You got to be careful where you get astaxanthin from, because I've bought a lot of astaxanthin from China over the years, and they turn around and give you synthetic stuff, and later on we've had them admit years later that they've been giving us synthetic astaxanthin all that time and stuff like that. So Chinese are very very sneaky.
Yeah. Astaxanthin is it's kind of like a.
So then and then.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's apparently if you look at the ponds are not far from the airport, so I won't be bloody. But I don't know. You take such a small amount of that I don't know that would hurt you. It'd only hurt you if you were going to take massive doses of it. Whereas astaxanthin's just something that you should take. What is your opinion on astaxanthin supplements? I mean, to have a little bit a day would be all right? But just going overboard is, I've seen the results of it.
Yeah, you don't want to do it in the very much, and the reason why is because it's a carotenoid, meaning it's a vitamin A substance. That's why the microalgae and yeast and shrimp that actually consume it change their color to red. And so when you look out there on the thing and you see inkstaxanthin, what they do is they actually feed trout inkstaxanthin so it makes their flesh red. So when they kill them early and they put it on the store shelf, they're actually young and they shouldn't be red yet, but they look red because they've been eating inkstaxanthin. So it's really a cheap fraud way to sell you low-grade fish because they're supplementing them something to make them look mature. So it's a really cheap hidden
astaxanthin. Yeah.
Yeah. So what inkstaxanthin is?
Yeah, I know.
The reason
it
is because it's an overdose. It's like people that drink carrot juice. Carrot juice is actually really high in vitamin A, and when you juice it, you're actually overdosing on it, and your liver can't store it like it needs to. It's overdosed on it, so it's trying to throw it out of your body, and the easiest way and fastest way to do it is through your skin. That's why you're turning orange. It's actually an overdose toxicity, so you never want to consume too much. Remember, you can always overdose on vitamin A, D, E, and K because they're fat soluble. That's why you can overdose on B vitamins because they're water soluble. You can just urinate them out, but you can overdose on all the fat soluble vitamins, and those aren't good. That's why you don't want to overdo vitamin A, especially if you're changing color, because it's toxic to the system.
Well, I'll tell you one thing I did with astaxanthin. I was taking large amounts of it every day for months, and I got bitten by a dog when, you know, like, and I was grabbing, it was in a bit of a blue, and I was trying to break them up, and I got bitten. But the thing is, I didn't even, I mean, it was a sunk fang right to the gum line, and it just closed up and started healing in front of my eyes. My daughter got bitten as well at the same time. This is a long time ago, it's many years ago, and not these dogs. And she and when she got to the hospital, she like, because she hadn't been taking astaxanthin, she was still bleeding in that. When I got to the hospital, it was closed up. It looked like it had been healing for frickin' a week or days at least, and with antibiotics, and because it was closed up and they were so close together and there was no gaping hole or weeping or anything like that, the doctor looked at me like I was insane, like as if I'm going to believe that happened 2 hours ago. The doctor's saying, as if I'm going to believe that, you know what I mean? Like, just looking at me like I'm trying to lead him on. I said, well, she got bitten at the same time. Have a look at hers and have a look at mine. And she was in pain, and I gave her a large dose of astaxanthin, and the pain started to melt away not long after I gave her the large dose of astaxanthin. Also, my dog had tick paralysis. It's the same sort of venom that's in snake venom, the ticks here. It's a neurotoxin, right? So it interferes with the, you know, anyway. So I gave him, I don't know why this worked. He had the tick paralysis. My dog, his pupils were dilated. He kept on flopping off the bed and flopping onto the floor and falling onto the floor, and he'd flop off the bed and fall onto the floor and flop off the bed and fall onto the floor. And I didn't work out what was going on, and I noticed his pupils were dilated, and I realized, oh, that's a tick. So I found a tick on him. I pulled the tick off. I gave him one large dose of astaxanthin, and I'm not saying this is going to work for every dog because, you know, your dog might have an allergy to it, so you want to test it beforehand. But I gave him a large dose of astaxanthin. Within 5 minutes, he went to sleep, and the next day he was fine. Now, that would have normally cost me $1,000 at the vet for antivenin and all the treatments, more than $1,000. So, you know, just 10 cents worth of astaxanthin, because I buy it in bulk. So the amount that I gave him would have been equivalent to probably 50 12 milligram tablets, you know. So I gave him a massive dose in one hit, and it literally did that, and it's done that more than once. A couple of times he's had tick problems, and I've given him a large dose of astaxanthin, and it's worked. Now, I'm not saying it's going to work for every dog, but I'm giving it massive amounts. When I buy it, I buy the equivalent of about 4,000 12 milligram capsules in 1 kilo. That's what some works out to be, about that, something in strength. In whatever, so 4,000, so you're 3,000 or 4,000. So you know, there's to be said for astaxanthin, man. I've seen myself heal, like, and I went to the doctor the next day, and my doctor just was looking at me like he couldn't believe it. I said, I'll get antibiotics. I don't think I'm going to need them. I said, this is the first time I've ever been bitten by an animal. Like, I've been bitten by wild animals and got infections and all sorts of things. This is the first time I've ever been bitten by any animal and not got an infection like this, you know, where it goes through to the bone. But that's not a good thing to do to yourself either, because whatever that's doing to your body, it's making you hyper heal like that. Then your body's running at hyper whatever, and you don't want to do that to yourself all the time. That at that time, that was just a crazy the healing that I'd get from that. I mean, I could burn myself and then start healing just straight away, and I wouldn't get sunburnt and all sorts of stuff. It was like, so that's when I thought to myself, like, you know, Adam and Eve would have been eating fruit that was loaded with stuff like this, and they would have been protected from the environment. So they would have just lived such, you know, if you lived like that with the amount of toxins, if you could live like that all your life, you'd live about another 100 years longer. You know, just eliminate, but you can't live like that. Sooner or later, you're going to have to stop, and all the toxins are going to come in and attack your body, and your body's going to go, you know, I'm not used to this, and be in a lot of trouble, basically. Oh, so that's the way I look at it. But astaxanthin has its place, but it's there as a treatment. It's something you keep in the cupboard for emergencies. Like, you know, it works for a lot of different things, but it's not something that you should take in massive doses or really large doses every day. A tiny little bit every day, just a little bit, then yeah, but not much. Yeah,
Yes,
per day.
Vitamin D.
But if you need it in large doses,
but you start getting sick, you can slam it. You can overdose on it, and it helps a lot. A lot. You'd be shocked if you're about to get sick and you slam a lot of vitamin D. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, that I noticed that Doug sits here and because he lives inside all the time, you know what I mean? Like, he's just inside. He's hardly ever gets any sun ever. So he's just like in darkness all the time. That's probably why he's 60 and he's still only got about 3 grey hairs on his head. But I noticed he gets depressed sometimes. Sometimes he'll start going, oh, I feel like this, and I feel like it, and I'm upset, you know, thinking about my missus and people that have died and all that sort of stuff. And I go, hang on a second. And I put like 30,000 IU, like 20,000 IU of vitamin D3 in his hand. And I say, okay, take that. And then the next day I say, how are you feeling? He says, oh, I feel all right now. You know, like it has, I'm telling you, man, low vitamin D is linked to depression. So I've seen it when someone's just ultra low. They go black dog depression, melancholy, bad. But yeah, and it can also help with depression because I've seen it. You know, yeah, not placebo either.
Dang.
I'm a little bit allergic to vitamin D3 and D2, especially D2. I break out in acne.
Oh, it's because vitamin D2 is actually from sheep's wool. So you probably have an allergy to that because that's how most of it's made.
Yeah, I do have allergy to like animals and stuff.
Yeah, there it is. That's probably why.
Yeah. But the vitamin D3, I break out, but it's a different color, red, and not quite as bad.
Yeah, it should be a little less damaging, but still, like you said, it's going to break you out because all fats are absorbed and travel through the lymphatic system. So it's going to break you out everywhere because it travels through your whole lymph, right? So anywhere you have your weak sensitivities in your skin is where you're going to break out. Some people break out on their faces, others on their arms or shoulders. It just depends on your own personal area of the body where it likes to break out. Most people, their back and face.
Yeah.
Sad. But if that ever happened,
Doug has a horrible diet.
When I was in school, when I was going to school, I was going to Bible school, and I was drinking too much milk, like 3 glasses of milk a day, and I was breaking out in my face all over, and it was very painful too.
Oh, horrible! Glad you figured it out though. Most people live their whole life and they never figure it out.
Yeah, it was horrible. And I did, you know how I figured it out? I went to South America where they have milk without vitamin D. And they were making smoothies for me. They were making all kinds of stuff for me. And I was drinking it, and I got fat. I gained like 10 pounds when I came back. And then I noticed, I looked at my face, I'm not breaking out. And I figured, well, what's the difference between their milk and our milk? And bingo, is the vitamin D. So that's how I figured that out.
Wow, incredible. I'm glad you did, though.
Yeah.
Most people live their whole life, man, and they never figure out what.
It's amazing how some things.
Because I knew there was something causing it, and I didn't know what it was, and I thought it was dietary. But I figured it out.
Good. Jason, were you going to say something?
No, I've forgotten. It wasn't that important, but yeah, it was just a little interjection, but I can't remember. Yeah, it was just something about, I mean, it's pretty sad that he has that. Some people, vitamin D can work for, but, like Doug won't have vitamin D for like 6 months, like maybe 6 months at a time, none at all, and just be out of the sun. And he's got a terrible diet, lives on freaking biscuits and coffee and freaking, he doesn't drink any, like just water. Everything has to be sweet that goes, So, and he has one meal a day with some vegetables in it and meat and stuff like that. So, yeah, he's got a terrible diet, man. Terrible. Like totally, lacking in every single way, shape and form. So, yeah, when he has the vitamin D3, like he needs it. And I've noticed it does work. Like he just gets so depressed, and then I just say, yep, here, and crack open a, 5,000 IU per capsule, 5,000 IU per capsule, gel caps, and give him a whole pile of them, and then the next day he's fine. I mean, he's not fine, but he's a lot better. Like things seem a lot brighter. So yeah, it's amazing that some people could have that much vitamin D and be really sick, and other people, just their body just goes and absorbs it. Like, oh, thank you, it needs it.
Yeah, usually the more pale people are, the less vitamin D they actually require, which is funny because the body tends to make it very, very efficiently because, right, you're not around much sun. So the people that moved up to the north, they actually found that they produce a lot more vitamin D in their body naturally than obviously black people do because they're at the equator, so they get sun all the time. So obviously you need to produce lots of vitamin D for breast milk for their young, and they can easily, even though they barely get any sunlight. So
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, I get some sun. I got some sun. I haven't been in the sun
I wonder.
lately. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I don't go in the sun that often. No, you were going to say you get some sun. What was that?
Yeah, I when I was out in the woods, I got a lot of sun, and I actually got a little bit of tan. But so I got plenty of vitamin D, I think. But right now, I'm not getting any sun.
Yeah, it's summer too. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? You're back.
Hi.
Hey, I think in about Standing for Truth messaged me. He said, "You ready to go in about 20 minutes?" So yeah, it's in about 20 minutes. So in about 10, I'll send you a link in your email. You can pop over and join him, just so you know.
I thought it's gonna be here.
Oh, on my channel? Nah, you want people to actually watch, right? No, I'm just messing around. People watch.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, go over to Standing for Truth channel. People will actually see it.
Yeah, I'll get about 300 people that'll watch this. You go on Standing for Truth channel, you'll have about 500 people by tomorrow that see it. So it's a big difference. My channel is kind of a health channel where it only be about exercise and fitness and eating. Now it's just about young earth creation. So I pretty much lost all of my fans.
So yeah, I'll probably go over there too, to Standing for Truth channel when you open it up.
All right, I'll just send everybody a link. Then they can jam over there. This one's only been going for 8 hours. I was pushing for 20, but it's all right. I think I'll cut it early.
Nah.
No,
you don't have to. That's all right. I'll stay here. I'll just stay here. I'll just stay here and just talk and just and they can listen to me talking to the dogs like a madman and walking along and we'll make it like the Truman Show but without cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
What should we wrap then, since this is going to be coming?
No, I'll just whatever. I don't care.
That's what some of my videos are like. I just talk.
It's fun though. You'd be surprised. A lot of people kind of like right now, they want a radio. They want to tune into something and just not like mindlessly watch TV shows or the news, right? So these
Yeah.
are good. People like they really want to learn something, even if it's just one thing here or there, you know, so they can jump in and interact. You can throw comments and questions in the live feed. And you know, I can't believe how many people joined today. I mean, I had probably 10 people join throughout this entire thing today. Incredible.
Yeah, I actually heard you start the hangout, but I was too tired. I went to sleep, and I kept waking up, and you guys are still talking.
That's awesome. Yeah, I know. We covered a lot. We started out with biology and moved into some genetics, and then Jeremy joined. We went to stellar and planetary evolution, and then we switched over to health here at the end. I mean, we've covered like so many topics. It's unbelievable. It really didn't. You never know. Right? So
8 hours and 6 minutes. Wow.
Yeah.
You're really taking advantage of this laptop.
Totally. And we're not even done. We're gonna go live in 10 minutes.
Live?
Yeah, that's it. And keep this one going as well if we can. I'll stay here and guard this one and drive everyone so mad and bored that they'll go screaming and running over to Stand for Truth channel and to get away from it. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll stay here like I'm like a shepherd. I'll herd them over towards you. All right.
There you go.
with boredom.
Talk about crazy stuff. Too.
Yeah.
Actually, the more.
How about it? What are you in Australia, Jason?
Yeah, in Australia, in Tasmania.
Are you familiar with any of the opal mining or anything that goes on over there?
I've been through Cooper Pedy. It's it's so hot, man. It's like it, mate. I'm not kidding. The 53 degrees. Work that out. I think it was 138 Fahrenheit. 53.
Dry heat, I hope, right?
53. Well, yeah, but it didn't matter. It was so dry that it didn't matter if you had a shirt on, had a shirt off, it would just suck the moisture out of you, mate. Like I was drinking, and if I drank 5 liters of water today in this cold climate where I am now, I'd just be pissing and pissing and pissing. Like I'd be pissing like a freaking fire hose, mate. But out there, I was drinking up to 5 sometimes, and I'm not kidding, up to 8 liters of water some days. I was thinking about it, right? I was thinking up to 8 liters, and I was hardly pissing at all.
Yeah.
So it was just sucking the moisture. Like it was brutal. The heat was just brutal, man. I had a very accurate fridge thermometer, very accurate one that they use in very expensive fridges that are like $25,000 a fridge type thing. You know, commercial fridges, real expensive 5-star restaurant type fridges. And that they can go from the fridge to the oven and whatever. And mate, this thing was registering in the shade at 53 Celsius. And and yeah, that was just the hot, man. Like, oh, that was hell. That was hell. When I was out there, that's when I decided that was it. That was it. I met a guy from Tasmania at the Three Ways Roadhouse. Or 4 ways or 5 ways or whatever, just outside Tennant Creek. I don't know where it was, somewhere out there. And they actually thought I was someone that went missing. I looked identical to a guy that went missing, and he wouldn't believe me, mate. I had to give him my mother's phone number so he could call my mother to see that, like, I wasn't this guy, because from the photos he said I looked identical to him. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, but anyway, it was really weird. But yeah, the heat out there is just the getting onto it is just phenomenal, man. It'll just suck you dry, man. It'll just suck you, just tear the moisture out of your body. There's none of this, keep your shirt on. It'll preserve mate, at 130 something degrees Fahrenheit, mate. It's insane. And it's so dry, man. It's just so bone dry. It's like everything. It's the sort of heat where you could crack an egg on a rock. If there's a big flat black rock there, if you cracked an egg on it, it just sizzles straight away.
Yeah, I remember going through the desert remember going through the desert before we had air conditioning in cars, and or maybe we didn't have enough money for it. But if you opened the window, it was worse. You had to close the windows because of how hot it was outside.
Yeah, but Tennant Creek, Alice Springs, Tennant Creek, and Catherine and Darwin, right? All of those towns are located in the coolest parts. So when you look at the average temperatures in Tennant Creek, Alice Springs, Catherine, and Darwin, you go, oh well, that's not that bad, right? But up in Darwin's even worse, because you drive just an hour's drive in any direction outside of Darwin. And not only do you have that 50-degree heat, but you've got like the humidity with it then as well. So you've got the dry heat down there that just sucks you dry, whereas up there you drive an hour's outside of Tennant Creek, Catherine, Alice Springs, or Darwin, and in any direction, and you're in areas where it's like getting up to like 50 degrees and humid, and out in the desert gets up to 55 degrees and 53 degrees, and stuff like that. I've seen it, so it's a nightmare, man. It's bloody hot out there, mate. That's why I came to Tasmania after the heat up there. I just wanted to get to the coolest part of Australia and stay here and never leave.
Yeah, because I remember when I went to the Amazon just recently or a couple of years ago, then I went there and it was only like 85, 90 degrees or maybe 95, but at the most, but I just was constantly drinking water. I just kept on drinking water and I wouldn't stop drinking water.
Oh, mate. Oh, it was a nightmare, man. I used to carry 200 litres of water at a time with me. So I used to go right out into the desert, right? Like right out in the desert. So because I like being isolated, man. I just like going out in the middle of nowhere and just being by myself and my dogs and whatever. Oh, mate, man, the heat out there is just phenomenal, man. 200 litres doesn't last long when you're drinking that much water every day. The dogs are drinking water like it's going crazy. And yeah, it was an experience, I'll tell you. And I've been out into all sorts of places out there, man, and seen all sorts of things. I've lived with the Aboriginals. I've seen, man, I would never ever slept around with any of their women or played up there. Not once. Not once. You know why? Because they still have leprosy up there.
Oh, yeah.
So I was very careful not to drink anything. They'd offer me something to eat, and I'd be like, oh. And even if I was starving, hungry, I'd be like, oh, thank you. Oh, I'm so full. I ate before oh, thank you. So generous. It's, like, no, I was very, very careful.
Yeah, that's complicated.
Yeah. And living around the places where, there's leprosy around somewhere, like you take it, you're very careful about these things. It's yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Because
yeah, go on.
I grew up in the Amazon, and I was used to the temperatures going up to 100 degrees every day. I remember it would go up almost 100 degrees every day, and the temperature of the Amazon River is 85 degrees. You go swimming at night, it's warm.
Yeah,
but I was used to that temperature back in the day. But I went back there a couple of years ago, and I couldn't get used to it. I wasn't used to it.
Yeah, stuff the black caimans, mate. You never get me out there with those freaking no way. There's so many things in the Amazon trying to kill you.
We used to go swimming with them. We used to go swimming with the alligators. No lie, I'm not making it up. There's an alligator pond back behind our place. We go swimming in the
caimans. Yeah, I know.
We would go swimming in the pond.
It wasn't black caimans though, was it? It was the others.
Well, at night we would go with the flashlight and we'd see the eyes of the alligators. And it is black caiman, yeah, it's black caiman. But
oh man, they're freaking dangerous as hell, mate. I don't know.
I'm just saying what we did. I don't know.
That's crazy, mate. You're off your head. You're nuts.
Then again,
I wouldn't have gone at it. If I was in a tinny with 5 guys with 50 caliber machine guns, each one of us, mate, I wouldn't go out in the middle of that pond in a boat with 5 guys with 50 caliber machine guns each, mate. I don't know, man. I've just seen what crocodiles and alligators can do if they really want to, man. I've seen it, and I'm just like, no.
I think the crocodile's a little bit worse than the caiman because
much worse.
We would go swimming.
Crocodile can run as fast as a racehorse, faster than a racehorse for the first 10 seconds, right? Not only for 10 seconds, for the first 10 seconds. But people think, they can't turn that well. Well, they're more agile than you are. So they can run as fast as a racehorse and turn and dodge and weave and dart and weave, and just pick you out like you were.
Right.
Oh, no, mate. Yeah, crocodiles. The only thing you've got in your favor is crocs don't like being out of the water. They prefer to attack from the water and try to stay in the water as much as possible because they feel safe in the water. But if they want to get out, man, something that can run faster than a racehorse. You can't outrun a racehorse, mate.
I don't know if you've ever
and not to mention, it's more agile than a racehorse.
If you ever seen a lizard run real fast, I don't know if you've seen that.
It's pretty funny, yeah.
But the alligators can do the same thing.
Yeah, I have crocodiles.
They'll run. It looks like a lizard running. It's so fast.
Yeah, I know.
Hey guys.
Oh, mate, crocs stand up high, mate. Their front legs are a lot longer than you think. They're scary, man. They are so scary. They can move their head and duck and weave. Like, you'll get a crocodile that's 20 foot long, and if you can walk along on a fence just right next to it where it can get within that storm wire fence, those little diamond circles and wire, and you can get right next to it and you watch how that thing moves, at 20-foot crocodile moves or 18-foot crocodile moves, man. It can duck and weave and dart and turn. And those crocodiles you see on the Crocodile Hunter, oh, mate, those things are doped up on something, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Because I've seen crocs, man. Those crocs are just my opinion. But I've seen crocs that can just dart. They can dart and dodge and weave and turn and duck their head down. And like an 18-foot croc could just walk up, run up to you. Like, you could dart and dodge and weave like a football player, and the thing could just be stepping with you while you're doing it. If they're following you with their mouth open, ready to bite. You couldn't outweave them. You couldn't outrun them. They're terrifying creatures, man. I hate them. I really hate them. If I had my way, I'd want to wipe them all out. I hate the things. I don't like crocodiles at all.
I remember one time we went to a little pond right next to where we were, and we had buckets. Me and my friend, he had a bucket, I had a bucket, and we were grabbing the little baby alligators and putting them in the bucket, and they were squawking, making a whole bunch of noise, And then the mama alligator came up out of the water, and we took off running. But it was fun. So we played with the alligators and we put them back.
I was at a caravan park and I looked over a fence with an alligator that was about 2.5 foot long, 3 foot long, or whatever it was long, and it was only a small one. And look at the size of me compared to a 3 foot alligator. I'm 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever times the size of it, massive times the size of it. And I leaned over the obviously they had the cage high enough where it couldn't reach you, but I didn't know that. And I reached over the cage, and this thing, normally when something's going to spring up at you, it'll crouch downwards, right? It'll spring its legs downwards, ready to push its legs up to come up to you. Crocs are different. They'll raise their legs up straight, and once their legs get out straight, then they spring, and they can launch themselves from if a croc's if you're standing on an embankment that's 4.5 meters, which is over 3 feet per meter, right? Embankment for 4.5 meters, and you've got a croc that's 5 meters. Well, a croc can launch itself out of the water to the tip of its tail in a split second. And this thing came up, right, and just went snap right next to my face. Of course, because the thing's high enough, but it's open at the top, obviously. And it's just I thought to myself, this thing is trying to eat me, and it's 50 times smaller than me. I would just desperately hate to ever come anywhere near. Well, I was camping along the Catherine River with my dogs, and I used to keep a fire going, and there was an old abattoir there, and there was the canteen part of the abattoir, which was brick, and I used to board up the front of it and sleep in there with a fire going at the front door, because you could hear the crocs barking at night. They sound the small crocs sound like little ow, 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 ow. Right. But then the bigger ooh, ooh, ooh. You hear that big, sounds like a big old dog barking, man. And I'm telling you, man, that's you can hear them down there at night, and you're just going, oh no, they're, yeah, I'm telling you, mate. So I could stretch out. I used to clean that concrete room, and with fire going on the outside of it, and my dogs all chained up near fires and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I'm telling you, Crocs, mate, I don't like them at all. And then you'd go down the next day and you'd be walking along with your dogs along the river, and there's all the Aboriginal kids are swimming out there. And I'm just like, oh man, it's like, come on, you're insane. It's so many kids, they'll dive down. Like one girl, she dove down and said, like, not when I was there, but this was one of the girls from this place. She dove down and said, "Oh, hello, see you later," and "Oh, look at me," and she dove down and they never saw her again. They never found her ever again. She just dove down and just never came up. It's like there was no swirling, no blood, no nothing, just no sign, nothing, because gone. Yeah, and I'm not getting in the freaking waters with things like that, mate. I just stand there watching those poor kids, thinking to myself, I hope it doesn't happen while I'm watching, because that's not something I want to see. And quickly walk past and move on. Yeah.
Where's Jeremy at? Did he leave? Hey, Jeremy, can you hear me? You ready to go live? I'm going to start the event. As soon as I guess as soon as he gets back, I'll tell him. But I'm going to start the event over there. Neither Standing for Truth nor Jeremy are ready to rock. I messaged him, but I'm ready to start the event, but I don't want to start and then, 10 minutes later, everybody's still waiting and asking me, where is it? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But get ready. I already made the event. I named it. I'm ready to hit create broadcast like right now. So there's Jeremy right now. So
okay.
Hey, Jeremy, man, you ready to rock and roll?
What do you mean?
I'm going to create the event on Standing for Truth channel right now. I'm going to send you a link in the email to join.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, brother. Okay, right. Jeremy, and have fun, mate. Yeah, because I mean, like you said, that you're going to get seen by more people over there than you will here. That's for sure. Way more.
Hello. It's good to meet fellow YEC.
Yep, Young Earth creation. That's what it's about. Because there's no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe.
Because there are no
the eternal battle between Jungle Jargon and Jeremy. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not a problem.
No, I know. I'm just joking. It's just a joke. I'm not. I know you guys aren't battling.
He's saying the same thing.
I know. Yeah, I know, but it's sort of just slightly different. But I'm just joking. No, you guys.
It's it's I mean, with God, 1,000 years is like a day is like 1,000 years, and it's the same thing in the entire universe. There's no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe. It's not complicated. Just got to think a little bit.
Oh, well, whatever. I don't know, man. I just, all I want to know is that when I die, if I do get to go to heaven, man, gee, there's so much stuff I want to know, mate. Yeah, like it'd be nice.
It's amazing how much we can know from just by observing, just by what we can see. It's absolutely amazing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. Jeremy, I just sent you a link and Standing for Truth as well, but I'm going to send it to him over the phone as well, just so you know. Whenever you get
and we'll join there. I can join there or whatever, or Jungle Jargon could, or something. I don't know. Matt could join you actually, and if he can run both at once, and I could stay here. And if you can't run both at once and it drops out, well, it drops out, and that's.
Oh no, I'm live on both of them right now, so it's no big deal.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Cool. It works.
Yeah, this
computer. Oh, that's
awesome. I'll be on live 2 streams at the same time, guys.
I could just get Chrome better, and have this Chrome going with this one, and have Chrome better going on the other one, and then I could swap between the two and go live on both. No, I don't think it would let me, because it would tell me, sorry, your microphone's in use. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it would. So that wouldn't work.
Right?
Yeah, on my phone, that is.
I can watch. I'll watch it.
Good. Okay, I just copied a link over, so I'm going to send it to.
We're almost at the 9-hour mark. Yeah, I don't know. I think Praise did 9 hours was his record. You got to kick Praise's record. and then Praise will have to do it like a 10-hour, like to beat us. And yeah.
Oh yeah, we got more to talk about. We can talk about whether or not the continents broke apart 100 years after the global flood.
Oh yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
no problem. It's continental sprint.
You know, the Bible says in the days of Peleg, the earth was divided 100 years after the global flood.
Oh, okay.
But they were only continuing the Middle East.
Then the word divided in Hebrew turned to as the waters flow in Aramaic. So after the continents divided, they no longer used the word Peleg for divided. They said the Peleg was defined as the waters flow. Which is
Imagine
really,
if you were sitting there and you saw the hang on, you got your house on one side, your neighbour's house on the other side of your dirt road in your little backwards community in the middle of nowhere, and all of a sudden, like back then, thousands of years ago, all of a sudden you start to see a little creek forming in the road, and you go, what? And then next minute it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and
well,
it starts separating. All of a sudden you got beachfront property.
What happened was that people were building a tower.
Value goes right up.
God wanted people to spread out into the whole world, and people didn't spread out. They were trying to build the Tower of Babel because they didn't want their memory to be erased or something. And so they stayed in one place until the continents broke apart. And then that's when they separated into like their family groups and started speaking different languages, and then spread. That's when they spread out to Africa, Asia, and Europe and everything. But the reason why I'm saying this is because in South America, there's an animal called the greater grison, and it's almost identical to the African honey badger. Only you can see difference. See, there's difference, but you can see it's the same animal. And the same thing goes with the jaguar and the leopard. Of African leopard and jaguar is actually the same animal, but you can see there's a difference. So the animals had 100 years to get where they were going. So the animals made it to South America. The people didn't. So when the people went through Africa, they never reached South America because it had already broken apart.
Yeah.
And then there's another evidence with India. They were saying that the glaciers in India run from south to north. That's because India was in the south at the time before the breakup.
Yeah, and something that Ken Hovind brought up. Oh, he's live on the other channel. I think we might be bleeding across. It's
messing up. I don't think.
Okay, so you got to kill one. You got to kill the feed.
Yeah, I got to kill this one.
Kill it, man. Kill it. All right. See ya. Love you, brothers, and thanks. Nice talking to you. It's been fun. See ya. No worries, man. See ya.